Welcome, Riftbounders, to the next installment in the Regional Qualifier series. This time we find ourselves in one of the oldest cities in the United States, Hartford, Connecticut. Now, although this place is known for its rich history, new pages are about to be written in these history books, as the next epic Riftbound story is about to unfold. So far in the saga of the Unleashed season, ZQ and Squirtle have claimed their second RQ win, solidifying their status as the best of the best in the game. Will returning champions continue to claim victories, or will a new competitor climb to the top and rival these titans? Speaking of rivals, Vendetta is on the horizon, which makes Hartford the last stop in the Unleashed season before Riftbound moves on to its fourth set. Legends will clash, champions will fall, but only one player in these halls will be crowned a new champ. And here we are. Good morning, Riftbounders. I'm Bear Bryant, joined by the wonderful Grenton, one of our casters for this weekend. And here we are, Hartford, Connecticut. And I am so excited for this weekend for one reason, and that reason, of course, is this is our last Unleashed regional qualifier, and people are still cooking on these decks.
Yeah, it's crazy. We haven't really seen anything like this in the history of Riftbound, where we are at a point now where this is our last qualifier for Unleashed, but we've seen so many different decks come and go, and I'm just very excited to see what our meta share, our top 8, all that fun stuff is going to look like this weekend, because this is where the set becomes the most competitive, right? This is where people have had the longest amount of time to play with this pool of cards, and they're going to be able to kind of bring their A game today, and we'll be able to crown our final Unleashed champion.
And it's not even just that. We just came off an incredible weekend in Utrecht where we had 8 different legends in our top 8, and there were still even other legends in contention to make that cut. Of course, we'll talk about some of that in a little bit, but first we want to even pay homage to the man himself. We got to talk about Squirtle and Azir, Emperor of the Sands. And the reason why is because he's had one of the most incredible runs we've seen in Riftbound history so far. Of course, to then be against ZQ, who was the other person in this conversation, and now Squirtle is, of course, our second 2-time regional qualifier champion, playing the same legend.
Yeah, what's obviously very impressive is not just the fact that he is just mastered and piloted Azir to the level that he's able to perform at, but also that in both of his wins, he didn't drop a game.
Not a single one.
Which is an exceptional feat. For those of you at home who haven't played one of these regional qualifiers, they are long days, right? You're playing, 8 rounds in day 1, 5 more rounds in day 2, and then you have to play a top 8 where you might get, an hour and a half break between your Swiss and top 8, but then it's back-to-back. It's untimed rounds, it's grueling, you're playing against exceptional players. So not only is Squirtle, in my opinion, the spokesperson for Azir, so to speak, but he's also just the mental fortitude he has is just phenomenal.
And we can even see how he's been iterating on this deck, because obviously we saw him in Leo and then haven't seen him against until last weekend. And in his deck specifically, we talk about Unleashed, so we have to talk about some of the new pieces that have gone to this deck, but even some counts have changed across the board. So, we've got things like, of course, these Unleashed cards, Scuttle Crab and Vi being added to the deck, although they're only one-ofs, but you could see so many times, at least when you're playing this card like Scuttle Crab, where you go into battlefields, you just let it die just to get hand information, which is so vital in this game. Or at the end of the day, wears equipment really well.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, it's a 2-cost, no power. You just play him, draw a card. It replaces himself, and you get free information. Obviously, we have the Vi as well, which with Unleashed, this has been making waves in all order decks. I don't think I've seen an order list that doesn't run Vi, because she is such a powerhouse, right? Just being able to surprise stun in a combat and just swing that might differential 5 in your favor is exceptional. But I do want to highlight this Soul Sword over here, right? Azir's problem, and I put problem in air quotes, back in Spirit Forge, was that there were only so many 1-drop equipments, which for Azir turns it into a 2-drop, right? Because you'll use your legend ability to create that Sand Soldier to pick up that equipment. So this deck not only got more consistent, it got more tricksy too, especially with cards like Back Off as well, where previously if, an Azir hit a card, you're like, oh, that's a guards. It's kind of a no-brainer. But now it's It could be a guards, it could be a back off. You could play the back off from hand to kind of draw cards as well, which is very important. And this deck just, obviously, it goes. It seems so phenomenal, and it allows you to kind of, use cards like Scuttle Crab to protect your Arise, which was Azir's weak point in the past, is when your opponent was really prepared for that Arise turn, they're like, oh, you're on 6 next turn, great, let me develop, let me set up, I know what's going to happen. But now when you have that Scuttle Crab where you can get that info, you set up the Arise turn on your terms.
And I'm hoping that we see the kind of ripple effect here of what Squirtle has done, because I think people keep talking about Azir, but not necessarily being like high in representation in these tournaments. But as I was kind of looking a little bit ahead at some of the information that we'll talk about later today, I think he might be persuading some of the public to play a little bit more of this legend. But, of course, we want to talk about someone who is going to be here in this room this weekend. Now, sadly, Squirtle won't be here, but on the other side in our top cuts of that bracket in Utrecht was Diwali. And we got to talk about Diana, because not just Diwali piloting this deck, but playing different versions and having an incredible run in Utrecht as well, making all the way to top 4 and then falling out, of course, to Renaxel with that victor that we saw in the finals, but only dropping 1 match across the entire weekend. Having had a draw that happened, I think, again, just goes the time. Sometimes it happens in the tournament, and then you have to win out. And, of course, Diwali, no surprise to him. He can, of course, pull it out. But still piloting that incredible Diana list, right? And it's different because we've been looking at people like Alan ZQ, have already won with Diana in this regional qualifier season of Unleashed, but plays a different version, and there's like small bits and pieces that constantly change inside of this deck list. So I'm really excited to see, as this last one here in the Unleashed season, what else is going to be changed, not just here for Diwali specifically, but Alan ZQ, who we know is also in the room.
Yeah, Diana has always been a very fascinating deck to me in Unleashed, because I don't think we've seen a regional qualifier where, our best of Diana was running the same list. It's changed every single time. We saw back, I believe it was in Vancouver, where Diwali was playing a very strong Swiss version of Diana, and then Alan ZQ was playing a Diana that was really teched for top 8 and for those kind of rounds where you're playing more of the quote-unquote meta decks. But now we're seeing a very similar list from both players back in Utrecht last week, which we're bringing in cards like Sprite Fountain, right? We're bringing in cards like Eclipse. The Acceptable Losses is a very versatile card in this matchup, because not only is it just, it's 1 cost, so you can use your Diana to, cast an Acceptable Losses, but also it's just discard fodder for your Hui if you need it to be, right? So it's good when it's good, and when it's bad, you use it for something else, right? So this list has been very, very refined by these players. Obviously, Diwali, Alan ZQ, all these Diana players are exceptional at their craft, and they really, really understand the game, and they know what they want to do with the deck. So I'm very interested to see, it's probably going to be like 1 to 3 cards, but what's changed in our final regional for Unleashed?
Well, you say that, and my one big thing I want to highlight is actually that Kha'Zix mutating horror, because when I was talking to Alan ZQ about this card specifically in Sydney, and he goes, well, yeah, like in the beginning of the format, it was a surprise factor. Yeah. It was something that, you could keep up X amount of energy, because of Diana. People aren't necessarily used to the deck yet. You could keep 3 runes up, and then including Diana, you're like, oh, actually, I can play this ambush unit. And then Alan said he took it out, and he's like, I don't think it's really that good anymore. And then boom, all of a sudden,
it's back.
We're back, right? And so, like you said, it's just, we're going back and forth. A big, small shout out to Smokescreen, seeing some more play again. Just an incredibly powerful card that just allows you to really take a full swing. I mean, it's the same amount of might swing that can happen for things like a Defiant Dance for Irelia's. And so this is something you can't really forget about. But speaking of forget about, let's talk about some other players. People that we know are going to be in the room this weekend, and we want to call them our sort of like top 4 heroes that we think can come up and maybe take down a regional qualifier win this weekend. And yes, Prismaticism is going to be on this list with that Annie that we know is in the room. And, of course, he already has a regional qualifier win from Atlanta. But these other 3 players, Billionaire, Colin Kaiser here representing, of course, Challenger TCG, and then Swag Yellow 420, who we know has already gotten a top cut with Dazzling Aurora. These players are still here to play. And Billionaire got a huge shout-outs here. Ano Winnanen last weekend gets paired down into probably his worst matchup, being the Rek'Sai that we see take it down and go into top 8. But this close, being the first Volibear to make into a top 8.
Yeah, it was a bit of a Cinderella story for Billionaire, where he had an exceptional run, and then all he needed to do was, he could ID into top 8, but unfortunately he did get down paired because of his tiebreakers. Had to play it out. Probably the second worst matchup, I would say. Victor kind of being the first, right, for most Aurora decks, but took a game off the Rek'Sai. had everyone on the edge of their seats. I know Aurora is a very contentious topic in the community. Some people love it, some people hate it. I absolutely love Aurora decks. I feel like it rewards player agency. When you don't find your Aurora, you have to get very creative and craftsy with it. And both these players here, Swag Yellow 420 and Billionaire, are prime examples of that, right? They don't see Aurora. It doesn't really matter in the grand scheme of things. They'll find a way to come back into the game and potentially win. And then obviously Colin, we should stop calling him Colin, just call him Set at this point. Kind of the master of the boss himself. So he's had multiple top 8 finishes, right? But can never really push himself over the finish line. And he's feeling pretty confident today.
I think you have to be, right? When you're playing a legend like Set that I think is so well tailored, has incredible domains to be playing with. I don't think anyone thinks that Order, I mean, Order had such a high representation just last weekend in our top 8 across so many different decks, but also the body domain, of course, being probably the second strongest or third strongest in some people's opinions when, depending on where you put Calm.
Yeah.
But, it's just this idea of this is a legend and you can become a specialist in this game. And he's playing a Kingpin version that I think for so long, so many people were so sold on playing Set Brawler. And every single time Colin shows up and plays this version, and I love Irresistible Fatefolk, and that card's really good in that deck. Yeah. But of course, you also pay attention how there's not a lot of main board draw in that deck, and you just utilize all of your battlefields to do so. And again, I tell this every time when I talk to him. He's so good at playing the game of Riftbound on only a few amount of runes to actually have access to, because every recycle cost you pay is so significant, including with the Set Legend ability himself. I want to talk about Prismat just a little bit.
Yep.
We've already seen him reiterate on this Andy deck so much. I mean, he has 5 best ofs that you can see him wearing around his neck if you find him in the hall. But not on top of that, but he has made small changes. And one of the biggest changes I really applauded last weekend specifically was triple longsword in the main board. And it means that these units that you normally play in this Andy deck that you're kind of be more about skittish in combat and you're just here to really get points and then play all these tricks, now your units are significantly stronger than normal.
Yeah, and it also opens up a lot of question marks for your opponent, right? When you see it the first time, if you're not really, if you don't know Prismat's list, which, not everyone in the room is going to study everyone's list, right? So if you don't know Prismat's list and you see that longsword the first time, you're like, oh, okay. You usually assume it's probably a 1 of or a 2 of, right? So when you start seeing them multiple times and the fact that, Annie gets to ready 2 runes at the end of their turn, it kind of opens the range of possibilities that your opponents have to kind of take into account when they're entering combat. It's no longer just, some flashes or a star-crossed or something like that. It's very important for them to also take into account this longsword, which is a pretty big thing to kind of add into your math when you're trying to take over that battlefield away from an Annie player.
Yeah, absolutely. And of course, I mean, we can even take a look at Colin's list, right? Because he did top cut last weekend, so I'm interested to see what he's necessarily going to be doing that's different. Of course, we already talked about the Kingpin being that chosen champion here in the deck, but the Irresistible Fatefolk and just making your opponent not want to be in combat when you want to be. Of course, we know Challenged is a similar idea, but the movement of this deck just really shines. And we have already talked about, of course, the Vi Peacemaker. As you said, if you're playing an Order deck and you're not playing this card at least as a 1 of, maybe reconsider that, because these tricks from hand that are key to the similar conversation about the longsword with prismaticism, if it's not a spell, it can't get counterspelled.
Correct. It just instantly resolves, comes into the battlefield, and this is what we're looking at here also is the Orange Rengar. This is kind of a new addition to the deck. Obviously one of the strongest body units in the game currently. Ambush with extra steps, right? Ambush with, you don't really need units. It can just come in as a surprise. But what I really love about this deck, like you mentioned with the Kingpin, is that it's kind of a reverse Protect the President, where the Kingpin is your president, but you're not necessarily protecting him. You're using him to protect the cards like Irresistible Fatefolk, so you can get multiple applications, really own one battlefield, and then using cards like Fiora to get her mighty, to gank over, to get you that extra point when you need it, but just really owning that one battlefield, using your Set Legend ability to save that Kingpin, and just continuing to outvalue your opponents. This deck really rewards knowing what your opponent wants to do, and then telling them no.
Yeah. And our small teaser, of course, we don't want to forget about Swag Yellow 420. Yeah, I have heard through the grapevine that he is doing something drastically different with this Aurora list, something that we did not see in Vancouver when he got that top cut. So I'm hoping maybe we get to get an eye on that deck, or at least something similar to it across the weekend. But speaking of this weekend, we got to talk about the format and what these players in this hall right now are going to be competing in. It's going to be some long days here,
Oh, yeah.
Grenton. We've got 8 rounds of Swiss here on day 1 happening right now at this very moment as we are kicking things off. Of course, 18 points gets you qualified for day 2, where you will play 5 more rounds of Swiss, and then, of course, the coveted top 8 that we keep talking about, where single elimination comes into play.
Yeah, like you mentioned, it's a long weekend for these players. I'm usually wearing a different shirt when I'm here. I'm wearing a judge shirt when I'm here, and it's long for the judge staff as well, so I can only imagine having to actually play, 8 rounds and think of these interactions, sideboarding on all that stuff. And day 1 Swiss is the Wild West. It's a zoo. You don't know what you're going to run into. You don't know what you're going to sit across from. Day 2, you'll have more consistency. You'll kind of, understand that you're going to face more of the meta share and grind your way into top 8. But these players not only have to come prepared with their decks, but prepared with their mental as well. And that's something that I feel like a lot of players maybe undervalue sometimes when they go to these big events. And we kind of see it where most of these players who have attended multiple RQs are getting better at these RQs because they're understanding how rough these days can be sometimes.
And speaking of getting better, there's a reason to be better because we have some excellent prizes to be playing for. Of course, that Vex playmat, which was added to the prize pool, something we didn't see earlier on this year for your top 128. And of course, we have to talk about it. We've already been saying the last Unleashed regional qualifier, which means this is your last opportunity to go home with this incredible Poppy Defender of the Meek alternate art playmat. Of course, that champion one, this is it. This is the last one that's going to exist. And of course, we have the other ones in the top 8. And of course, we can't stop talking about the cash prizing that does go all the way down to top 32.
Yeah, this is a fun area of Riftbound that I really enjoy is how diverse the prizing is. You don't have to, think you're the best player in the room to come play an RQ. If you really love Jhin or you really love Lux, spoiler alert, I love Lux. You'll come to this event, right? You'll try to get that best of Lux. Hey, maybe you sneak into a top 64 and you get your regional championship invite, or maybe you go home with a nice playmat, some prize wall tickets. So it's very, very diverse. You don't have to kind of play a deck you don't love just because you want to put up good results.
Well, you said you like Lux, so let's see what our casters have predicted to take down the entire event. And wow, yeah, Grenton, Lux Lady of Luminosity, which is a hot topic right now, and we even had a chance to showcase what this deck is doing now and how people have already reiterated on this sort of new style. Speak to that a little bit. You really think it can take down the entire regional qualifier? That is a high skill-based deck.
Yeah, it's a deck that doesn't really, it punishes one mistake very, very badly. If you make a mistake, you've probably just lost. However, if you're a pilot who plays fast and you don't get punished by the clock too much, and a lot of ands have to happen, and you make, day 2 and top 8, I think this is a deck that has a very real chance of winning. That being said, I'd be very surprised if we have, more than a couple of them who are in day 2 or, in top 8. But it is a deck that's near and dear to my heart. I played a lot of Lux Control in set 2. So for me, this is, a bit of a pet deck choice.
Yeah, and of course, shout outs to Charmer here, really thinking Aurora might be here to play. I think a lot of players in North America do really like that Aurora list that's going around. Kangas, of course, paying attention, knows that Prismaticism is in the room, and Josh picking the Kha'Zix here, which I think is such an interesting choice. And the best thing I love about all of your predictions are the fact that they're all unique legends, which based off of last weekend, that seems to be the name of the game and what you should be deciding on what you think is going to show up in this top cut. And once you get to that sort of high skill, untimed rounds, like you said, decks like Lux can really thrive, and any of these decks can thrive because you have that time to figure out how to solve each puzzle of each game. So with that being said, I think we've got a round 1 that we really want to jump into soon, and I would love to hear from our casters for that first round as well. So we're going to go ahead and send it away.
Riftbound has been unleashed in Hartford, and it all comes down to this one last regional qualifier in the Unleashed season. I'm Josh Schneider. I'm joined by Charmer, and this weekend is going to be a thrilling weekend of Riftbound.
Absolutely. This is, I think, going to be one of the most exciting events in the history of the game for many of the reasons that Grenton and Barrett were talking about. We are 3 sets in. We have a wide card pool now. Players are finding their footing. We have a number of players that are kind of becoming the favorites in the field, but obviously there are still new teams rising. There are people trying to make their name for themselves, but we are at the end of the Unleashed season, which means that this is the most tuned that these decks with this card pool should be, and yet the meta is far from solved. We have a lot of representation still showing up in our tournaments.
That's such a great point. And they talked about it in the pre-show last weekend. a huge diverse top 8 in Utrecht. It was 8 different legends. The first time we've ever seen that in Riftbound, and that is just crazy. The odds of that happening, you love to see it. I'd love to see some more new legends get into the top cut this weekend.
Well, there's a pretty strong chance that we will see some new legends as well as some returning legends, because even with the unique 8 that we had in Utrecht, in Vancouver, there were 3 other legends that made that top 8 that were not in the top 8 in Utrecht. So really, if you go back to the past 2 events, the 16 available, we still had 11 unique legends there. And that's not counting your pick to win it, Kha'Zix. That's not counting Gretton's pick to win it, Lux. So again, a lot of opportunities for other legends to maybe crack the top 8 for their first time. It is just a wide open format, which is so crazy when you consider that this is the last big event for the Unleashed season.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited about it. I think it's going to be a fun weekend. And hey, maybe Kha'Zix and Lux can get their first top 8 appearance. That would bode well for myself and for Grenton. I think we've got some community picks to take a look at, though, to see what the community is thinking we're going to be looking at this weekend.
All right, so these are live choices for our community to vote on which match they want to see. You can see Diwali taking on Alan ZQ, or Sketchy Man taking on Gonkra. I'm a little bit torn here, if only because on the one side you have some amazing players, and on the other side we have some diverse options. But I'm now being told that that was just, you know, a test run, a little switcheroo on you. We're actually going to be ambushing you with the correct matchups here shortly. And don't worry, there's still some good options, but that was our fun little prank on you, the viewers.
There you go. But we were talking about...
We're not seeing Alan versus Diwali round 1. That is not...
Right, fireworks already, main event round 1, absolutely. But no, you were talking about the diversity and the different unique legends that we've seen over the last couple events, and that's so great. And I think the diversity right now in Riftbound is just unmatched. It's so cool to see the diversity and the top decks over the last couple regionals. Master Yi's been the most represented, but only around 10%. That is a really good, healthy number. You love to see it.
Yeah, and the thing that I like about the diversity that's within Riftbound is it's not just diversity for diversity's sake. All of these decks have the ability to perform well. It is a format that is rewarding specialists. If you are somebody who loves a specific legend, or if you're trying to pick your favorite champion from League of Legends and then run with that in Riftbound, you can do so and then still perform very well at these tournaments. Obviously, the best of pricing helps as far as incentivizing, and not every legend is 100% likely to make a top 8. I'm sorry, Garen. But for the most part, out of the wide range of options, there are very few where if it made a top 8, I would be surprised, because at the end of the day, it is a card game, and sometimes I like to say I'd rather be lucky than good. You can go on a streak, you can catch your right matchups, you can draw the right stuff at the right time, make those critical plays when it matters. I like to say that luck is when preparation meets opportunity, and if you just do that across 13 rounds of Swiss, you could find yourself in the top 8 on somebody like a Rumble, perhaps.
Yeah, absolutely. No, we would love to see that. But you talked about the specialists, and it's so interesting because we see players like Colin and Prismaticism and Billionaire just racking up the best ofs, right? I think they have, what, at least 4 for each of them. There's 5 Annies for Prismaticism. He was wearing them. I tell you, it's just crazy. Squirtle now with a couple. Azir, I believe Rocklow has 4 Azir. So you just love to see these specialists that it really is tough coming into an event when you're going for the best of. If you're on one of those legends, you've got your work cut out for you.
Well, that path starts in round 1. So we have our real matchups for you to vote on live. Again, these are live. This one is not the joke. We are not ambushing you. This is the correct listings here. So if you want to see Filth on Rengar take on Jun on Kha'Zix, the literal like foes matchup, the storied league rivalry, you can vote for them. Or we have Tatermau taking on Tron is Bad from Merc, and so that would be Ahri I'm a bit biased, I'll be honest. And that would be taking on Sivir. So get those votes in again. If you want to see match A or match B, let your voice be heard.
Well, hey, we've got Kha'Zix up there, so I'm torn, and I would be voting for Kha'Zix. Let's see Kha'Zix right out of the gate. So our picks showing up here early, Charmer. Should be exciting. I think this Kha'Zix versus Rengar match, that is going to be a very quick match. There's going to be a lot of aggression, two decks that can play very quickly. It'll be interesting. And then, of course, Ahri, a deck that wants to hold versus Sivir. And if this is an Aurora deck, we know that in the late game, there is some major inevitability for Aurora.
Well, it's looking like the people have spoken, and we are going to be going with match A here, though there is a bit of a late push to see that Ahri. The good news is depending on, you know, our availability in terms of time on the broadcast, we might still catch the end of match B, but we're going to be going with the rivalry itself. Kha'Zix versus Rengar, jungler versus jungler, body legend versus body legend. These are two just from Unleashed, right? So they're new legends as well. One Rengar's made a top 8. There's been a lot of discussion about Kha'Zix potentially doing it, and it's your pick. So I'm excited to see how this plays out right away in round 1.
Yeah, absolutely. This is the weekend of Void Assault. I think this is one of the best signature spells in the game. Just love what it does. But like you mentioned, Rengar, I was a finalist deck by Sam D. Sherman in Vancouver. So that was a crazy run. I think still one of the great feats that we've seen so far because no one expected Rengar. So being able to put it in the top 8 and then run it all the way to the finals was really, really cool to see. So we'll see how it looks here in round 1.
Well, I mean, you mentioned it. Let's take a look at that Rengar deck list and see if anything jumps out, if there's differences from the Sam D. Sherman version or other things that we want to highlight. For me, of course, I want to talk about Irresistible Feyfolk. That is a card that I am absolutely in love with. It is fantastic for forcing your opponent's best units into combat, and then you can follow it up with some of these key ambush units, or sometimes if you've already played other units as well, you can kind of pick things off, win those combats. Another card that personally I want to highlight because it continues to surprise me is that red Pike. The ability to hide it or to potentially play it as a 4 accelerate for just 3 energy, and of course that 1 fury power means that you can get a lot of early pressure by playing it over the top of somebody's 2-drop, right? When you are on what a lot of people say the draw, I like to say on the rune. So essentially when you're on those 3 runes, what it allows you to do is if they've played something, you can easily go over the top of it. Or if you're playing against sneaky deckhands, then you can actually just outright win that combat.
Yeah, that's absolutely right. This deck wants to go fast. You can actually see that there are a total of 12 different units that can be played on turn 1. So there's a lot of options for this deck. And then also, we've got Punch First, of course, one of the best pump spells in the game to get over your opponent in combat. And then that signature spell, Thrill of the Hunt, can absolutely surprise your opponent out of nowhere, putting your unit on one of those battlefields and potentially scoring when your opponent did not expect it.
Yeah, absolutely. And because Thrill of the Hunt actually allows you to play the unit again, you can trigger any of those enter play effects like that red Pike that I was just talking about. So there's a lot of synergy in this list. I'm glad you mentioned Punch First. That's also one of my favorite plays to make. You usually don't want to do it too early because of the intense power cost, but putting Punch First on an Irresistible Feyfolk is so much fun when you're the person doing it, not so fun when you're the person receiving it. And of course, we see the other staples here, right? Sabotage. This is a card that is incredibly popular in the meta for a number of reasons, being able to take from your opponent a spell that they might really want to use against your units or in other matchups, an important gear, whether you're against Azir or Aurora. Being able to pick those out of the hand is incredible. Set 1 staples like Kai'Sa and Darius provide a lot of might, but it's not just about the Rengar. Let's take a look at the Bugman himself, Kha'Zix.
Yeah, absolutely. This was the best of last weekend in Utrecht. So very excited to see this one from Jun, and we've got that Irresistible Faithfolk. These body decks, they are really leaning on that Irresistible Faithfolk in the early game. And this deck wants to generate XP early, and it can do that with things like Mr. Root. Mr. Root can actually go into a battlefield early, get that 2 XP, and then with your Legend ability, you can use that 2 XP to move it back out. So I love the ability with Kha'Zix to go in, conquer a battlefield, and then use that XP to back out. I really like that adaptability.
All right, and as I'm looking at this list, there's some other things that jump out to me. I do see the one main deck Akshan. I think that that's a fantastic play in the current meta. Of course, Aurora is usually your windmill slam, I want to take that from you play. But again, if after Squirtle's run back with Azir, we see more decks with equipment, even just taking something early to kind of slow them down can be really beneficial. Another card that I kind of want to highlight here is Gust. Yes, it's just a one of, but because your chosen champion Kha'Zix wants to get in on opposing units that are alone, if they try to buddy up, right, put something small next to the unit they're trying to protect, you can use Gust to kind of free it up, make it alone, and then hit it with the Kha'Zix. Or another really key strategy that I like is the inclusion in the battlefield section of Forbidding Waste. This is something that pairs incredibly well with the purple Kha'Zix, but also with Irresistible Faithfolk. If you are on the play and you play that turn 1, your opponent almost can't develop because you can drag whatever they play into the waste and you will likely just win that combat without any tricks at all.
Yeah, it is so brutal if you have that happen early. So love to see what Kha'Zix can do, and I believe we are ready to get into our first feature match of Hartford. Again, last regional qualifier of the Unleashed season. Looking forward to seeing how this one plays out. It looks like game 1, Filth on the left with Rengar will be on Emperor's Dais. And then Kha'Zix, June with Zon Warrens to start things out in game 1. Filth is going to kick things off here in round 1 with a pit rookie.
Yep, just trying to develop some board presence early. Both of these are decks that care a lot about board presence. They're not necessarily what I would consider true aggro or an aggressive deck where you need to go all out every turn, but you are trying to get presence and then maximize it as much as possible. And when I say maximize, it could be with the might that you're developing or with the tricks. Kha'Zix, being a Chaos domain legend, does have quite a bit more tricks. We'll see if that is a difference maker.
And we do see that Mr. Root coming out for June. We talked about that, the XP that it can gain. As we go back over to Filth, conquering with the pit rookie at Emperor's Dais, does use that conquer ability, paying the 1 energy, bouncing back the pit rookie to hand and getting a Sand Soldier on Emperor's Dais, and the pit rookie will be replayed to buff that Sand Soldier. That's a 3 might unit at that northern battlefield as we go back over to June.
Yeah, and this is a nice development because it's essentially drawing a card for Filth because you are developing that Sand Soldier, getting the pit rookie back, and then replaying it. And in doing so, you're getting an additional unit from the pit rookie. It's like if you developed a 3 might unit that you just drew off the top. Yes, it's kind of just on average rate. You essentially spent 3 energy to get 3 might, but if your hand is clunky, this is a solid play to kind of continue developing that might like I talked about.
Speaking of clunky hands, if June has one going into Zon Warrens here, conquering up to 1 point.
All right.
And we'll be able to use that Zon Warrens trigger
Pit rookie.
to cycle through the hand.
All right, and maybe had a slight glitch, but we will consider this just an amazing replay opportunity.
Yeah. We'll see the great pit rookie play once again here.
Yeah.
And keep in mind with that Rengar Pride Stalker, every time that Filth plays a unit, be able to give another unit +1 might for the turn. Or
yeah.
give a unit +1 might for the turn.
And that is something that it might not seem like a big deal early on, but when you are using the signature spell, for example, again, because that plays the unit, it does also trigger the static legend ability. There are also a number of ambush options, and so when you play an ambush unit in this list, that also is going to trigger it. So you can get a lot of mileage from the text on the Pride Stalker legend.
So take number 2 here. June with the Mr. Root in the back line. Again, Mr. Root, whenever it moves to a battlefield, you gain 2 XP, which, again, we want to get as much experience as we can with this Kha'Zix legend. You spend 1 XP to buff a unit. You spend 2 XP to move an exhausted friendly unit at a battlefield back to base. That's what allows you to go in, conquer, and then move back. As June does score his first point of the game.
And the Zon Warren's trigger is going to happen here as well. And we see a discard of a Star-Crossed, which is interesting. If I'm Filth and I see that, I might then potentially assume that there is a Fizz in the hand of June, because that's a really powerful card in a matchup like this. But if June is okay with getting rid of it, either their hand is incredibly flooded or clunky, or they have ways to get it back, like Fizz.
That's absolutely right. Fizz plus Starcross, so good together. The 2 XP spent with the Kha'Zix legend to move Mr. Root back to base, and Vex Apathetic developed for June, as Filth holding up to 2 points in the opening game, continuing to currently hold on to point tempo. Now we see the Kinko Initiate, and this will draw a card, as there is 5 might, or at least 5 might, between the other units for Filth.
And also does get that buff as well, so exactly what you want to be doing if you're Filth. You want to develop might, keep your hand full of options. On the other side, when the showdown begins, Filth going to the Zon Warrens, June has the option to play a stacked deck at action speed. Even though there are no units there, it is still a showdown, so just getting some hand filtering in.
Zon Warren's allowing some good hand filtering for both players, as Filth does conquer up to 3. Kaisa discarded, drawing another card, and that Sand Soldier will move back into base. Filth passing back over to June.
Yeah, and the Kaisa discard here makes sense. Even though that's an incredibly powerful card, Filth has been doing a good job of maintaining the hand resources between the bounce with the Deus earlier, the draw off the Kinku, so this is a situation where the Kaisa is just kind of like win more, and unless you really thought you needed that accelerate play from hand later, getting rid of 1 here is fine.
Now we'll see how June pushes forward. Mr. Root on the back line, still able to generate that XP. We're going to start with Sabotage. June will take a look at Filth's hand, see what we find. Double punch first.
Yeah, this
quite
is
the hand here.
Yeah, this is quite the hand. There is also a Thrill of the Hunt in there.
Yeah.
This is kind of tough because on the one hand, you obviously want to get rid of punch firsts. They're an incredibly powerful card, but since there is 2 of them as well, if you get rid of 1, they're still going to have the other one, and the likelihood of them playing 2 in a short period is pretty low because of the intense power costs. In fact, Filth can't even do it right now, though you have to assume at some point in the future going to channel an additional body rune to get the 4 that would be required. However, Thrill of the Hunt, again, it triggers so much for your deck. It provides mobility, it can save units, it does so much, so I feel like if I'm in June's shoes, I'm taking a long look at that signature spell.
Could not agree more. I think that is extremely scary.
Now, the choice here could also be dependent on what is in June's hand, because if you have something like an additional Star-Crossed, we saw the 1 be discarded, perhaps that was bait and there is another one. Oh, you got to see a little bit of it there. I saw Void Assault, and, some other options. But if you have a situation where you are expecting your opponent to like double up on a punch first, then you could get a blowout play, but it does actually decide to take 1 of the punch firsts.
Okay, so getting rid of 1 of the pump spells, as June looks to move in with Vex to Emperor's Deus. And that will score June a second point, 3-2 in favor of Filth currently.
Yeah, and the Vex being on a battlefield is a very big deal into Rengar because that means the ambush units are now stunned. This also could be another reason why you opted to get rid of a punch first, because the thrill of the hunt, as good as it is, when you replay the unit from it, if that Vex is on a battlefield, that would also enter stunned. That being said, you have to assume that Filth knows Vex is coming. This Vex has been a staple since the release of Unleashed in the meta. If you're not expecting to run into it, you're going to have problems. You need to have answers. So we'll see what the proposed answer is here.
And now we see June running in with the Mr. Root, getting that 2 XP. And ambushing out the Chosen Champion, the mutating Har, getting that additional 2 might and another 2 XP. And when you win a combat, the Legend gives you another XP. So that's 5 XP now, as June conquers up to 3.
And on the filter, earlier I had mentioned, hey, maybe they discarded the Star-Crossed because they had another. Well, it turns out they did, and now they've discarded that to the Zone Warren's trigger as well.
Definitely playing into the fizz here.
Yeah,
The,
and that makes sense. Production has given me some fantastic mathematical notes, and the one that jumps out to me for June in particular is that Fizz overperforms by 13.4% with your match wins, meaning when you see it, when you find it, you are 13% more likely to win a game, and it's exactly for reasons like this. Look at the plethora of options that are in June's trash between the Star-Crossed and the stack deck if you want a hand filter. It's just such a versatile card while also developing the might. But here we're going to see Kha'Zix activate and save the Kha'Zix champion unit so that it can live to fight another day.
Yeah, keeping Vex apathetic on the battlefield to keep that ability turned on. And all of these units that Filth plays while Vex is at that battlefield will be stunned. As Filth starts the turn. Still has the buffed up Sand Soldier. The Kinko Initiate in the back line. 2 runes open for June.
Sentry, Rengar triggered, Sand Soldier. Thank you.
All right. Got to hear the players talk about it there.
Sentry,
Playing the Sentry to use that legend ability, get the 1 might trigger from Rengar Pride Stalker, putting those on the Sand Soldier, and now walking this in. Again, June knows that there's a punch first on the other side.
That gives +1.
Now here comes Grim Resolve from June. +3 might for Vex. So 7-5 now the might totals in favor of June.
Punch first.
But there comes the punch first that we did know about. Deramping a couple runes here. And that is going to go over the top for Filth. Filth conquering Emperor's Deus. Vex killed in combat. And Filth up to 4.
Yeah, and I feel like June's thought process here is that you got rid of 1 punch first with the Sabotage. You know they have the second. The faster you can force them to use it, then you just don't have to worry about it as much going forward. Only 1 likely left in the deck at that point. Some lists are not even on the full 3, but you kind of have to play around them having the 3. That being said, it is nice to see 2 out of the way and kind of forcing those resources gone. Now, the downside to that is Filth has now popped up to 5 after that conquer with the Kinku on the Zon Warrens. So they have 5 points, they have a superior battlefield presence, and just a superior board presence overall. Just the Kha'Zix Chosen Champion unit in the base for June. So June's going to have to figure out a way to not just keep pace with points, but also start to deal with some of this board presence developed by Filth, because you're behind a bit. Now, we did see the Void Assault earlier. That might be on the mind, because you could go in, win 1 combat against the Kinku potentially, and then also use that to pull a unit and try to win another combat, or just move your unit over there. But to kick things off here, we're just going to see some might stacking before any sort of skirmish begins.
So that Kha'Zix 5 might going into the battlefield, but that trigger. Kha'Zix attacks or defends. If there's an enemy unit alone there, you get that additional +2 might and the 2 XP. So Kha'Zix taking care of the unit at Zon Warren's. June conquering up to 4. 5-4. Point tempo still in favor of Filth. June trying to figure out how to swing the momentum. Keep in mind, we do have a hidden card now at that Emperor's Dais for Filth, and we know that the Pike could be looming here. And there is a Void Assault.
Yeah, and the Pike
discarded.
The Pike is a pretty big deal here because the Kha'Zix wants to find units that are alone. And the Pike can mess up that math because of the reaction speed. Because it is hidden, it can pop out in response to the trigger and kind of mess things up. So instead, it looks like June is just going to develop this Vex and maybe play some defense. Oh, interesting. Okay, so we're going to actually play that Void Assault. I did not realize the second one had been picked up. I saw the one discarded from the Zon Warren's trigger, but we're going to play the Void Assault. This moves a unit and then allows you to move one of your opponent's units as well.
Moving the Kha'Zix here.
Yeah, Void Assault's so good. Very similar to Charm and Ride the Wind in one card.
So
trying to move a sentry here.
Oh, interesting. I was going to say there was an opportunity to potentially send the Sand Soldier over to the Vex and essentially start 2 combats at once. We're still going to be starting 2 combats, but trying to get rid of the sentry.
So we're starting here?
Yeah. So
The Kha'Zix at Emperor's Dais. There is the Pike. But Kha'Zix at 9 might currently.
Thank you. So this and Rengar trigger, just make it simple. So 5, 6, 7, 8 versus 9.
Yeah, June still has the advantage here by 1 might at this battlefield.
Now there is an option here to ambush in a unit from the hand of Filth, but the problem is that Vex on the other side. Yeah, so what this will do, yeah, I was going to say, what this will do, however, is it should trigger the Pride Stalker, which would allow for 1 more might to go on the other units. So even though Inferna would be stunned, there should still be enough to force this trade and repel the Kha'Zix.
These two.
These two?
Yeah. Alright.
Yeah, very strong play here.
I scored a 5, got an XP. And then this
Now-
one's recalled.
Why'd you score to 5?
Everything is stunned.
Stunned. Okay.
Yeah, so
this
the
gets
Pike, the Pike and the Inferna should have both been stunned because of the Vex. So, but I was going to say,
And she got stunned by Vex.
Oh, no, you're right, actually.
yeah, I was going to, there again, I was going to say, this should result in a repelled Kha'Zix.
Yeah.
Right, not enough might for Kha'Zix to get over.
I'm at 4, you're at 5, right?
How big was your Kha'Zix?
9.
9? I had 10. One of
Yeah,
it
it
was
was like
here.
a lot of stuff was stunned because of the Vex.
Oh, true. The Pike came in stunned.
Yeah,
That's right.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah.
So you
All
only
right,
have
they got
5
there.
might to deal with it.
We got it. We got it figured
You
out.
only have 5 might to deal with it.
Yeah.
So, okay. 4 games.
We got there.
Okay.
Vex showing up here.
I'd like to
Yeah, this thing just dies.
Sentry will be killed in combat with Vex. Cleans up the board a little bit, and even with June still being behind in point tempo, the board looking pretty favorable for June now.
I'll pass.
Yeah, going into this turn, like I said, June needed to catch up with what was developed on the board and try to keep pace on points. I would say, even though you didn't match the points, you still accomplished a lot because now your board presence is significantly better.
I think you're at 7.
You know that 2 punch firsts are gone. You have your Vex on a battlefield, so unless they have a 3rd punch first, that is likely going to be able to survive an attack from the sentry.
Oh, yeah,
So while Filth does go up to 6 here, which is a very important number because that allows for a potential future double conquer, etc. It was still overall, I think, a quality turn from June to try to claw back into this.
Yeah, the Inferno coming back for Filth. Potentially trying to set up a possible double conquer on the following turn. Filth at 6 points now. And keep in mind that chosen champion, Rengar Trophy Hunter, yet to be deployed here for Filth.
Interesting.
Holding to
So,
25.
I mean, you are correct. I do think that Rengar does likely need to be developed at some point, but by not playing it during your turn, if that Vex is still on a battlefield, even if you play it as an ambush, it's going to get stunned.
That's
So
right.
I would have liked from Filth there to see some additional might developed in base and then go over the top with tricks of some sort in the future. This, again, might signal a bit of a clunky hand. We got to see a lot of it earlier from the Sabotage, but since then there's been quite a few cards drawn, so some unknown information.
Now June holding up to 5, and we see some of that adaptability from Kha'Zix here. The XP spent to buff Vex, and here comes Void Assault.
Now, this is kind of brutal because Inferno will not get the Assault trigger. With Void Assault, even though you're moving your unit and theirs technically arrives first and they get designated as the Defender. So Kha'Zix gets the +2 for attacking in, and the Inferno does not trigger the Assault.
More XP generated for June here, up to 6 points. We are all tied up, and now it's just the determined sentry in the backline for
Did
Filth.
you ignore the trigger here?
Yeah.
Can I respond to it? Because I didn't know that.
I don't think I can choose not to finalize it, right?
Choose not to finalize because
Alright.
it's an option. Sorry. You can choose to not.
So asking the judge about the Emperor's Deus trigger,
Okay.
Pass.
and Filth wanted an opportunity to respond. You have to assume that the desire was to respond by, again, maybe trying to play that Rengar, even though it was going to be stunned. If it survives and then recalls, you'd then still have a unit besides the sentry to start this turn, but unfortunately Filth just has the sentry, and with that Vex on the battlefield, this is going to be a tall order to get into either location, and you have to get into at least one because this is a threatening win with a double hold from June at the moment.
Yeah, very tough spot. Great turn for June. Filth essentially burning all the runes there. Just did not use any of those runes on the last turn. Didn't have the window to potentially play the Rengar. Now we see the Rengar Trophy Hunter coming out, but June holds to 8.
Holding to 8.
And Filth did not realize the score here.
Oh, well, I didn't have it.
Oh, so
There we go.
that explains why Filth
Yep, that
passed
does
the
explain
previous
it.
turn. He had June at 5 points instead of 6, so did not realize the urgency.
Yeah.
Was just double Thrill of the Hunt in the hand, so we were talking earlier about, more cards had been drawn since we had that unknown information. Turns out, other than the Chosen Champion, there was nothing else to develop anyway, and the Thrill of the Hunt is
Are not very good.
basically useless with that purple Vex on a battlefield.
We really saw the power of Vex Apathetic right there, and it's just so good against the ambush units and against Rengar in particular, because Rengar, one of the best units to come out of Unleashed, but if Vex is parked at the battlefield and you don't have a way to get her off, it is tough.
Yeah, this is, again, it's one of those things that you expect since Unleashed came out. You have to have some sort of game plan for Vex Apathetic. That being said, I think the big story there was that Filth just had the wrong, point count in mind because there was far less sense of urgency. Now, here this is interesting. This is exactly where June wants to be playing with the lead, but also you've got that Forbidding Waste. So if you can get something like an Irresistible Fey Folk early, if Filth has played a unit like they have, yep, there's the Fey Folk. So now you either have to answer it somehow in the backline or just kind of understand that you're likely losing a unit because that combines so well with the waste.
Incredibly good here. Filth once again starting things out. Star Spring and Forbidding Waste, the 2 battlefields in game number 2 here in the round 1 feature match of our Hartford regional qualifier. Inferna moving into Star Spring, and we will see a stacked deck from June in response here.
So Inferno will get the Conquer on the Star Spring. There's no other effects that June will have here with 0 energy available. Stack deck choices made. But again, because Feyfolk can move units, unless Filth leaves up some energy, up some resources for a trick, whether that's, you know, a punch first or even just like a Thrill of the Hunt, etc., that's likely going to be eaten. And we're going to see a Sabotage now. And a healthy number of options for Filth to choose from.
Yeah, you've got the signature spell, that Void Assault, Grim Resolve, and Gust for June, paired with the Vex unit once again. Filth's noting the cards here. What are your thoughts on this one, Charmer?
So this one is interesting. I think it kind of depends on the rest of Filth's hand. Gust can certainly be annoying. Like I said before, you can use that to set up the scenarios where if you're trying to protect a unit by pairing it with another for the purple Kha'Zix, Gust can set that up. Yeah, and I was going to say, and so if you've got a number of units in your hand that are targetable by Gust, I think that's like the go-to option. If you are not worried about the Gust, I think Void Assault is the next best one, unless you're trying to deny the XP, but Kha'Zix is so good at generating experience points anyway that I feel like just playing around the +3 might from hand is fine, whereas the Void Assault creates additional problems because if you are trying to hide something in the back line, it can draw it in like we saw in game 1. But in this case, it does look like Gust was determined to be the most problematic, but also, notably here, Filth did leave up that energy for potentially an answer to the Feyfolk.
Yeah, we could see some interaction here. The Feyfolk will certainly look to try and take down Inferna at the Forbidding Waste. That Feyfolk, quite irresistible.
It absolutely is. Now, if you're June, you have to say to yourself, what am I potentially playing around here? Punch first is not an option because there's only one body rune. And the Forbidding Waste with the Feyfolk is still enough to take out this Inferna because, again, the way that the movement stuff works, the Feyfolk, if it pulled over to the waste, would still trigger Inferna as the defender, but instead just going to go to the Star Spring instead and play the Chosen Champion Kha'Zix. I personally feel like unless you are going to pull one of these back to your base, sending both of these to the waste would have been fine because that would prevent a trade into your Feyfolk. The negative might mean you wouldn't be able to assign any damage. But if you're already planning on pulling something back with Kha'Zix, you don't want to leave a unit by itself. It does look like that's the case. We're going to pull something back with the Star Spring.
Yeah, I like this play. Love the Kha'Zix Chosen Champion and the flexibility it gives. Great combination. What a duo, Feyfolk and Kha'Zix pairing up here, and Star Spring playing into June's favor as Feyfolk goes back to base and can be used again at a future time in this game. Inferna goes down, and June will conquer.
Yep. Yeah, I was just about to say, this also signals that they're not likely going for a hold point. June, once you pull back the Irresistible Feyfolk, you likely also want to pull back the Kha'Zix. It just gives you the most flexibility. Again, if they had went to the waste and pulled to the wayside, then I think you leave both there so that you're not defending alone and you have to force your opponent to deal with things. But this is the safer path because now you don't have to worry about accelerate options. For example, we see this Kaisa played. It could have been accelerated if there was a tasty trade to be made, but it's just going to be develop and pass from Filth to try to set something up for the future.
Yeah, at this point, that Kaisa would have been a sitting duck for that Kha'Zix mutating hard. Back over to June, moving into Star Spring with Kha'Zix, scoring up to 2-1 now in favor of June. Let's see if there's any tricks for June here with that Feyfolk to potentially try and grab the Kai'Sa.
This and this should have been
Oh, even worse. You don't need the Feyfolk when you have Void Assault. So this is going to pull the Kai'Sa over. Kha'Zix will get the trigger for attacking into a solo unit. Meanwhile, because she is defending alone, Kai'Sa gets the -2 from the Forbidding Waste. And so this means that even if there is a punch first in the hand of Filth, it is not enough to go over the top. Filth does that math and says, okay. So June will now win this combat, get more experience points, as well as go up to 3 points. And again, keeping the board of Filth empty.
June conquering up to 3. That is great, using that Kha'Zix legend ability to bring Kha'Zix back to base, develop Vex Apathetic as well. Filth's board has been cleared. We're behind on point tempo. This is a very tough spot for Filth.
Yeah, Kha'Zix is definitely one of the legends that has intrigued me a lot from Unleashed, and we're seeing why. The use of experience points as a secondary resource is really pivotal. You're kind of getting a combination of the legend effects of Lee Sin and the ability to buff stuff, and like half of the legend ability of Yasuo with the ability to move your units back and protect them. But the fact that you can do it without spending energy means that you can have plays like we just saw from June while also still having enough energy left over to develop cards like Vex. So you can clear things out, buff your units, move things back, and then also still develop on top of it. And I think that this is really where Kha'Zix shines. That being said, we're going to see the Darius played here, and this is going to get... I was just going to say that trigger should have happened, but they beat me to it. It's +3 because of Pride Stalker, as well as the second card being played.
It's a super strong play there, getting Darius into the challenge to take out June's Kha'Zix in the back line. And Darius being ready as Filth played the second card. Conquering Star Spring, 3-2 now. But keep in mind that Filth, all of those runes are exhausted, so no energy to play with.
Now, the good news for Filth is you got to score a point. You got to get rid of the Kha'Zix on the opposing side. However, you have now kind of left your Darius out to dry because you have no energy open and available. It's just the base 5 might, so it's a simple math problem for June. Can they go over the top? The other really rough thing to consider here is if that Vex Apathetic does get to kind of camp on that Star Spring in the near future, you don't want to be forced into situations where you have to attack into the Forbidding Waste unless you can pull your units back. And so that means that Filth is either going to have to crash into the spot that June is actively trying to hold, or they'll have to go to a unfavorable battlefield for the rest of the game. So we are going to see a big buff go onto the Feyfolk.
Oh, wow,
here.
what a play. That is a 4-might Feyfolk pulling the Darius down into Forbidding Waste. Darius goes down to 3 might. Darius falls, and June conquering a massive play there once again, clearing out Filth's board as Vex will score as well at the northern battlefield. Massive turn for June.
Yeah, Vex will end up on that Star Spring, as I had mentioned. We do also have the Feyfolk at the waist, but I would not be surprised if we see the Kha'Zix legend ability pull it back, and that is exactly what we're seeing now. So, oh, we're instead buffing. My apologies. I thought we were going to see it come back, but perhaps with the development of the second Feyfolk, you're fine with letting that one go. You are also kind of enticing Filth to go to the waist anyway. This could also just be a gambit where you're saying, I want to guarantee I get at least 1 hold point. So Vex already makes it difficult because it's going to stun anything entering play. But also on the other side, if you can't get rid of it, you get a free hold point out of it as well. And so June is very likely going to be going to 7 here because of the presence of the Vex and not a lot of like direct removal. We don't know what the sideboards are. Maybe Filth has sideboarded in something like Falling Star, but the downside with Falling Star is if you use that to take out the Vex, like, yes, it gets the job done, but you also have to recycle 4 runes to do so because of paying for the deflect.
Yeah, that would be quite expensive, and we just continue to see Vex absolutely shutting down the Rengar, unable to ambush in and take out these units. So Rengar just developed on the back line for Filth, passing back over to June, will hold up to 7.
Yeah, this is a hold up to 7, and we could see like a bit of a retreat back, at least from the Feyfolk side, and just try to hold with the Vex side. The other units available to June are not necessarily might intensive, right? We have 2 Feyfolk and a Lucian, but if June has more combat tricks, right, perhaps more Grim Resolves or their own punch firsts, etc., they might just try to turbo stack on the Star Spring and say, come at me, bro. But we also could see a situation where if you are confident in your ability to retake, you could pull both units back, just develop more might, because you're not in danger of Filth stealing this from you with only 2 points, and then just set yourself up to kind of pick and choose where you want to double conquer in the future. So a lot of options available to June right now for how to try to close this out.
And you definitely have to be careful about potentially trying to go after that Rengar here, just because punch first certainly an option at this point for Filth. So Lucian moving into Star Spring. One Feyfolk going back, the other Feyfolk coming in.
So this is actually a fantastic play from June. June puts the Lucian on the Vex
Smell
at the
Void
Star
Assault.
Spring, right? But then June used one of the irresistible Feyfolk to force the Rengar into the Forbidding Waste. Just gives Filth a point, but because June has amassed such a huge point lead, doesn't really matter. But it does strand that Rengar on the Forbidding Waste. So unless Filth has a way to force the Rengar over to the other location, it can no longer attack into the spot that you're trying to hold. And because of Vex Apathetic sitting there, Filth can't accelerate or ambush over there, and it turns off Thrill of the Hunt, so you can't even Thrill of the Hunt your Rengar to the Star Spring. So June is essentially saying, I'm removing any of the ways that you might have to force this trigger. And yeah, so Thrill of the Hunt now.
Okay. Bounce back. Yeah. Did you pay a power for that? Thank you.
Yep. Thrill of the Hunt now will at least force a recall to allow Filth to maybe set something up for the future. But that was still such a heads-up play from June to force this here out of Filth.
Yeah, very heads-up play for June. The Rengar in the back line once again, so Filth will be able to crack back here on this next turn.
Yes. Okay.
We'll have to break that Vex.
Well, June still has potential plays. We do see the 1 card in hand, a lot of runes available. I think the concern now is because the Rengar did make it back to base, June might consider pulling the Vex back just to be safe. But no, we're just going to see a Void Assault and try to force the Rengar to be stranded.
Yeah, just send it back to the Forbidding Waste. Vex still at the Star Spring, and Filth has to figure out a way to get around Vex. June at 7, threatening game.
So this really just comes down to, is there a removal option? So it could be something like a challenge. Again, you're going to have to pay the deflect, so it's kind of power intensive. Falling Star might be an option, though that's going to eat most of your runes, but you have to have some answer for the Vex, or else June just wins off of the hold to 8. The biggest issue for Filth is that even if you do have an answer, you then have to also worry about the double conquer that follows immediately after. So you could spend a number of resources to get rid of. Yeah, I was
there
gonna say,
is
get
the
rid of the
fist
Vex.
bump. June is going to take it 2-0 with Kha'Zix.
Oh, you love to hear players talk about their plays right when the game ends and be so happy about it, right? Just excited about some of the plays. So.
Fantastic match. That was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
Kha'Zix, Vex, that duo, and then throwing the Fey Folk in there, that was just too much to overcome.
Oh, absolutely. And again, I think that the real story is in that game one, there was the kind of like I'm not going to say miscommunication, just like a misunderstanding of the points. And so Filth was very passive on a turn where they really needed to develop their chosen champion to even have a shot of going over top of the Vex. We know from the hand it probably wouldn't have mattered because it was double Thrill the Hunt, so there weren't many other options available, but that is not what you want to see to kick things off for your round one of the day.
Right.
Sometimes that can kind of get in your head a bit. I hope that Filth just shakes it off and continues to play well for the rest of the day.
Absolutely. And the other thing there was Void Assault. And you and I talked a little bit about Kha'Zix and Void Assault and what that does for the deck. And you described it perfectly, and it's what we've been talking about is the adaptability that Kha'Zix has to the situation, and that Void Assault is just used very, very well, and June was able to take a great advantage of it in that match.
Yeah, one of the reasons that the Chaos Domain has been so popular in Riftbound's history, yes, we're just 3 sets in, but is because its ability to create plays through movement is one of the big attractions, right? Historically, it's been cards like Ride the Wind or the now banned Fight or Flight, but Void Assault allows for some of that movement, and then the Kha'Zix Legend does so as well. So June was really able to use the combination of those two to avoid fights.
Yep.
And then pick the fights when you want them and where you want them. And then when you combine that with Irresistible Fey Folk, you have so many ways to just force your opponent into combats that you want to take, right? Then also pull back and say, okay, I don't want to get into any additional combats, additional fights, unless I'm ready for it. So it's a wonderful masterclass on deciding how you want to pick your fights, how you want to pick your skirmishes and get the wins when you have the most favorable situation for yourself.
Yeah. Well, June, the best of last weekend on Kha'Zix in Utrecht, and showing why I chose Kha'Zix to take it down this weekend. So hopefully June will continue this great run. But speaking of the great start for June, let's send it over to an interview now.
So much for that excellent cast here. And for our round one here in Hartford at the RQ, I have the pleasure to be joined with our round one winner, June, who is also our best of Kha'Zix player from Utrecht. So congratulations first off.
Thank you so much.
And now you're playing Kha'Zix again, and you know, I love this deck because it is one of the only body decks I feel like in the format that people aren't playing Dazzling Aurora in, but it's because of the amount of movement and that the deck does and pulling your opponent into combats and showdowns that they don't want to be in. Why do you think the deck is so good? Because you've obviously already had great performance with it.
It's all about combat in my turn. That's the part about Kha'Zix that I love so much. I choose, just like you said, when I have combats, and my opponent is almost never allowed to have combats in their turn. I always try to pull back. That's where the illusions are so great for. And of course, the legend ability. I try to just always keep the battlefields open. So that means our opponent needs to hold it, needs to protect it, and I can then just, kill them at the battlefield in my turn and then retreat again.
No, it's so powerful, and like the fact that you like incrementally gain the XP, it is, in my opinion, one of the best XP decks that exists out there. But on that same boat, you're coming into this new regional qualifier. It's the last one of the Unleashed season, so the game is going to change.
Yeah.
Did you change your Kha'Zix list in any sort of capacity? You don't got to talk about like sideboard if you don't want it, but like, are there specific things you learned last weekend, and is there a world where you could maybe make a top 8 appearance this time?
Yeah, so actually the Master Yi matchup, the Origins Master Yi, the Proving Ground one, that one was a lot harder at Utrecht than I expected. The Master Yi deck also evolved, and just like Kha'Zix needs to evolve as well, I also this weekend have some more goodies in the sideboard. Mostly Set Brawler, which is hopefully gonna be showing what it's good for, having like insane amounts of might and trying to, even though they get the +2, get over them quite easily.
Absolutely, and I'm glad we even got to start today with the canonic battle of Rengar and Kha'Zix, but Kha'Zix taking the true path of evolution and taking down the trophy hunter. June, congratulations on that round 1 win.
So much.
I know you got 7 more rounds to play today, so we're going to go ahead and send it back.
What a fantastic interview, June, evolving with Kha'Zix, learning from last weekend, prepared this weekend, and I am off to a pretty good start, Charmer.
Yeah, so far your pick is undefeated on the broadcast,
That's right.
And I just really liked that interview because Barrett asking about the iterations, the evolution, and June was happy enough, kind enough to give us a little bit of a peek into the sideboard, and the inclusion of Set Brawler is phenomenal because of the Legend's ability to spend experience points to give it a buff, and then you can use that buff to make it even bigger. If you're trying to go over the top of some of these Master Yis, that's how you get there, is through inclusions like that.
And this weekend, once again, Master Yi has been so represented. I believe it is the most represented deck in the field today. It was most represented yesterday in the pre-regional RQ. So, look, this is a deck you have to be prepared for, and June is, and I love to see it.
Well, you also have to be prepared for our analysis and replay segments. So we're going to be sending it over to Gretton so that we can take a look at some of the iconic moments from this first round.
Thank you. Thank you, Charmer. Yeah, we saw a phenomenal round 1 here at the regional qualifier in Hartford, and that was kind of a masterclass on how I think Kha'Zix should be played. And there was a couple moments that I really want to dive into in game number 2, where this Irresistible Fae Folk has become an absolute behemoth of a card. And if you can see here, the current score is, 3-2 in favor of June, but right now there is a big Darius on the side of Filth, and we have to find a way to score 2 points to kind of maybe get rid of that Darius. And what is going to be interesting here is we're going to start with, giving our Fae Folk that Grim Resolve when we start this footage here, and then moving it into this battlefield, the Foreboding Wastes. And for those of you who don't remember, this Foreboding Waste will give the defending unit a -2. And because you are applying contested status with this Fae Folk, it allows you to kind of have that swing in might, where now your Fae Folk is going to get that +3, you're going to be 4 might, and then all of a sudden, here comes our friend Darius, where he's going to now be at a -2, and we're going to win this combat, which is going to free up the Star Spring so we can move our Vex over there and lock down that battlefield. Everybody knows Rengar likes to play surprise units, so if you can establish your Vex on a battlefield where their base is clear, you have a very, very safe sort of next turn where you're going to be able to kind of net yourself 2 points here on this turn, but 4 points overall, because they won't be able to really push you off this battlefield. So this was actually really good and creative use of the Irresistible Fae Folk. And when we actually go into our second segment here in this game number 2, we see another version of this, which was, in my opinion, very creative. So right now we have the Vex who's on this battlefield. So all units that get played are going to be stunned, right? We have an Irresistible Fae Folk here. We're at 7 points. All we got to do is hold this battlefield to win the game. So what is the plan here? We got to figure out, how do we get this Rengar locked into a battlefield? So what's going to be very cool here is we're going to see June rotate the Fae Folk back to the base, try to bring the other Fae Folk in, and then the Rengar will sit on that battlefield. So we're essentially sacrificing one of our Fae Folks to lock that Rengar on that battlefield, so that on our following turn, there's nothing really our opponent can do, because that Vex Apathetic is still sitting at the Star Spring. So if we go ahead and actually roll the footage here, we'll be able to kind of see that in action, where we're just, bringing our Fae Folk back, kind of thinking of what we want to do here, bring our Lucian up, bring our Lucian back. What exactly are we trying to do? And we're going to bring that Fae Folk in to the Forbidding Waste. This time, we're just kind of sacrificing it. We just want to lock in that Rengar. And Filth, he knows what's happening. So actually, later on in this turn, he's going to try to Thrill of the Hunt his unit over to the other battlefield to force a combat where he's stunned so he can recall. So if we go to the second part of this turn now, we'll actually see how we end up with this board state where, because as we see in the trash here, there's a Thrill of the Hunt. This was just played by Filth to bounce his unit off of the Star Spring. So a really creative use of the signature spell from Rengar to be able to set up an opportunity to clear that Vex off the battlefield on the following turn. But June, playing Kha'Zix, has access to a spell called Void Assault. So we're actually going to see the Void Assault get played, move one of the Fey Folk in, move the Rengar back, and we're going to have the exact same board state that we had previously, and then all June has to do is pass the turn. So we'll go ahead and play that footage here, and you'll take a look that when June is actually playing the Void Assault, he's kind of thinking of, oh, do I want to bring my Vex back? Oh, and then he finds the line where he's actually like, oh, we're going to bring that Rengar into the Forbidding Waste. He's going to be like, I'm actually going to bring my Fey Folk in as well from the Void Assault. So this is, again, a masterclass on how we see the signature spells of both these legends used to their best of their ability. I am particularly interested in seeing how Kha'Zix continues to evolve, pun intended, throughout this tournament. But if this is, any example of how we're going to see Kha'Zix play today, Josh, I'm going to be honest, I'm not surprised why you picked it. So thank you for this. I'll pass it back to you guys at the desk.
Appreciate the shout out, Grinton. Great analysis and really such a clever line. The getting that Rengar trapped at that southern battlefield, that's exactly what you needed to do to close out the game, and was a line that a lot of players may not even see, but that was quite clever.
Yeah, that's really understanding the power of Vex Apathetic because, again, it's going to shut down any accelerate plays, it's going to shut down any ambush plays, and so knowing that your opponent has no other ways to play units and get to that other battlefield, if you can strand it in one location, you're kind of limiting their options to just having enough spell removal to deal with the threats, and so ultimately June used that to close out the match.
Yeah, absolutely. But that is not all we have for you here in round one. We've got a second feature match, and I believe we might have an Aurora. But we're going to check out the deck list first, and it looks like Ahri is going to be first up. Ahri is one that a lot of players love to try to get this best of. This is a deck that wants to try and hold, and it has some very defensive units here on the top end, Charmer, with that Alpha Wildclaw and Vilemaw.
Yeah, Ahri is obviously my favorite League of Legends character. There's a reason I'm called Charmer, and it's because of Ahri. So I love Ahri deck lists. There are usually two schools of thoughts, at least in the current meta. This one is the Blue Sentinel Hold version. So what this deck is trying to do is play an early 2-drop. That's why we see the Scuttle Crabs, we see the Stalwart Poros, we see the Mouser, and then use that to get on a battlefield and slam down the Blue Sentinel. The reason the Blue Sentinel is important is twofold. One, it's a really big defending unit. It has shield 2, so defending it goes up to 6 might. Then with your legend trigger, you're essentially defending at 7 might, which is massive. But also when you hold, you get a power, but hold effects trigger in additional time. So it's going to generate a couple of power for you. It's going to generate additional draws from things like Grove of the Godwillow. It gives you an attempt at maybe a double additional points off something like Power Nexus, but on top of that, we have cards like Vilemaw, so using that power that you're getting from the holds means developing additional things without de-ramping yourself. Again, the additional power generated from Blue Sentinel also leads into the Alpha Wildclaw that you mentioned. It leads into Thousand-Tailed Watcher. This is just a fun list overall.
Yeah, absolutely. It looks super, super cool. Love to see that this is going to be featured in round one. And I think we've got one other deck to show here. We've got a Sivir list, and Sivir was your pick for the weekend. So this is your classic Aurora Sivir, but it looks like this one's a little bit different, Charmer.
Yes, the big thing that jumps out is instead of the traditional 3 Elder Dragon, 1 Mind Splitter for the units you're hunting for, Tron is Bad is running 3 Baron Nashor and a single Elder Dragon. So this is all about playing the Baron, getting those additional hold points, and getting just a hard to deal with presence on the board. I'm very excited to see this particular matchup. I think Ahri, unfortunately, has a rough matchup into Aurora to begin with, and when you do win, it's usually some combination of using Charm to get their big units off of battlefields, and then Time Warp to close things out, but because you cannot target the Baron, you won't be able to charm it off of the Baron pit, so this is going to be extra difficult for Tatermau. I'm kind of curious to see how they navigate this.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really tough. Baron Nashor can't be chosen by enemy spells and abilities. So love to see this new iteration of the Dazzling Aurora. Pretty sure we are ready to get into this match.
So another
bad and Tater Mao.
Another fun thing I noticed about Tron is Bad's list, there were 3 copies of Ride the Wind. So once those Barons come down, you are riding the wind all over the place with Baron Nashor, which just thematically makes me so happy to think about.
That is some wild stuff, Charmer. Very innovative Aurora list here. Getting ready for game number 1.
All right.
Sivir versus Ahri.
Paying attention to the battlefields here, on Tron is Bad side, we have Sigil of the Storm. On the other side, though, I'm very intrigued by Tater Mount including Power Nexus as the neutral battlefield. So using that when you don't know what your opponent is going to be doing, that is interesting because it tells me that they're trying to take advantage of this Blue Sentinel surprise and use, again, that power generated from Blue Sentinel to pay for the Power Nexus costs. And you kind of want to do it before your opponent can adapt to what your game plan actually is.
So Tater Mao starting out with the stalwart Poro. Tron is Bad was able to mobilize on that opening turn, getting the early ramp.
Yeah, taking advantage of the fact that if you're going first, your opponent cannot defy your mobilize, but also just in general, always want to be ramping when you can to get to your Dazzling Aurora.
Scryer's Bloom there coming out, so we'll have some draw capabilities here. Starting next turn for Tron is Bad as the stalwart Poro moving into the northern battlefield.
And here comes the attempt of a Gust, and the Defy is in the hand for Tater Mao. This is an incredibly important moment. I know we're very early in the game, but that Gust, if it slows things down for the Ahri, almost wins the game on the spot, because Ahri, being a hold-centric deck, can sometimes struggle to race in points, and then Tron is Bad, if they find the Aurora, would have the ability to stabilize. So being able to stick this early, conquer, and start threatening the hold points is critical.
And developing further on the back line was Tater Mao, another stalwart Poro, and that mutated Mauser. Tron is Bad will use that activated ability on the Bloom, predicting 2. And will then draw 1.
And seeing 2 ramp options there. There is both the Mobilize and the Catalyst. And it looks like I was going to say going to keep the Catalyst of Aeons so that they can continue their ramping up this turn with Tater Mao. If fully exhausted on runes, you don't have to worry about Defy, so you want to take advantage of this window and ramp up. Tater Mao, unfortunately, with the double 2-drop development the previous turn, did not have the Blue Sentinel. That is potentially problematic, because if you could have played the Blue Sentinel on the Power Nexus, you might, again, start using that trigger, as weird as it sounds, this early, just to ramp up the point pressure, because Tron is Bad is essentially in Dazzling Aurora range now, and you only have 2 points. That is not where you want to be if you are the Ahri player.
Tater Mao going to move into Sigil of the Storm. Conquer up to 3, but does have to recycle 1 rune.
And they're going to float that 1 energy before the recycle, and then use that energy to help develop a Zhonya's Hourglass. Now, the interesting bit here is if you're expecting your Aurora player, your opponent, to be on Elder, you might have considered also moving the Mouser up to a location, because right now Elder could target all 3 because it's 1 in each spot, whereas if you move the Mouser onto one or the other of the locations, only 1 would be targeted. So I don't know if this means that Tater Mao is familiar with Tron is Bad's list or not, but in the current setup, you would have all 3 targeted and you would save 1 with the Hourglass, whereas if you had put the Mouser on another location, then only 2 could be targeted and 1 would be saved from the Hourglass. So perhaps either a missed window or perhaps just inside knowledge to Tron is Bad's list.
And here comes the Dazzling Aurora.
Thanks so much.
Sivir able to generate the gold for Tron is bad.
Yeah, and
Recycle
so
a rune, you generate that gold.
the
Sivir.
likely outcome is Baron, which is exciting. We get to see.
Yeah, absolutely.
There it is. We get to see the Baron
the
enter
Baron
the pit. So once again, Tatermouth, if this was the Elder, was potentially going to be punished, but is actually going to be heavily rewarded for this setup now.
Star Showdown.
Tron is bad. Going to conquer there at the Baron pit with Baron Nashor getting on the board. And now we have 3 battlefields in play. Tron is bad. Passing back over. Tatermouth will hold 2 here, up to 5.
Yeah, and this hold to 5, believe it or not, is very important because if Tron is bad doesn't have a way to stop a hold on that power nexus, there could be a situation where Tatermouth, with holding at 2 locations, but one being the power nexus, could go from 5 to 8. So this is already threatening a game-winning hold scenario. Now, Tron is bad will have plenty of options to maybe try to interrupt that. Like I said before, I saw 3 ride the winds in the list, so Baron Nashor could kind of go all over the place, clean up some of these poros. You do also have the Aurora trigger, potentially hitting the 1 Elder Dragon in the list, but this is still a situation where Tatermouth could benefit from using this power nexus as their neutral battlefield.
Power Nexus, not something we see a lot of, but could be utilized beautifully here. Tatermouth going to bring out the chosen champion, Ahri alluring. So now you're threatening to score additional points on hold at 2 different battlefields. It's Tatermouth looking to try and close out this opening game, going to hide a card at the northern battlefield.
So there's a very strong likelihood that that is something like a back off. But unfortunately, back off cannot target Baron Nashor. Again, it cannot be chosen from enemy spells or abilities. That being said, if it is a ride the wind here, we do also have 2 energy up for Tatermouth. There could be another Defy. We've only seen 1 played so far this game. Tron is bad does go up to the 2 points after holding that Baron pit, but really is more concerned with getting rid of these 2 hold options, because otherwise Tatermouth will be able to just win the game on the spot.
Do or die turn here for Tron is bad in game 1 of round 1 in the Hartford regional qualifier.
And I know it seems silly, but I really do want to highlight what we saw at the start of this, which again was having that first Defy for the Gust. That is what has allowed Tatermouth to kind of maintain this points momentum and really start to ramp up with the holds. If that early Gust was successfully cast, Tatermouth would only be at 3 points at the moment, and this would be a much different game.
Absolutely. Now we have Tron is bad with the ride the wind, so Baron Nashor going to be riding the wind down to the southern battlefield. It's going through, taking out both Ahri and the Poro. Now Zhonya's Hourglass will trigger, saving Ahri. Tron is bad up to 3 points.
Now, this is important for Tron is bad just because if Dazzling Aurora does grab another Baron, that's always going to go to the Baron pit per the text on the card. So having this Baron Nashor in another location means that you're still going to be threatening multiple holds going forward. Tatermouth not having the Defy there for that Ride the Wind means that even if they were to use the Power Nexus, they could only go to 7 now. And as I said before, missing that blue Sentinel, which is typically what this version of Ahri is looking to do on turn 2, is get that blue Sentinel up and active, does mean that Tatermouth does not have the ability to use the Power Nexus twice.
Tron is bad, leaning over for the chosen champion. Sivir Mercenary.
Accelerate Sivir. So recycle another.
Sivir is ready. Accelerated out, going into the northern battlefield. A total of 8 might, getting +2 from her own ability, +2 from Baron, and there is the back off. Sivir getting stunned, and we'll push back to Tron as bad space.
All right, and moving to the end step now means we are looking for another unit. Now, it's 2 more Barons and 1 Elder Dragon. Elder Dragon, the ideal pull right now for Tron is bad.
They're all in hand.
They're all in hand.
No. Brutal stuff here for Tron is bad. The other Baron Nashers and Elder Dragon in hand, and I believe we're only looking at, what, 4 or 5 cards in hand. That's tough.
Yeah, that is brutal for Tron is bad. I said going into this that Ahri traditionally has a very bad matchup into Dazzling Aurora lists, and usually what I say is the only way that you win is if you get a fast start or their deck bricks. That is part 2 of the plan, right? Their deck bricking. Tron is bad is unfortunately stuck with all of the cards that you don't want to draw. Yeah, now we can see it. There's another Dazzling Aurora, and there is the Elder Dragon and 2 Barons. That is brutal.
And Tater Mao scoring an additional point off of the power nexus. Paid that power cost.
This year? Sure.
Mauser going into the Baron pit.
And this is, I was going to say mostly about the draw if that Mauser's going in, because right now double stacking the Baron doesn't really do a lot. Again, if you're not familiar, Baron Pit's text says that you can move there from anywhere. So that Baron Nashor can go from the sigil right into the pit. Maybe this is just an unfamiliarity with the text on Baron Pit, but I'm very surprised to see 2 Mausers from Tater Mao go into the pit like that.
Tron is bad, holding up to 4. Once again, in a position where he has to clear out now both of these battlefields.
Yeah, this is an interesting position to be in if you're Tater Mao, because Baron can, by itself, clear out the Mausers. And then you do also have Sivir getting that passive buff from Baron Nashor, right? Remember, it gives a +2 might to the friends. And I think we're going to see another
Baron Nashor. Now Sivir getting an additional +2 might.
Yeah, another Baron comes down, which will give that Sivir an additional +2 might.
14. Yep.
Wow. Baron Pit conquered by that first copy of Baron Nashor. Yep. Up to 5 as Tron is bad. Yep. Now Sivir moves into the power nexus. It is a massive Sivir.
Aurora trigger. You saw there's
so,
something in my deck.
Yeah, interesting thing here. Unless there was an additional might, I didn't see the die go on it from like a Sivir trigger. That should have been a trade. If Tater Mao remembers the Ahri trigger, Ahri should have made Sivir go down 1 might from the legend ability to 7, and then the shield on the Poro would have taken that up to 3. So instead of that Sivir outright winning that combat, that should have been a trade there. Perhaps a missed legend trigger from Tater Mao. Between that and the double Mausers in the pit, knowing that units can move to the pit from anywhere, maybe a bit of a mental misstep, but we'll have to see if they can recover for game 2.
Yeah, a lot riding now in game 2 for Tater Mao. Those Baron Nashors really doing some good work. The ability, like you said, to move those Nashors back into the Baron pit is crucial. So we'll see if there's some adaptability here in game 2. And I am also curious, we have the 3 Baron Nashor in the main deck, the 1 Elder Dragon. I'm curious if there's some more Elder Dragon in the sideboard, if the numbers change moving forward.
Yeah, I personally feel like there's got to be some number of additional Elder Dragons. Maybe this is one of those situations where if everybody is teching for your Elder Dragons to always come out running main deck Emperor's Divides or whatever, you're just trying to subvert their expectations, use the Barons to win game 1, and then you bring them in. If it's not one of those bad matchups, we'll have to wait and see. We don't know what the sideboards are, but also Tatermau, like I said, Ahri has a hard time into Aurora, but had an opportunity to win that. We really just got to remember the Ahri triggers and close things out. Remember the text on Baron Pit, because you saw it game 1, you saw multiple Barons, you know that they're coming, so we'll see if that improves in game 2.
It also was tough that Tatermau was unable to find that blue Sentinel on the Power Nexus game, because you talked about that synergy of being able to hold there and then trigger that Power Nexus in additional time. So unfortunately not able to find that, and now the Power Nexus has been used.
Yeah, so going into game 2, if you are going first as the RE player, I would imagine your battlefield of choice will be Grove of the Godwillow. You're likely looking to develop one of your 2-drops, get on it early, and then continue to get your points for holding from there. But we will see if that is the case, if that is the battlefield they are choosing, because we are going into game number 2 now, and as I was saying, Grove of the Godwillow is the choice. Stalwart Poro is going to look to land on that, and again, this is important because it really defends at 4 if you count the Ahri Legend trigger, but you do have to remember to do your triggers when doing so.
Tron is bad, going to start with Mobilize, so getting the early ramp once again here in game 2. Want to ramp up to Aurora as quickly as possible, as Tatermau will park on Grove of the Godwillow with that Stalwart Poro. We're going to see a Gust yet again. Do we have the Defy? We do. Tatermau will be able to keep that early point tempo with the Defy countering the Gust. And on the board is Tatermau developing the Sunlit Guardian in the back line.
And it looks like Tron is Bad wants to read it. If you're not familiar, this is something that has tank and shield. So some reasons that this is run in Ahri lists is the fact that it's just a 3 might that does not cost power, but it defends at 5 and also has tank. It defends at 5 because of the +1 from the shield, and then again, you count that -1 from the Ahri Legend ability, and now Tron is Bad is asking to read that as well. Probably doing that mental math. Won't matter for a while because Tron is Bad is likely not developing a lot of units before Dazzling Aurora, but we'll wait and see.
Now we'll find out if Tron is Bad has some more ramp to potentially get Aurora out next turn. We do find a Mobilize, so here it is, up to 7 total runes. So next turn we could see the Dazzling Aurora. And with 1 more energy, now we see the Lunar Bloom, which is going to be drawing a couple cards here after discarding 1 for Tron is Bad.
Now,
continue digging.
Unless I'm missing something, I think that the discard should have happened before the stack deck from the Lunar Boon, because stack deck is action speed. So it cannot be used as a reaction to the boon. But perhaps it was the last rites that was discarded, and then the Lunar Boon was just placed on top. I am now catching up. Okay. So last rites was discarded. Lunar Boon is a phenomenal card for helping you filter along with the stack deck. That's why so many of these Dazzling Aurora lists are gravitating to Sivir or Misfortune sometimes as well, because the card draw and card filter options in the Chaos domain pairs very well with what you're trying to do.
But importantly, Tron is Bad, getting up to the 7 runes, able to dig through the deck. Tatermau holding up to 2. Sunlit Guardian going to conquer the southern battlefield. The Forgotten Monument going up to 3 points for Tatermau.
Forgotten Monument does say you cannot score points there until the 3rd turn, but it is the 3rd turn. Tatermau went first, Tron second, and then we're back to Tatermau as the 3rd. And I have to point out once again, no blue Sentinel for Tatermau, instead just jamming their chosen champion, which is the alluring version of Ahri.
Here comes the Dazzling Aurora. What do we find off the top? Tater threatening
And this
multiple
time-
points, and it's the Elder Dragon. That is massive because you can take out 2 units here. The champion unit, Ahri, is taken out. Very strong pickup for Tron is bad. As
Yeah.
Tater holds up to 4.
And this might be exactly why Tron is bad is running this version of the list. Game 1, Tater saw multiple Barons. So this time around, Tater might have been thinking, okay, well, if the Aurora is going to hit a Baron and it's going to go to the Baron pit, I'll just put my chosen champion out now and try to get that extra point from holding. But instead, Elder Dragon comes down, likely more from the sideboard. We don't know for sure. But that then means that you surprise your opponent. You get to kill a choice unit, and you get to do so when they did not have the energy available for Emperor's Divide.
What a play here. Emperor's Divide bringing that Sunlit Guardian back, allowing Tater to go and conquer Grove of the Godula, which is where he wants to be, and disarming Rake will disarm Tron is bad and take out the dazzling Aurora. But still an Elder Dragon in play.
Yeah, the movement for the Guardian, yes, it gets you on the Grove, but let's be honest, the Guardian there is just not long for this world. There is an Elder Dragon on the board. It's really more about getting that Conquer point, getting yourself up to 5. As the Ahri player, you want to be in a position where, with the combination of the Rake, you're slowing your opponent down so that they can't develop more units, and you can hopefully keep conquering and set up maybe a Time Warp win, though there's been a lot of recycled runes, so instead it might also be something where you charm their units off of a location and then you go for a double conquer.
And we see the gold being used and another gold generated from Sivir as the chosen champion for Tron is bad is brought out, accelerated.
And so this time here, we get the trigger from Ahri, but Sivir was still large enough to win the combat.
Elder Dragon will score the 2nd point for Tron is bad. Scryer's Bloom coming out as well, so we'll get some filtering next turn.
From the opposing unit.
Sivir trigger, so it's up to you if you want to. Okay.
Some good sportsmanship there from Tater as they missed Sivir trigger, but allowing it to be readied back up.
And now Tron is bad is going to challenge the disarming Rake. One of the things that I find interesting about the play pattern here is that Tron, even though they have the Elder Dragon, opted to use Sivir for both the combat and the challenge. And I think that this is just a conservative play pattern where the goal is, if my opponent has any sort of surprise that I'm not expecting, I would rather lose the Sivir over the Elder Dragon because I don't have Dazzling Aurora on the board. I want to kind of be protective of that unit. And so it's still enough to get the job done. We're going to see 2 crabs and a Guardian come down on the side of Tater.
The delicious little scuttle crabs there in the back line, but over to Tron is bad, holding 2 battlefields up to 4 points. Closing the point gap in this board heavily favors Tron is bad. We find another Dazzling Aurora in the near future. Things could go from bad to worse for Tater. Here comes Sabotage.
Oh, we see the 2 blue sentinels in the hand of Tater. Unfortunately, not really helpful at this stage in the game. They are the sorts of things that you want to be playing on turn 2. But last turn, I think, was playing the Scuttle Crabs mostly just to draw into stuff. Entirely possible those crabs also just drew the 2 blue sentinels, but not what you wanted to see.
I'll draw from.
And even though Tron is bad is only at 4 points, it's looking very dire for Tater at the moment. There's not a lot of ways to get rid of that Elder Dragon. Perhaps with a drawn combat trick or something, you might be able to go over top of this Sivir and retake the Grove.
And then, of course, we know Tron Bad has those ride the winds.
Yes.
Could come into play if Tater Mao can take that northern battlefield. Sticky spot for Tater Mao, without a doubt.
All right, so
Scuttle Crab moving in, looking for information is Tater Mao with that death knell.
Yeah, the Scuttle Crab going into the Elder Dragon and reveals a Gust, a Flurry, and a Baron Nashor. So in terms of things that you're concerned about, the Flurry is the real big one in this particular instance, because with that Elder Dragon, it will kill any units that you're sending to a battlefield. The Gust currently answers everything that's on the board side of Tater Mao as well, because Shield is a defensive trigger. So Gust does still work on the Guardian. And as a result, we're going to see a Charm go on the Sivir to try to push it off of the Grove of the God Willow.
You have focus. I'll pass focus. I'll gust it.
Oh, and the Gust coming out, looking to return the Guardian.
Or no. It's legal to play it. Oh, actually, it's not legal.
Yeah, I was going to say, so there's a judge question here. Tater Mao's asking if they can play Janna, but unfortunately, Janna says you have to play it to a battlefield that you control. So this is a showdown starting to establish control, so Janna would not be allowed to save it. Janna is
different than Ambush.
Yeah, Janna is an interesting inclusion as a sideboard option into Elder Dragon lists, because it's the sort of thing where if they try to target one of your units, you can play Janna there and maybe still maintain your presence, right? Because a lot of times you want to just make sure you're still getting those hold points when the Elder Dragon comes down. It's a similar concept to the Emperor's Divide, but again, you have to control the battlefield. That was not the case. And Tron is Bad is going to just play from hand this Baron Nashor.
Going to the Baron Pit. Will bring Tron is Bad up an additional point, controlling all three of these battlefields.
Pass focus. I'll go to 7.
Going up to 7, just needs to hold one of these battlefields, and that is a lot of might that Tater Mao has to dig his way through. And the Scuttle Crab's not doing a lot in that department.
All right, Tater Mao, I think, is just going to think through the options before scooping, because there is nothing that can be done against this field. Not enough might on the board, and because you also cannot target that Baron Nashor with spells or abilities, even if it was like a Charm that was top decked, you have no way to get over the Baron. The Baron was the absolute best way to close that out if your Tron is Bad, because as you had pointed out, you're at 7 and there are 3 battlefields being held, and you have to get units off of all of them.
Yeah, and we had 2 Scuttle Crabs back there, right? So the 0 might unit's not going to do much to help. That was tough, but very cool to see the Baron Nashor iteration there in Aurora. I thought that was a really interesting take, and it'll be interesting to see how that list does into some of the more meta decks of the field, and how that shift from the 3 copies of Elder to the 3 copies of Baron Nashor impacts those other matchups.
Yeah, the interesting thing there was we did see a situation where Tater Mao could have been punished if it was traditional Elder Dragon, actually reaped the benefits from the fact that it was Baron Nashor, but still did not have enough to fully close out the game, though game 1 was incredibly close. But again, I'm very curious to see as the day goes on, because we have heard rumblings that our good friend Swag Yellow 420, has made some changes to their list as well. Maybe we're seeing a new era or a new version of these Dazzling Aurora lists rise.
Well, they didn't have the success they really wanted last weekend, right? It was the first time since Unleashed released that we didn't have an Aurora deck in the top cut. So now we're seeing some changes to try and overcome the meta that they're expecting, and maybe we'll get Aurora back there, and that's why you were believing that it's going to make a strong run this weekend.
All right. Well, I also am believing in the rest of the day. This was just round 1 of 8 here in day 1. So with that in mind, we are going to be taking a short break, but don't go far because we're going to be back very shortly with round 2 of this regional qualifier here in Hartford, Connecticut.
All right, things are continuing to heat up. I've got another set of hot takes here. What is the most slept on legend?
I'm gonna go with Annie. Annie's my GOAT. I think Priz is gonna take this one down. And I think people are scared to play it because they know he's gonna get the best of, but I think Deck's really good.
Honestly, the one that excites me the most is Teemo recently. I feel like that's a really fun one, and it catches people by surprise a lot.
Teemo. It's gotten a little better, but it makes people can't play.
Slept on legend, it's got to be Ivern. We've got the best of Ivern standing over here. He's got a future best of Ivern. Currently doing really well in the pre-regional, so people don't expect the Ivern tech, but it's good. I'm telling you, it's good.
I'm going to have to go with Ivern. I'm a big Ivern fan. I think not many people know how to deal with it. His mechanics are kind of funky, and if somebody's not ready for the Ivern tech, they can get pushed up. So yeah, Ivern's definitely my favorite.
Oh, I mean, before the last regionals, I would have said my favorite Lux, but now with Lux combo, it's a little bit different. But I think Control Lux will make a comeback. I would say that's my hot take there.
You know what? I'm gonna give it up to my boy Yasuo. He can do a little maneuver that people don't expect with the 3 moves and everything like that. So I think Yasuo is underrated. I think Yasuo can be explored a little more.
That's a hard one. It's probably Azir. I know Azir just won the recent regional, but no one else has been close to the top way so far. But I think it's going to pick up, momentum very soon, maybe even in this event.
That's going to do it for this set of hot takes. We'll send it back. All right. Whew. We have had some hot takes so far. We've got another round of hot takes now, though, with Jerry. Have you been enjoying your experience so far here in Hartford? Is it your first time in the area?
Yeah, it's my first time at an official event like this kind of at all. So it's been really exciting. Yeah, it's cool to see all the decorations, all the people. It's really cool.
Hartford's amazing. More East Coast events, please, so I can drive to them. But no, it's ecstatic here. The energy's electric. People are dressed up and playing and just getting games in the line, getting games in the hotel. It's everywhere. Riftbound has invaded Hartford, and it is dope.
This is my first time in Hartford, and yeah, it's fun. It's a lot of fun. I love regionals.
Yeah, this is my first regional in general for any card game, so I'm loving it so far, having a great time.
My first time in Hartford, Connecticut, yes. First time at a Riftbound event, yes. Experience has been pretty cool. Coming through those doors and going through the portal was not a hot take.
I'm from Rhode Island, so coming out here, the city's nice, and I'm just loving the whole atmosphere.
Thank you so much for your time. That's going to do it for our hot take segment. Let's send it back. It's getting a little warm in the room. It's time for some hot takes. Quentin, what right now is the most overrated legend or deck in the format?
I think I'm going to have to go with LeBlanc.
I'm going to go with Master Yi. I think that his 58% win rate is going to be proven fraudulent this weekend.
I'm going to have to go with Victor, not because I don't think that it's a pretty solid deck. I think in order to convert with it, though, you have to be a pretty skilled player, and I'm not sure how many people can pilot it to a degree that I'm like, wow, I'm worried sitting across from that.
Overrated? I would have to say Master Yi. Yeah.
Okay.
Ooh, overrated. I might have to go maybe LeBlanc right now. I mean, baited hook is scary, but it's not seeing as many good results as everyone thought it was going to or seems to think it will.
I'm gonna say LeBlanc.
Probably Aurelia. That's a hard one. Is there Aurelia or LeBlanc?
Azir. Can I tell you why?
Yeah, sure, go ahead.
I play Azir.
Overrated, I'd probably have to give something like Misfortune or Sivir. I feel like it's coasting a lot on Aurora. So without it, I don't think they're doing too much.
All right, well, Jerry, we appreciate it. That's going to do it for this round of hot takes. We'll send it back. We are back live from Hartford, and those were some hot takes there, Charmer. Round one, the story was all about Sivir and Kha'Zix taking down the feature match area. And now we move on to round two, where I've heard some ramblings about some exciting possibilities here in round two at the feature table.
Yeah, there are going to be great matchups all day long. Worth pointing out that both Sivir and Kha'Zix are of the Chaos and Body combination, so maybe we're seeing an early trend here at the event. But the other thing that's trending is, of course, the energy. During that hot take segment, somebody said that the energy in the room is palpable, and it's definitely something that I've been feeling. I have been to a couple of these regionals, and they're all fantastic, but it feels like every time it gets better, there's more and more excitement. The number of players that I see playing games in hotel lobbies, or in the case of last night, even outdoors, has been growing at every event, and it really feels like this one is a true celebration of Riftbound, and a lot of people are just very excited about it.
Absolutely. And when I was talking to people yesterday, there was so many people that said, hey, this was our first time at a regional qualifier, and they were so excited about it. They just loved the energy in the room and everything they have to offer here at the regional qualifiers. Even if you're not competing in the main event, right? There's so much going on with all the side events and just a lot of great stuff. And if you can get yourself to one of these regional qualifiers, you definitely want to. But I think we've got a match coming up, and I believe we've got some deck lists to show off, Charmer.
Well, possibly.
Oh, not yet? Okay.
It's going to depend on what our match selection is. So we have some great choices. We were talking about the energy in the room. Well, there's some definite energy with these choices. We could either see Peon Go Zug Zug. There we go. Peon's Go Zug Zug. I'll get there eventually on set, taking on none other than Jim Davis on Jinx, or the other option is Captain Tight Pants on Leona against Powers Fire on Vex. So we have two lists that are very hold-centric, potentially facing off, and Leona is usually a crowd favorite. Or we could see Set taking on Jinx, and again, none other than Jim Davis himself, as that is a potential option as well. So if you're watching, this is live. You can help influence the match that we're going to see on the broadcast. So get your votes in now. You can do so in the chat. Obviously, it says so on the screen, but let us know which one you want to see. And with that in mind, I'm going to ask you, Josh, is there one that you are leaning toward?
Personally, I love Set, and it was so much fun watching the run that Colin had with Set and making the top 8 last weekend. Love that deck, so I think Set would be really, really cool to see early and see what someone else does with that deck. Maybe they have a different iteration.
Yeah, I think I want to see the same match personally.
Okay.
But more so because of the Jinx. I think that Jinx is one of those legends that is perhaps underrated. We were talking about the hot takes, right? We know that the Chaos domain has historically been good. Obviously, during the big heyday of Draven, Chaos and Fury were fantastic together. But I think sometimes people underrate how strong the Jinx list is. And so with that in mind, I'm really hoping that that's the one that we dive into.
Yeah, absolutely. And it sounds like I think you're going to get your wish here. I think we are going to be able to see some Jinx, Jim Davis on Jinx, and then the Peons Go Zug Zug, I believe, is the name of our other players. So very interesting name there. Have some fun with that. As we get down to our feature area for round 2, Set the Boss versus Jinx Loose Cannon. Game 1. Looks like we are looking at a Bandle Tree and Monastery of Farana, but the Bandle Tree, maybe a question mark on that one, Charmer.
Well, it's definitely an interesting choice. That tells me that there might be some additional hidden options that you might want to stack. Yeah. So thinking about what's available in Chaos and Fury, being able to put something underneath like an Edge of Night paired with a Pike would be a dangerous duo if you're trying to attack into it. So because Jim Davis is also on Jinx, where you're going to get that benefit, you're going to get that reward for having less cards in your hand, having something like Bandle Tree where you can, maybe conquer early and then just using power, put 2 cards underneath, gets you that much faster to your legend activation as well.
Well, here we go. Jim Davis starting things out with a Traveling Merchant.
And the Merchant, of course, helping with those early hand filters. And on the other side, we have a first mate. So Jim going up to the 4 runes here, going to be making some decisions maybe beforehand, but I would not be surprised if we see the Merchant filter ahead of time just to give yourself more information. You know, again, talking about potential cards on that Bandle tree as well, I did see a Switcheroo in the hand of Jim Davis, so another fantastic option when you're looking at cards to potentially hide.
Going to move the Traveling Merchant into the Monastery, discarding and drawing a card. Jim Davis will get on the board first.
And notably also going over to the Monastery where you kind of want to defend that. That is the other nice thing about Bandle Tree, right? It's not usually a battlefield that your opponents want to utilize. So you can potentially contest the one that they want, still hide something there, then go to the Bandle Tree because we're seeing that sneaky deckhand come down and conquer the other spot. And then you could theoretically, if your hand allowed for it, hide as many as 3 cards this turn and kind of guarantee a Jinx trigger on the following turn.
We are going to see 2 cards hidden, 1 at each battlefield. So not quite there at the Jinx trigger. 2 cards in hand currently for Jim Davis as we pass back over to Peons Go Zug Zug. First mate in the back line. Does have that set Kingpin as the chosen champion, which seems to be the way to go as of late with this Set the Boss deck.
Yeah, and again, 2 cards hidden, so just kind of taking a look at the list that was provided to us as far as the main deck goes for Jim Davis. There are Teemos available, so Teemo Scout represents a +4 might. There are Switcheroos, and we did see one of those in hand. There is also the Pike Dockside Butcher, which could represent as much as 4 might as well if you want to pay the power cost. There's also Evelyn, which is a fantastic option if they don't attack into you to maybe force a combat on the following turn. So I can see why Jim decided to run Bandle Tree in this list, because if you're running so many hidden cards anyway, being able to double up and make your hand that much smaller, get to where you're triggering your Jinx makes a lot of sense.
Zug Zug moving into the northern battlefield. It is the Teemo Scout coming out.
Nothing makes me happier as somebody who's played a lot of Teemo. Just in general, when you flip a hidden card and your opponent leans over to look at it like, wait, what?
Yeah, that 4 might out of nowhere, the first mate going down. Sneaky deckhand falls in the process, but Jim Davis retaining control of that battlefield as Fiora victorious being played in base for Zug Zug. And now here comes the showstopper that will buff Fiora and allow Zug to move back into that northern battlefield.
Yeah, and this should then make the Fiora mighty, triggering all of the other keywords as well. Does go over the top of the Teemo, so that will allow Peons Go Zug Zug to score their first point, but more importantly, also interrupts the double hold that Jim Davis had set up before, because they were on a cadence to go straight 2-4-6-8 all the way to victory, and instead now there needs to be a reconquer attempt. Jim Davis's deck list does look like one that benefits heavily from holding. We'll have to see what kind of retake capabilities it has.
Yeah, Jim Davis going up to 3. Up to 4 runes. It is worth noting, did deramp 2 runes last turn with the 2 hidden cards.
Yeah, the deramp I don't think is very relevant as I look at the list, because again, there are so many hidden cards, and almost everything that isn't hidden costs 3 or less. There is not a lot of actual energy needed for this list. One of the cards that costs 2, for example, is Falling Star, and I did see one in the hand of Jim Davis. Now that would, once again, recycle multiple runes, but could be an answer for the Fiora.
is exhausting 2 runes. Looks like it's going to be Inferna reinforcing at the monastery. Leaves Jim with 2 ready runes. Traveling Merchant moving back. We'll get that move trigger. Discard and draw 1.
Now this is a really heads up play because if your hand isn't something you like, you get this move trigger, but also it's heads up because I believe it's a switcheroo that is underneath that Monastery of Harana, and so putting the Inferna there almost guarantees you get maximum switcheroo value for it being a 1 might unit going up to whatever is going into it. This might be a situation where, because the Fiora is mighty and has ganking, Jim Davis is playing around, peons go Zug-Zug, going Zug-Zug over to the Monastery of Harana, and then kind of getting him with a gotcha of a switcheroo.
Yeah, the Fiora is so good when buffed with that ganking, being able to go down, but that switcheroo could be quite clutch here. Sivir of Cloudfield coming out for peons go Zug-Zug. Leaves 4 ready runes. Set still in the champion zone. 3-2 the score. Jim Davis has the point tempo, so it is up to peons go Zug-Zug to try and get a hold of this southern battlefield.
And we're seeing all of the runes turn sideways here, and I think this might be another, I was going to say another Fiora that's coming down. So just a might development in the base. You also trigger that buff on the Sivir of Cloudfield. This could be a situation where peons go Zug-Zug just passes, doesn't take the bait, and is comfortable with setting up for a future play. Okay, does take the bait.
Okay, let's see. It's 5-1. If it is a switcheroo for Jim Davis, it is. And that will swap the might of both of those units.
Yep, does have to recycle 1 to pay for the deflect, but still entirely worth it for a blowout victory.
Absolutely.
Now,
we'll hold that battlefield. Set is used.
Yep, I was about to say the Fiora is going to be saved by the set legend ability.
Back over to Jim Davis, holding up to 4. Bandle Tree remains open now with Fiora having moved away. 2 Fiora victorious in the back line for peons go Zug-Zug.
And looking now at the hand of Jim Davis, I see an Evelyn. I believe I saw another sneaky deckhand. But I was about to say, I think we're going to see the Traveling Merchant get rid of that, because that's not what you want to see in this situation. So you get the Conquer point, but you also get the very important hand filter. And that leaves us with the Falling Star, the Evelyn, and the newly drawn card. So this is actually a spot where it's a bit of a tough decision. You might be enticed to use the Falling Star now, just because all of the runes are tapped for peons go Zug-Zug, but also, importantly, your set legend ability is now turned off because it was used. Now, the downside, though, is that the Falling Star by itself still only cleans up 1 unit. Both Fioras are at 4, and then the Sivir is at 2, and unfortunately it's 3 and 3, not 6 any way you want. So it is the play, but it just gets rid of 1 of the Fioras.
Yeah, Jim continuing to invest the runes, taking out 1 of the threats. Inferna can be brought back here to set up for an offensive push. She is much better on offense with that assault.
Yeah, and I like this move back just because without the switcheroo presence, you want Inferna to be the one attacking to trigger that assault. We also just see the development of an Evelyn instead of hiding it. So if I'm peons go Zug-Zug, what that signals to me is that this Traveling Merchant is undefended because they did not have the confidence of hiding the Evelyn and then having some sort of combat trick back to ensure that it makes it to the next round. So peons go Zug-Zug is likely looking at a double conquer this turn, pretty uncontested, and that Jim Davis is just trying to develop might for a retake on the following turn. That would be my read if I was peons right now.
And it is also worth noting that Jim Davis going down to just 1 card in hand there. So we'll get that Jinx trigger for the first time. on his next turn. Peons go Zug Zug, thinking this one through. Down 5-2 in game number 1 of round 2 here in Hartford. Going to use Sabotage. Take a look, and it is a Cleave, and Cleave will be recycled. And I think that is a massive Sabotage here.
Yeah, it's interesting because when your opponent only has 1 card in hand, you might think to yourself, well, is it really worth it to use the Sabotage now? I might whiff. I'm only getting very limited information, but in a situation where your opponent just backed off and they have these low might units, you might also correctly identify perhaps it's something like a Cleave. So it does get rid of it. Jim will still get the bonus draw, so we'll have a couple of options next turn, but that was a pretty big rip from Peons Go Zug Zug.
Definitely. Peons Go Zug Zug able to double conquer here up to 4 points. Also taking advantage of the Monastery of Hirana trigger. Popping that buff on Sithria to get an extra card.
Now, depending on what the hand looks like for Peons, I would not be surprised if we see the set Kingpin finally developed on this turn. It represents not only a lot of might, but also tank on top of it. However, it does look like we're going to see a Pit Rookie come down. That's going to buff the Fiora to make her mighty once again. Playing the unit also triggers Sithria of Cloudfield. And so now it just is a question of, do you have combat tricks that you want to sit on, or do you want to also jam this Kingpin so you've got a big tank unit? That is the question.
Yeah, the Kingpin would get a nice little bonus here. It's 5 might, but gets an additional 1 might for each buffed friendly unit at its battlefield. So would get that additional might on either of these battlefields for Peons. And it would be very tough top decking for Jim Davis here to break into the battlefield that the Kingpin landed on.
Yeah, one reason why you might consider not playing it now, though, is if you don't have a way to buff it, it is susceptible to cards like Falling Star. You've already seen one from Jim Davis, so if you don't have a way to save it, and that's an important part of this set game plan, is you want to save that Kingpin because it protects your other units with it having tank, and then you're just getting maximum value from your legend activation. So here, I like the call of whether you have it or not, just feigning combat tricks because you don't have a way to buff the Kingpin when it comes down.
And now Jim Davis drawing 2 cards, one off of that Jinx trigger. It does have some options here.
Yeah, you
Up a Gust.
Do you have the Gust? Gust is all right on the Sithria because not a lot unless they have some sort of reaction speed buff that Peons would have available to stop it, and that could get rid of the Sithria and allow at least a conquer. You don't want to just throw a unit away, but getting to at least 6 on this turn I think is kind of important for Jim, because you want to be in a position where you can set up that double conquer for a win. We also could see a situation where if you can play both of these cards and then also play your legend, your chosen champion, excuse me. Jinx, of course, has the additional cost of like discarding the 2 cards, but if you don't have the cards to discard, then you're just kind of netting value.
Absolutely, and she can be accelerated and has Assault too. So we do have the Gust, bouncing Sithria back to Peon's hand, opening up the southern battlefield. And Jim Davis will move there with Evelyn, going up to that important 6. 6-4 in favor of Jim Davis.
And here comes the Jinx, accelerated, like we were just talking about. So again,
discarded.
This list has such low energy costs that all of these recycles kind of don't matter for Jim Davis. I love maximizing your resources like this. This does come down as a 4 might unit, has Assault 2 as well, so it is currently larger than the Fiora.
Oh, it's a 6-6 because of the shield. The buff plus the shield keyword, and this is going to be a trade. And we see the set boss legend ability used to save Fiora. So Jim loses his chosen champion, and Fiora sticks around.
Yeah, and that's very unfortunate for Jim, if only because the Fiora sticks around. If you were cleaning that up and then opening up a situation where next turn with another Accelerate or something that you could go for the double conquer, and we know that they're in the list, right? We see the Inferna that has Ambush, we see the sneaky deckhands earlier, etc. Then that would have been a fantastic outcome. But being faced with a situation where the Fiora sticks around and the Kingpin is still available, you have to assume that you're back into a situation where both of these battlefields will be occupied and thus making it very difficult for a double conquer. Jim will get to draw 2 cards once again from the legend ability, but will only have that Inferna in all likelihood going into the next round to start with.
You could tell in Jim's facial expressions, not the turn he wanted. We see Pit Rookie moving into Bandletree. Up to 5 points goes Peons. And now we'll reinforce there with the Cythria. And another copy of Cythria.
Yeah.
Going to buff the other one. When you play another unit, Cythria of Cloudfield gets buffed. And Fiora moving into the southern battlefield, taking out Evelyn, and it's all tied up. Peons has clawed his way back into game 1.
And then we're going to see that Monastery of Hirana used. So this is Peons go Zug Zug, likely digging for additional combat tricks, hoping to maybe find something like a punch first, so that even if Jim Davis does have fantastic draw of 2 cards this next turn, you would have additional defensive measures. You are in a situation where if you can double hold, you win the game. The other reason that the draw from the Monastery is incredibly helpful is that even if you don't double hold, if Jim only has a single conquer, then you're still in a position where you could either hold plus conquer or double conquer yourself on the following turn. So maximizing your options when you get there makes an awful lot of sense. Here we do see a first mate come down, so this will buff both of the Cythrias again, as well as put additional might on the Monastery. There is the option with the first mate coming down that you could theoretically ready that Cythria and base and push that up if you wanted to as well, but did pass that.
Yeah, it is a great point. And that extra might with the buff is important on Cythria at that northern battlefield, because that is 4, and it is not enough for Inferno to get through. So Jim picking up the 2 cards here thanks to that Jinx ability. Let's see what he found. We've got stacked deck. Go digging here, need some help.
All right, it looked like the options were an Evelyn, a Noxus Hopeful, and I just missed what the third one was. And that's just going to be a scoop. Did not find what they were looking for. Jim Davis, after a blazing fast start, does lose game 1, but I will admit I still liked what I saw from this Jinx list. There were a lot of opportunities where I think Jim Davis could have potentially closed it out. I do think that sabotage was critically timed to get rid of the cleave, because it was very clear that Jim Davis was trying to set up a double conquer.
Yeah, absolutely. Great comeback there from Peons. And interestingly enough, was able to put that together without playing his chosen champion. But here we go, game 2 underway. Jim Davis starting things out with the overzealous fan.
Yeah, we are diving right into game 2, and this is an arena's greatest start. So both players already at 1 point, and that Valley of Idols on the side of Peons go Zug Zug.
Going to be a quick game here with that arena's greatest. Valley of Idols, of course, giving Peons the ability to buff his units when he plays them there. We know how critical that is for this set deck. Great new battlefield picked up from Unleashed for set.
And so I think Jim Davis now is trying to figure out how the development of this turn wants to go. You know that the fan is likely going to go to the valley. You want to prevent peons from being able to conquer that and then play there. So I would expect the fan to move into the location to, at a minimum, force a situation where you push this back. That is the play. But then looking at the rest of the hand, you also want to be able to play a card and then play this Noxus Hopeful to just get the maximum amount of might on the board. But I don't think that there were many clean options. Yeah, everything else looked like it was combat tricks or hidden cards. Hiding a card doesn't count as playing it. It doesn't trigger till you actually play it from being hidden. So this is just a 4 energy Noxus Hopeful, and it's not exactly what you're looking for.
Jim Davis did go up to 2 points, hiding there at that northern battlefield with the overzealous fan. See what Peons has in response. Cytheria in the back line can quickly become a 2-might unit as soon as another unit hits the board for Peons. Cytheria just going to move down to the arena's greatest, evening the score at 2. And it's going to be first mate readying Cytheria. Cytheria buffed in the process and coming back to base.
So one of the potential fun things about having so many hidden cards here, but specifically also having access to Overzealous Fan, is Peons Go Zugzug is not going to go into Valley of Idols this turn, because not only do you have the fan trigger, but you have whatever the hidden card is. But if that happens to be like an Evelyn, well, then you can use that to force a combat, force a trade when it comes back to you. So the specific pairing of Overzealous Fan with the potential of Evelyn gives Jim Davis a lot of options. In the hand, I do also see 2 switcheroos.
Yeah, definitely has some options here. Plenty of hidden cards. Noxus Hopeful moving into Arena's greatest. Jim Davis up to 3 and 4 after holding with the Overzealous Fan.
Now, the one downside to having 2 switcheroos is, in the current state of things, you don't want to hide that where the Hopeful is, because it is larger than the other units. We see the development of a Traveling Merchant, so that must have been just picked up, because if it was there last turn, we would have seen that plus the Noxus Hopeful. But we're seeing now a second Noxus Hopeful, so that was the play that Jim would have liked to have made last turn.
Yeah, able to get that value here, playing Noxus Hopeful for only 2. Legion effect activated there, and will hide at that southern battlefield.
So here's the fun part. It is a switcheroo. We know it because there was 2 in hand, there was only those cards available, but hiding that there is potentially going to scare Peons Go Zugzug off from that location with the 2 Hopefuls plus a hidden card that you're not expecting to be switcheroo. But you also don't have to play the switcheroo, and at the end of the day, this is the same as cycling it, because you're going down to 1 card, and that's going to put it on the board and activate your legend ability for having just the 1 card in hand next turn. So it essentially goes the entire life cycle of from hand to potentially trash just to get you another card. Here we do have Teemo being played at reaction speed, and it also is going to get the buff from the Valley.
Love to see that, getting +3 for the turn, and Jim Davis spending that energy to buff up Teemo. So that's a 5-might unit currently, 7 might at that battlefield. Cytheria just 2, so Peon's going to have to put something together if he wants to contest.
Yeah, and
Cytheria just falls.
7 is critical because that means a punch first only trades. You will not win that fight. You could still give it up if you want to clear out all of the units there on the side of Jim Davis, but it's not going to feel great to do so.
Peon's really thinking this one through. Has 6 runes to play with. Does he have a way to contest here?
So looking, I do not see the punch first. It looks like we have 2 challenges. So there could be a situation where maybe you are playing challenge on your first mate to try to pick off the overzealous fan. That unfortunately means your Sivir still loses to the Teemo though. The challenges don't work on either of the hopefuls on the other side either. There is the Call to Glory, which represents some additional might, so that could help you out if you paired that with a challenge. But the options are not looking good with no punch first here.
Yeah, challenge to take out the fan. Call to Glory on Sivir would be 5-5, so it'd be once again a trading situation.
Yeah, I mean, we could see a situation where it's call. Oh, all right, it's going to be call on the Sivir. I was going to say you could see a situation where it's also call on the first mate and then challenge from the first mate onto the Teemo, but then your Sivir still only would have traded with the fan at that point. You could have maybe done call and then double challenge, but then you're spending a lot of resources on this one combat.
Looks like he is going to be reaching for a challenge, and it's going to be a challenge on the fan. So again, just trying to set up for this trade and clear out this northern battlefield.
Yeah, and I think that what's happening here is because you have that first mate in the back line, if you just force this Sivir to trade with everything, you keep a challenge in your hand and first mate can still go to the valley as long as you clear everything out. So like I said before, you could have put call and then double challenge, but that would have been a massive amount of resources spent just to win that combat, whereas now if you want, first mate could still get in there. There is some danger in doing so though, because you are out of units on the board at this point. If that is overtaken, there is the merchant in the base on the side of Jim Davis, but Pian's Go Zug Zug decides that keeping the point tempo is more important. So we see first mate still go and a Sivir of Cloudfield developed in base.
Jim Davis will hold to 5, still has the merchant in the back line. We'll see if Jim can threaten the valley and potentially go up to that 6-point total.
This is such an interesting deck from Jim Davis because it is a Jinx deck that, even though it plays very aggressively, the core gameplay pattern is built around holding. When you think about it, you want to get on a battlefield and hide as many cards as possible, and what a rip off the top. We get the Traveling Merchant trigger, that finds a longsword, which then is played at reaction speed, and that allows the Merchant to survive against that first mate and still take the valley. That was a great rip off the top.
And up to 6 points, so now Peon's in a bit of trouble. Only Sivir in that back line will be forced into an awkward situation on his next turn. Jim in a great spot right now. Still has a couple cards to play with. Has another long sword in hand with 4 runes open. Peons has to break one of these battlefields or we go to a game 3 in round 2 of the regional qualifier in Hartford.
Yeah, and seeing the second longsword makes a lot more sense on why the merchant went in to begin with. So you did find the one off the top, but it was already there. Game ends. Does show the switcheroo that was hidden.
Yeah, showed the switcheroo, not doing much with the Noxus hopefuls there, but we are going to game number 3 between Peons Go Zug Zug and Jim Davis. Set versus Jinx. Been pretty explosive so far. One thing for sure is with this Jinx deck, Jim gets going real fast.
Yeah, the Jinx deck is interesting to me because it plays very similar to the hide versions of Teemo. Teemo typically has a similar play pattern. You want to get on site, you want to hide as many cards as possible. A lot of times you're using Strategist and Nocturne to then turn those into holds. Here, you are less worried about the synergies of the hidden cards specifically, but more so just with emptying your hand. So the deck list itself, very few cards that even cost 3 energy. The vast majority cost 2 or 1, so that you can empty your hand as fast as possible, get the additional draws from your legend ability, but it's also just kind of maximizing what you can do each turn. If you're somebody at home and you're watching this game and you just like doing game actions, you kind of don't care what they do, you just like putting cards on the table, this might be the list for you because you get to play a lot of stuff.
That is absolutely right. Options aplenty as we see the Sabotage come down for Peons, and we have the Gust and the stacked deck. That Gust will be recycled. As we note, there are some hidden options there with the Evelynn and Teemo.
Yeah, this might be the most valuable Sabotage has ever been, because you want to know exactly what your opponent is hiding and then what you need to play around. And so
and that
here
irresistible Feyfolk so good with the Forbidding Waste, dragging the fan in.
All right, so I was wondering if Jim was going to do this. The interesting interaction here is that with Irresistible Feyfolk, when it pulls the unit in, it makes that unit become the defender. And so because it's the defender, there's then a trigger window for the overzealous fan. Jim Davis knows that he's going to lose the unit anyway, so it decides to take the trigger, sacrifice it to move the Feyfolk back to base, just to prevent the points being gained from Peons. You're going to lose the unit anyway, so there's no point in giving away a free point to Peons go Zug Zug. That's a heads-up play from Jim Davis to maximize the value you are getting from the unit before it's too late.
Yeah, trying to minimize the point tempo for Peons. We see that Pit Rookie come out. Now the Feyfolk will get just a bit tougher, up to 2 might with the buff. And now Jim will have to reestablish a board. Staring down a couple threats here. And that Feyfolk with the Forbidding Waste in play, just so valuable.
Yeah, we do know that Jim Davis has tools to deal with a board like this. In the deck, we've seen cards like Falling Star already. The downside, though, is now that that Feyfolk has a buff on it, it can be saved from the Set Legend ability. So instead, Jim Davis says, I'm just going to play 2 Evelynns straight to the board, just paying 2 for 2 might apiece. Might lose 1 to the Feyfolk, but that would leave me with 1 left over, and maybe I can do something at that stage.
Now Peons go Zug Zug, has the battlefields open. Feyfolk moving into the Forbidding Waste. Evelynn dragged in. What's the response here? We've got a Gust to bounce back that Feyfolk.
So a second Gust found after the one was sabotaged, and that's huge for Jim, because that also means he's going to get a conquer point now, because the Evelynn was dragged there. And if the Pit Rookie doesn't come in and then clean that Evelynn up, would also get a hold point, but Pit Rookie could still attack in now. It would be winning the combat because of the text on Forbidding Waste, giving that Evelynn -2 for defending alone.
Yeah, I think you've got to clean that up. Certainly don't want to give Jim an extra point there. As the Gust coming in clutch. Peons already recycling 1 earlier with Sabotage, but Jim Davis finding yet another and getting that opening point.
Yeah, I think there was a pause there before the point was scored, because perhaps Peons was considering doing something at reaction speed just to deny even the conquer point. Instead opted to just let that resolve and go in with the Pit Rookie. And then as we try to take a look a little bit at the hand of Peons there, I do see some fantastic options. And I was going to say we have the Feyfolk that we know is there from the Gust.
And the first mate.
I was going to say, and the first mate. So the first mate here allows you to ready the Pit Rookie and then move it back to base so that it's not left on the Forbidding Waste, which is problematic. You don't want to be there when your opponent has a unit in their base, because they could be able to just like walk in.
And it looks like
it's been loud the whole time. I was just trying to
it might just do it here.
No, it looks like what has accidentally happened is a rollback to when they were sideboarding, because he is talking about how loud the static was. And if we noticed in Game 3, they did not have the headsets on, likely was granted an exception due to the volume. So perhaps whatever tech issue was plaguing the headsets is also now plaguing our feed, but Does look like we had a bit of a game rollback.
All right, so now, just bear with us a little bit here. We'll try to get some information on our feed. Try to get back to the action. Here it is. We're back to where we were. Back over to Jim Davis's turn. He's got the Evelynn in the back line. A little bit of a different game here for Jim. He hasn't had to expend those runes, but the board advantage, big favor for Peons right now.
Yeah, and I think you've really hit the nail on the head here. This is the most runes we've seen Jim Davis have in this entire series, which is also why he only has 1 point, right? We know that he's not playing the cards that he normally would be playing and expending those runes to get the points. So it does go up to 2 with his Conquer, but it's interesting the correlation that we see between the number of runes on Jim Davis's side of the board and the points that he's gained.
So Evelynn conquering at Grove of the God Willow. Jim Davis going up to 2. Seeing the cleave come out.
Yeah, the cleave, even though it wasn't needed for the combat, I think is to set up this Legion play for the Noxus Hopeful, as well as get Jim Davis's hand that much lower to trigger the Jinx Legend ability. Also, if you know that you're going to be playing your Jinx Chosen Champion and accelerate it, and that's what happened over there to the Forbidding Waste, then you want to just play that cleave to make the Hopeful hit the board before you're forced to discard it. So again, very heads-up sequencing here from Jim Davis, because this has allowed the maximum use of resources on the turn, even if that cleave was not used to win a combat.
And now we do have that 1 card hidden there with Evelynn. So Peons has to work through what that could possibly be. Down 3-1. First mate going to move down into the Forbidden Waste. -2 might for Jinx while defending. Will be killed in combat. And Peons scoring up to 2. But how does he piece through the puzzle of that northern battlefield? Feyfolk and Pit Rookie in base.
Yeah, it does look like there are some options in the hand of Peons Go Zug Zug if they want to contest this Grove. It does instead look like we're going to develop set Kingpin as Jim Davis takes a look. Again, this is a 5 might unit with tank, and it gets an additional might for each friendly buffed unit at that battlefield. No buffed units to pair with it at the moment, but potentially options because I do see a Showstopper in the hand. The question is, of course, what is the hidden card if you're Peons, because something like a switcheroo could be problematic, though with the buff being added from the Showstopper, you could use your the Boss Legend ability to save this Kingpin.
So Set moving in with the Showstopper. It is a Teemo, but it's not enough might.
No.
And it falls. The northern battlefield loss for Jim Davis. Set the first time we've seen the Chosen Champion come out in this match. And now the Feyfolk will drag in the Noxus Hopeful, but Tank is going to shut down the Hopeful, taking out the Feyfolk. And Jim Davis's board has been obliterated.
Yeah, now the Jinx Legend ability is triggering, so Jim is going to get 2 cards per turn, likely for the rest of this game. But the downside is we have the Kingpin Feyfolk combo online on the side of Peons. So Kingpin specifically with tank, of course, winning those combats, protecting the Feyfolk, but also importantly has the buff, so it can be saved from the boss. Jim Davis, unless it's come in from the sideboard, doesn't have many good ways to deal with that set. We've seen cards like Gust, Falling Star, etc., but Falling Star, the boss legend ability can save it from. Gust, not going to get the job done. There might be something like Star-Crossed or Rebukes in the sideboard of Jim Davis. That could temporarily get rid of it, but of course it's just going to hit the table again. So Jim Davis a bit behind on point tempo compared to games 1 and 2 here. And we do see a falling star, but instead of trying to get rid of the Kingpin, wisely targets units that don't have buffs to kind of slow peons down.
That does clear out that southern battlefield. First mate and the Faithfolk killed. Hopeful developed in the backline for Jim Davis as peons holding up to 4 with set. And we'll get that additional card holding at Grove of the Godwillow.
So, interestingly enough, the judge is reminding peons that we have to have that +1 might there because set Kingpin counts.
There's the challenge taking out the hopeful, and you could see the look on Jim's face. He's not liking what he's seeing, Charmer.
No, not at all. You really needed that hopeful to live for a turn so that you could pair it with whatever you're drawing and try to get some sort of action going. But right now, unless you are top decking into cards like Sneaky Deckhand, you don't have a way to continue to score points. Peons here also maintaining this hold specifically on Grove of the Godwillow, which is problematic for Jim Davis because even though he's getting the extra card from his Jinx Legend ability, Peons is now keeping pace, drawing 2 cards a turn, so you can't even try to attrition battle your way back into this. You're just going to have to match it might for might. And as I said before, this is a list that in many ways, even though it's got aggressive starts, is built for holding. And so the retakes are that much more difficult.
Overzealous fan, the only development for Jim Davis as Peons holds to 7. Jim has his work cut out for him here on this next turn. Let's see how Peons can further develop. As the arena bar.
Yeah, this arena bar at this stage in the game might just be the nail in the coffin because Jim Davis needed a window to get rid of some of these units, but being able to put buffs on essentially everything and kind of pick and choose what you want to use your legend ability on makes it that much more difficult for Jim Davis to get back into it. The beauty of Jim Davis's list is that it's so fast and it's so economical with the way it uses its resources.
Shows his hand, extends it. Oh, that's brutal.
The downside is when it gets to the late game, if they've got big stuff, you don't have a lot of ways to deal with it. And it's even worse when your hand is double seals. So
wow.
Big win for Peons Go Zug Zug there. And that was, I think, a lot of fun to watch.
How thematic was it? We go to game 3 and we finally see the chosen champion. We see the Kingpin come out and he just slammed the door shut.
Yeah, he did exactly what he's supposed to do. He just sits on a battlefield, makes it impossible for your opponent to go into it. We did see the combo with the Faithfolk as well. Jim did have an answer, at least for the Faithfolk portion of that, but ultimately no good way to get rid of that big set Kingpin just camping on a Grove of the Godwillow.
Sometimes that tank keyword's just so sneaky. You know, we even saw Jim like, okay, I'm going to take out that Faithfolk. Wait 1 second. That tank keyword is so crucial in a deck like this. And I think one of the big reasons that it's in that chosen champ slot, not only does it get that additional might with those buffed units, but that tank keyword being able to protect things like your Fioras and like your irresistible Faithfolks, those other important pieces, is just very good each and every game.
Yeah, and even though Peons got the victory, and we're going to get that flowers over to them with an interview in just a moment, I want to take a moment to give Jim Davis his flowers because that was a very innovative take on Jinx. I loved the use of the hidden cards as an additional way to empty your hand. I think a lot of times when folks are looking at building Jinx, they're focused on any of the cards that say discard on them as a way to get cards out, but it turns out just playing a bunch of stuff for power and having a low curve is another great way to empty your hand. So even though ultimately did lose the series, I was very impressed with what I saw in that Jinx list.
Yeah, it was very innovative. When the Bandle Tree came out in that opening game, I was like, wait a second here. That is not what I was expecting. But hey, I love that kind of cook, and he was so close to a 2-0 start. Great match there, but unfortunately fell a little bit short.
All right, well, the winner, Peons Go Zug Zug, is standing by for an interview, so we're going to go hear from them now.
there on the desk, and I am joined by the wonderful Peons Go Zug Zug, taking down Jim Davis on Jinx, who's been playing since set 1. But speaking of set 1, Set the Boss, how does it feel now being 2-0 going into this regional qualifier here?
Feels really good. Can't wait to see what else I can bring.
No, me too. I mean, I think Set is such an exciting deck, and so we have to kind of talk about it, right? We know Colin Kaiser is in the room playing Set. So are you trying to kind of combat against him for a best of maybe, or a top cut appearance?
Yeah, definitely. My first goal is to get to day 2, and then if I can make there, then maybe we can see about trying to get that best of.
But it is really cool to see because we know that Set can be very good. I actually also play Set. I play a brawler version, but not as good as the Kingpin, as every time I see the deck on stream and it does well. So can't really complain there. But, you know, just like the Fae folks and, you know, with the Kingpin, with the tank ability, it flows so well. But I kind of wanted to pick your brain because I know a lot of people, including Colin, play the deck where there's just not a lot of main board draw effects, and you have to basically rely on a lot of your battlefields to do so. But now with the introduction to Valley of Idols, and what we kind of saw in Game 2, it kind of almost went against you when the Teemo got played from the hidden card. Game 2 was a little rough. We don't have to talk about it. But, you know, do you think that's kind of like the recipe for success because Set is so good at like making your opponent use their own cards to remove your units, but as long as they're buffed, you get to keep them around?
Yeah, I think that's what I like about Set is that you can kind of trade, and as long as you have the buff, you can get it back and then go ahead and rebuff and then retake back and everything. So you never feel like you're in a terrible situation unless like Game 2 where I had like absolutely no draw.
No, and it's great to still see, you know, like the deck has its flaws. You can still, you know, lose to these sort of like hyper aggressive decks. But at the end of the day, you know, sometimes if your opponent lets you run wild with like the Fioras, you really can just take advantage of any sort of situation. So I'm just going to ask you kind of on a vibe check. How are you feeling so far? You know, is there a matchup that you're maybe not looking to run into this weekend in your own testing? I know you haven't really, we talked a little bit off air, you haven't really played card games for about 20 years now, and now Riftbound is the one you've gotten into. But coming into your prep for the event, what are you looking to avoid?
I think Azir is just a tough matchup. I think he has so many ways to exchange the might over to a different Sand Soldier, and it's just a tough matchup, I feel.
No, absolutely. And the equipment stick around. Meanwhile, the tokens keep coming, of course. But Peons, excellent job there in round 2. I know you have more rounds to get through, so I'm going to let you take a break since you had a pretty dominating performance there, at least fairly quickly. So we're going to go ahead and send it back.
Thank you.
Absolutely loved that interview. There's 2 things that really stood out to me there. Barrett mentioned that it had been 20 years since he's played card games, but guess what? Riftbound is the one that drew him back in. So that was super cool to hear. And also, he's going for that best of. He believes. So look, we got to get to day 2, but he's coming for Colin. Could be interesting to see the run between these 2.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to seeing what the rest of the event looks like for Peons Go Zug Zug, because it would be nice to have some rivalries on these legends, I think. I know that there are definitely some legends that we associate with certain players right now, like Colin or like Prismat with Annie, but it would be kind of nice to have these stories within a story, like we sometimes have with Diwali and Alan, for example, competing both on Diana. So I'm really looking forward to seeing a run potentially from Peons Go Zug Zug.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a lot of fun to watch. We'll have to keep track of Peons throughout the rest of the day, but I think for now we're actually going to send it over to Kha'Zix. He's going to take us through a little bit of analysis on this match. I don't hear anything. We're back.
Are we back? I saw Kha'Zix.
Yep, we had Kha'Zix there for a second. Not sure. The voices in my head have disappeared currently, so just kind of on standby here. But what is the big thing for you? We heard that interview. He was concerned about Azir. Didn't want to face Azir. Is there anything else that you believe could stand in the way of Set making another deep run to a top cut?
Yeah, I think that's a fair question. When I think about these set lists, they are great at surviving combat outright, but they can sometimes struggle with effects that are returning to hand. So something like the Irelia lists that are combining Star-Crossed with Scuttle Crab, for example, could be problematic because they have very effective ways of getting those units back to hand, and then that kind of invalidates the set legend ability.
Yeah.
Whereas if set it gets good matchups, they want to go into either these kind of Fury-based decks where it's direct damage-based removal, or even some of the order lists where if they're trying to hit with Call the Weak, but you have the buff, you can save the unit that way as well. So I think for me, it's really the decks that can utilize Star-Crossed the most effectively that could also give set some problems.
Yeah, I think that's an excellent point. And it will be interesting to see how well represented things are like Diana. We know that Diana is kind of the big chaos deck of the format right now. It's been between Master Yi and Diana as generally the two most represented decks in the format. So if you can dodge those Dianas, right, dodge some of that other chaos stuff. Of course, we saw the Star-Crossed with Kha'Zix as well, right?
Yeah.
The Star-Crossed with Kha'Zix and the fizz loop that you can get going. So definitely going to need to try and dodge some of those matchups, but just love the buff mechanic and the ability that Set the boss that he gives to just get extra value out of all of your units, because your opponent just has to expend so many of their resources, cards in hand, some of their units on board, and you're just able to quickly save it by spending that buff and for one power, and it feels like that cost is very much covered with how many resources your opponent has to spend.
Yeah, it can very often be covered. One of the things you do have to watch out for, though, is if you overspend on your power, right? I know many times we've heard Colin, for example, talk about how that's the hardest part of playing Set sometimes, because you have a lot of power-intensive plays. Cards like Challenge, cards like Punch First, they're eating your power. And then if your Legend is also eating power, if you're using it to save every last unit, well, then sometimes you just run out of the ability to play anything relevant. So it is a balance, but you are correct. A lot of times it is worth it when you are looking at the investment of something like a Kingpin, for example, or even the Feyfolk, just because it's such a powerful card. Yes, paying a power and getting rid of the buff is just as good as if I drew another card and then played it, right? So that's, I think, the real key is measuring, is the recycle and the buff worth the same as if I had drawn the card and played it right now?
So definitely something you have to time and use it conservatively at those proper times. But if you do it, it certainly pays off. I think we are going to send it over to Kangas to bring up some analysis on this previous match.
Thank you very much. Sorry to keep you waiting. We were just building the anticipation of this one because I want to break down one of my favorite decks, and that is Jinx, and a very unique build of it, but then also highlight how Peon Go Zug Zug was able to play through it. Now, what I want to highlight here specifically, I haven't seen a lot of Jinx decks go for this strategy, but we are going for a heavy hidden Jinx. The idea of Jinx in general is you want to keep your hand size low, because then you can actually utilize your legend ability up here that says when you start your turn with one or fewer cards, you can draw an extra card. So let's start the clip from here, because really there's one option when you're against a hidden deck, and Peon Go Zug Zug is just going to take that option, keep punching them. You got to figure out what those hidden cards are eventually, and sometimes they're not ones that you're happy with. So this suddenly increases the might, and this is the issue of punching into hiddens. But again, you got to figure out what they are. When you're playing an orange-yellow deck, you don't really have the luxury of things like Defy, things like Not So Fast that can help you get through hidden cards, and even a hidden unit, as Jim is playing a lot of in this list, is going to be able to stick there anyway. So I like this because, again, it's keeping your hand size low, but the strength of it is you can hold better with hidden, but you're not able to punch as hard. And we're going to see that actually come back to bite Jim later on here, as I believe we can actually jump over to the next clip here, because I don't think we see this hidden card flipped yet. Yep. So here I want to highlight the next one. The Merchant goes back. We still have this hidden. Eventually the Fiora gets buffed. And what do you think Peon Go Zug Zug is going to do? If you said punch, you're right. Let's play it from here because as we start the clip, the Fiora is going to gank over. You got to keep punching into the hidden cards. And this one of my favorites, sometimes it's just a one-of, sometimes you got a lot of them. This is going to be the switcheroo. Ooh, that's not good for the Fiora player. You have to pay the deflect cost, but still you're able to clear that unit. Now, Pion Go Zug Zug in game 1 just keeps punching, is able to take it. Let's jump ahead to the next clip here because that should start in game 2. And again, Jim Davis is able to get onto 2 points with 2 hiddens. This is kind of the dream of a hidden-based deck, but as we start the clip from here, we can see that as long as you just keep punching, you can clear them out. This one goes better for the Jinx pilot. Jim is able to actually take game number 2. I love the Teemo in the Jinx list. I was playing this back in Origins in Jinx because, again, when you hide cards, you just get essentially a free placement, get your hand size low, you maximize your legend ability, and it makes it really tough because as we actually fast forward here, Pion Go Zug Zug is feeling the pressure of playing against a hidden deck, especially when you go in second. You want to spend a lot of resources. We're actually going to pay the full cost for a Call to Glory, I believe, in this play, just to clear out the battlefield and then go in to score a point. But we see Jim Davis is still able to hold on from that position and close out. So it's a tough spot for Pion Go Zug Zug to be in, but he's still, the one strategy set has is punch, punch, punch through the hiddens. Let's jump to the next clip here because this should go into game number 3. And this one, Jim Davis kind of starts off in an okay spot, but we can see Pion Go Zug Zug's already doing the same strategy, punching in. Let's see what this hidden card is. So far, we've had 2 Teemos, we've had a switcheroo, and it's another Teemo. Jim Davis is on a very heavy unit list. We saw Evelyn's as well. We didn't actually get any of those hidden that then revealed themselves, but the Teemo's not enough to hold that point. If you just keep punching, eventually you'll punch through. And I just want to highlight the weakness of this version of Jinx. If we jump to the next still here, this is essentially the point that you don't want to be at as Jinx. If you see this, you know, let's get a nice little drawing here. You might notice something. No units on the board of Jim Davis, and when you're playing the hidden Jinx, you're not playing a lot of accelerate units. You're not playing a lot of ways to get onto the field. Already used our chosen champion Jinx, so you're not really going to be able to win from this position. So Pion Go Zug Zug just punched his way to victory and punched through all the hidden cards of Jim Davis. So fun to see this version of Jinx. Was not able to get the win, but I'm still happy to have Jinx's highlighted on stream. Congrats out to Pion Go Zug Zug for getting the victory regardless. That's all I got here. We're going to throw it to a short break before we're back with our round 3 future match.
All right, we've got another round of hot takes. At this point, I am sweating. We have heard the hot takes. At the end of the weekend, who is going to be claiming the trophy and becoming a regional qualifier champion?
Ooh, if Alan's here, I would love to see Alan take another regional.
Definitely not me, unfortunately.
Hopefully me.
I mean, I'm here for it.
I don't know. I mean, I've got a friend in the tournament, so I feel like I have to root for them. I feel bad if my friend didn't win. And a legend. It'd be cool to see Teemo sneak it.
Squirtle. Squirtle, yeah. Is he here?
No, I don't think he's coming this week.
Okay. Prismaticism.
I hope somebody like that hasn't won yet with a champ that hasn't won yet. I'm hoping that something comes out of the woodwork a little bit.
Honestly, I think it'll be someone new. We brought a lot of really good players from the Mid-Atlantic region, from Southern Virginia, Central Virginia. I think there's a lot of players who have not played in a regional yet that are going to show up big.
As much as I'd like to say me and Ivern, sadly, I'm not sure that's the reality for this weekend. I think my buddy's got a good chance. Yeah, I'd say look out for the Master Yi Frog Watch community. We're coming out with a bunch of Yi decks this weekend and looking strong.
All right, so I'm going to walk it back a sec because I did say I think Priz is going to win it, and I think he's in the running, but I think that, man, if it's not Priz, I'm going to go with my boy Anton on Volibear. Just, you know, redemption arc, sweeping the top 8. It's going to be like Diana's and Anton in the top 8. He's going to take it down.
There you go. We're rocking and rolling. That is this set of hot takes. We'll send it back to you.
Hello, everybody. Kangas here with Billionaire, everyone's favorite best of volley player. You've won so many times on the Volibear, best of, but you're still eluding that top 8. So I got to ask here, is this the time? Is Hartford the tournament for you?
It's the last chance, so I really hope it's a tournament for me. I was super devastated in Utrecht going 11-1 and then being the only X1 to not be able to draw in, and I got the pair down into a bad matchup and ended up losing and coming in 14th. I was so close. I would love to do it. This is the last chance where I can win a best of volley, so this is probably the last chance you'll see me playing volley unless something changes. So I do think I'm positioned well. I looked at the pre-regional like stats and stuff for what is in the event. Sivir is down, which is good for me, and Yi and Diana are both up, which are great matchups for volley. So theoretically, I could have a very strong bracket all the way as long as I keep winning and make top 8.
You said Yi and Diana are both good matchups?
Great matchup.
I feel like a lot of people are afraid of the Diana, so why do you think that's a good matchup for Volibear in particular?
I think Diana's actually really weak into red decks, especially Falling Star decks, and there's just not a lot of red at the top of the format right now ever since, you know, the fall of Draven, so... but Volley is still really well positioned. Falling Star just wrecks that deck, and they also just like they have a ways to deal with like your Rengar and your Forerunner in the mid game very well. I mean, they do have shrinks and stuff like that, but it's just you run them out of creatures very quickly. You have a lot of efficient removal, and your guys are just way too big.
Okay, yeah, I love hearing people that know their decks so well talk about these, especially the top matchups, because a lot of people are still afraid of Diana. But I'm going to put you on the spot, Billionaire, because I'm going to give you credit for having dragons in your list. The Gem Dragon, one of my favorite cards.
Love Jimmy D.
Oh, is that the nickname?
Yeah, that's
Jimmy
the nickname,
D?
Jimmy D.
Jimmy D. You got the Jimmy Ds in the deck. I'm going to take some points off for the Aurora. I'm an Aurora hater. I still don't like that card. But I love the dragons in the deck. I'm playing Dragon Volibear myself. So talk to me about why you made certain choices in your deck, because it was a very unique one. A lot of people think Aurora, they think, oh, just the Elder Dragon, just the big things.
Right, just big dudes.
Yeah, you had a lot of little guys, well, more medium guys in there, right?
A decent amount of medium guys, yeah. So I play the 3 Rengars and the 3 Forerunners, which gives you a lot of play in the middle game. Rengar is just the craziest thing you can do on turn 2 going second, especially when he costs no power. That's the biggest thing, is like you could play both of these units and Volley refunds you the power that you spend, so it lets you just get deeper into the ruins and play bigger and bigger guys every turn. Going second, for instance, you can literally go like Rengar on 2, kill their guy. The next turn you play Forerunner for no power, and then the next turn you could just play your Aurora. And you could just curve like that without going down in power at all, which is really strong. And even when you play your Aurora, you get to refund 1 as well, because you play a guy off of the Aurora.
Exactly, right? It's less of like the crazy high-end Aurora plays, because you might hit a Ferris Forerunner off of it, not the Elder Dragon, but you're playing the game earlier than a lot of Aurora decks, because most Aurora decks don't even like play the first couple of turns.
Yeah, they don't get to play until like 9 runes,
Yeah, so how confident were you in that list being able to get you there? Because you were that close, and like, have you been tweaking it at all? Or do you think that like, nope, you were like right on the money?
I think I was mostly on the money with the main deck. I think the side deck I've been tweaking a little bit. I'm trying a different side deck today. It's been going okay. We'll see if I switch it up a little bit for tomorrow, but mostly the main deck feels really locked. It's just kind of very meta dependent. Like, I did see a lot less Sivirs, so I thought maybe I would play less Sabotage in the main because I was on 3. Like, I've been on 3 for the longest, but maybe I could like go down to 2 and play another interaction piece for like more aggressive decks because I'm seeing a lot less Sivir. But other than that, I think the list is pretty much almost perfect.
Okay, what are you worried about playing against? What's the deck you don't want to match up against?
Sivir. I don't want to match up against Sivir. I don't want to play against Last Rites. That's miserable. And the yellow decks are also good. Like, you guys saw me lose to Azir last week, or no, sorry, to Rek'Sai. But also I did lose to Azir, and that was the one loss that I had in Swiss until that final round. So.
Okay, well, a lot of people are going to be cheering you on. A lot of Volibear enthusiasts. Do you have a message for any of your fans out there?
Yeah, Volibear is really good, and you don't need Aurora to win, so stop telling me that that I'm just an Aurora player, because this deck plays without it just fine.
All right, thank you so much for the interview.
Hey everyone, my name's Grenton, and I'm here to show you a deck that's been putting up consistent results from all the way back in Origins. I have the pleasure of showcasing Set from Colin, from Challenger TCG, and this deck list has some spice in it, that's for sure. It's actually built around Set Kingpin, which is a bit different than most Set decks, and this deck is built around the fact of sitting on a battlefield, making it very difficult for your opponent to break it, and having Set protect your other units, and then using your Legend to pull back Set when he ultimately does get killed through a combat. There's some very key cards in this deck list that are very important to its strategy, and the first one is Call to Glory. Call to Glory is a staple in every Set deck, and this kind of allows you to just fully tap out, get some tempo, develop some of your board presence, but also have a 3-might swing, or a 2-might swing if you do have to spend a buff, to kind of throw off your opponent's math. Additionally, other cards that help you to do that are cards like Punch First. Punch First is a staple in most body decks because of the fact it's pretty undercosted, right? It's only 1 and 2 power to play, and if you can save a unit with this, it's technically only 1 in a power because your set actually doesn't have to get used to save that specific unit. And with cards like Irresistible Faithfolk, who with Unleashed gives Set another method of control, is you can have a really, really big battlefield and move that Faithfolk in, bring one of your opponent's key units to that battlefield, and then your Set Kingpin, because of the tank keyword, allows you to protect that Faithfolk and keep it updated. This is a deck that has a lot of nuance, has been changed a lot since Origins, and I know we are very excited to see how it does here at the Hartford Regional, but that's all I have for you today. Thank you, and I'll see you.
That guy knows what he's talking about.
Who was that?
I don't know. He's handsome, though.
Nah, you look better.
Oh, thanks.
Yeah.
I appreciate you.
How's it going? Is that our intro? Is that our official intro? That's how we're starting this one off? Let's
That's how we're starting it off.
We got Kha'Zix and Grenton here. Okay, so when people were out there, you're a popular guy, Gren. I got to give you some flowers because when we were walking through the crowd amongst the people, you know, players were stopping left and right to shake your hand, ask you questions. You're a bit of a big deal, aren't you?
I wouldn't say a big deal necessarily,
Okay.
but I'm usually in different attire. I'm usually, you know, wearing judge clothing and running up and down and, you know, making sure people have a good time, which is naturally then people will gravitate towards that because, you know, events go well, people are happy, everyone goes home.
I thought players were supposed to not get along with the judges. Wow.
Riftbound is turning a new leaf.
Yeah, breaking through barriers. Let's go,
That's
Greg.
right.
Well, happy to be on the cast with you. It's going to be a lot of fun. Your first time, you know, casting for one of these regional qualifiers, correct?
Yeah, I'm super excited. First
Yeah?
time behind the desk. I got to watch you guys kind of have some fun in the previous RQs. And, you know, for the last one of Unleashed, I couldn't have picked a better one to have the opportunity to cast on.
Now you get to have fun. There we go. Yeah, you get to see what it's like on this side with the bright lights on us.
Yeah, exactly.
Well, we're going into round 3 here. It's going to be a very fun time. And this is my first time on our regional qualifier where chat actually gets to vote on the matchups that we see. So I'm very excited for that. And I made the mistake because we were backstage helping like kind of say, oh, these are cool matchups to look for rounds 1 and 2. And then I was like, wait a minute, I was given all the decks that I wanted to cast. And now I'm on desk, and these are the matchups. I am very excited for all of these still, though. So I think we got some great options ahead of us regardless.
Yeah, we have obviously D-Ziden right on LeBlanc, very well known for the deck, kind of popularized a little bit. I'm a huge Poppy fan, and I think that's a very interesting matchup to see. But on the other side, Vi, one of another Unleashed legends where, you know, very unique playstyle with dealing excess damage and trying to go over the top of things. And then obviously Master Yi is, you know, the fan favorite of this tournament. So 2 very good matches, and the votes are exactly echoing that, right? It's a very close vote between these 2 matches.
Okay, so I just want to, if it skews anybody's opinion, I'm expecting the Poppy match to be an Aurora deck.
But
it's not.
LeBlanc plays good into Aurora.
Okay, but I'm just saying, I think people should be educated. They should know before voting, and now it's getting more percentages.
Yeah,
so
so
it
maybe
seems like people are really into it.
Yeah, I guess they want to see the Poppy Aurora. It is a
suppose.
unique Aurora, right? It's not like the Chaos body Aurora that we usually see.
Yeah, I mean, you're still going to be expecting things like Elder Dragon in there, but then, you know, Rift Herald, that's a fun one to come out. And, you know, your Poppy chosen champion as well. 5 energy comes in ready once your opponent's ahead, which you kind of expect to happen when Aurora. But, okay, it looks like things are equalizing. Maybe my message got through.
Yeah, maybe they caught up, yeah.
I'm just saying, everybody, Vi would be kind of cool. I'm not biased. I'm not
I like
biased
Vi
against
too,
any of these
don't get me
decks.
wrong.
Yeah.
I'm a simple guy. If it has order in it, I want to watch it.
Okay.
Yeah.
So order's your favorite domain then?
And there it is.
Okay.
We're going to see a double order game, which is super fun.
Double order game. LeBlanc is one of the most exciting decks that I've kind of gotten to see in Unleashed release. I think it's one of the most competitive for sure. Out of that and Diana are kind of like the top 2 right now. But I was surprised, along with many, that LeBlanc wasn't getting as many top 8s. Hasn't really been pushing for you know, a championship or anything like that. So I think that LeBlanc still has a lot to prove right now when you look at the landscape of the meta.
Yeah, and there's going to be it's a big bad, right? But they're going to be going up against the Poppy. And let's take a look at what this Poppy deck actually looks like, right? We were kind of speculating a little bit of what is going to be. And obviously, as we see, it's a Poppy deck that is running Aurora, but notably, one of Vanguard Armory in the deck. So you do have that kind of early game pressure. And when you don't have an opportunity to really like ping units through your Elder Dragon, this kind of acts as a heat-seeking missile, right? When you have an Elder Dragon in play, you make some recruits, and you just send them in as removal on the battlefields. And like you mentioned, right, the Rift Heralds, the Harness Dragons are there as well, and one main deck Ruination, which I find phenomenal.
Yeah, I do like that a lot. So there's going to be a lot of opportunity to just wipe the board, whether it's Elder Dragon, whether it's Ruination, Elder Dragon Plus, all these units you're playing. It's just interesting to see something like Vanguard's Armory in a Aurora deck, simply because when you play it, you typically want to be on that 9 energy ramp, right? And this will put you back to an 8 energy on your next turn if you don't have a gold gear. I do see things, you know, they can generate gold gears, so maybe they are able to still get there regardless. Or if you're on, you know, if you're going first, you're going to be on that, you know, that 9 anyway, because you'd be at 8 on the turn you play the Vanguard's Armory. But it's still a cool secondary option. It's just surprising to see.
Yeah, Blood Money is kind of a card here that's going to allow you to, it's the Order version of Gust, so to speak, right? So you'll kind of just hold up 2 runes, and then when your opponent moves into the battlefield, you'll play it, and assuming they don't pump it over 2 might, you do get a gold token, so it allows you to kind of play out that Vanguard Armory or get a bit more aggressive with an early Sabotage to see if you can clearly play your Aurora on the next turn. So it allows you to kind of play a bit safer. But the name of the game here, like most Aurora decks, is we have cards like Confront, we have cards like Rally the Troops. We're just trying to draw into our Aurora, find the Aurora, and play it. And cards like Vanguard Armory, Rift Herald, and Harness Dragon are cards that we don't mind, you know, playing from hand necessarily, because even if we have the Elder Dragon in our hand, which for Chaos Aurora decks is kind of the worst case scenario, with this one, surprise, sacrifice, here comes the Elder Dragon into play, and the opponent has to kind of really focus and play around that.
Exactly, and just with the wealth of removal options, because typical, you know, the Chaos Aurora decks will still run the Flurry of Blades, but now with Harness Dragon to boot, you just have extra removal options. Cold a Week as well for early game. If you're against like an aggro deck, that's one of the weaknesses of the Chaos builds, because you can't really deal with a lot of the bodies on the field outside of things like Gust, but Cold a Week is a great tool to just say, no, you're not going to score 2 every turn until I get the Aurora set up.
Yeah, and I do want to talk about the Ruination a little bit. Some populists I've seen are running a Divine Judgment, other ones are running Ruination, and it's kind of your reset button, right? In this case, if you have a Vanguard Armory out or you have an Aurora out, you don't care about kind of, you know, wiping the board, because you can wipe the board, exhaust your Vanguard Armory, create 3 recruits, or, you know, move to the end of turn, trigger your Aurora, and do that. Divine Judgment.
Rift Herald out. I mean, you get the Death Knell anyway, so it doesn't even really hurt that much if you Ruination on your own Rift Herald. So very unique take on the deck. I like a lot of these tools. Is it time to talk about the competition, though?
Yeah, LeBlanc. It's the deck that I actually play. I play 2 decks in this format. I play my pet deck, which is Lux, and then I play this version of Hook LeBlanc.
You are the villain. I have heard that.
Correct,
you are on the Limitless Lux, as we're calling it. But we're not talking about that right now. It's LeBlanc's time. Another Rift Herald. This is a baited Hook build of LeBlanc. We got to see some baited Hook in recent, you know, top 8. So there was like a Darius top 8 in Utrecht. That was really cool to see, which is a low bridge baited Hook. This is a traditional high bridge baited Hook. You're trying to turn your 1 mites into 2 mites, into 3 mites, into 4 mites, into 5 mites, and keep going. Notably, of course, no 4 mites in the list, but still, you can turn something like a Glask into the Ruined Rex, or even like a Harness Dragon, and then eventually you'll get to that Rift Herald as well.
Yeah, and what's notable here is this list has changed over time, right? Challenger TCG is very public about what they do and the tech and the reasons why, and they, you know, help the community through coaching and stuff like that. And we have 2 Watchers now in this deck, right? Previously, they tried 1, they tried 0, but these Thousand-Tailed Watchers, especially if you see them off a hook, where you can just accelerate it in, it's a complete tempo swing sometimes, and you have such good targets to kind of do that stepping ladder of hook stuff, where you'll hook a Glask into a Harness Dragon or a Rex, then hook that Rex into a Watcher, and then if you need to hook the reflection of the Watcher that you make, then you can find your Rift Herald to insulate yourself. So it kind of lets you have your cake and eat it too, and I really like this list specifically, especially running Aspirant's Climb to kind of push into the end game.
I am noticing, though, that we're only on 3 Soaring Scout, 3 Watchful Sentry, and those are the only 2 energy units. So you're kind of accepting that there will be games you go first and you don't see a turn 1 play. And a lot of players don't like that type of math. They prefer, no, I'm just going to maximize the chances of having that turn 1 play. Seems like Desiden's going to go for more of a patient play. Like, obviously, you still have the opportunity to open these, and then that feels great, but you're kind of accepting that you won't always.
Yeah, this is very much a late game deck, as you can see by the list and the stopping power. But I think the players here are just about ready.
All right. Well, we had our vote. You decided you wanted LeBlanc versus Poppy, so we're going to give it to you. And it's a Baited Hook versus an Aurora, so gear-heavy matchup here. Two of the strongest gears in Riftbound competitive play. Got a chance to actually speak with Ziden in an interview just earlier today. Don't know if we'll have a chance to listen in on that, but very, very fun character. Very, very fun personality, and he gave a lot of his thoughts on LeBlanc. He was saying that he changed up a couple of things, but he's on a very unit-heavy list. He admitted that himself, and of course, with the Baited Hook, no surprise there.
Yeah, and LeBlanc it's a deck where your gameplay, your style, your approach changes based on where you are, right? You play the Star Spring game very differently than you play the Windswept game.
Yep.
And the Aspirants game is kind of like, okay, you're usually up 1-0, or at the very least you're in game 3 with this Aspirants game, and you can kind of sit back a little bit and play the end game.
Yeah.
However, the issue with when you're playing into an Aurora deck is playing the end game doesn't necessarily
what if it's double Aspirants? You know, we're going to 10 points potentially.
Yeah, usually Aspirant players will play it when they're going second, but we'll take a look here as we jump into game 1, and he does find his 2-drop. He gets that Watchful Sentry, and he's going to pass it back over to the Poppy, channeling 3 runes. The ideal here is to find that Mobilize, and we do, so Jesse's going to go up to 4, and we'll couple turns off Aurora here.
So I always like to highlight when people get an ideal start. I would argue that this is the ideal start for both. Maybe you could argue Soaring Scout's a little better for LeBlanc because then you can ramp up your runes. But you know, the Watchful Sentry is still fantastic. But of course, the Aurora deck will always want to see that Mobilize.
Yeah, and we're going to go into the Star Spring there. Obviously, no runes up for Blood Money, so we're going to create that reflection of that Watchful Sentry. Try to get a unit probably played down to that Star Spring to try to get point tempo going. We want to stay on even points, right? It's an 8-point game. If we can score 2 a turn and make it a little bit awkward for our Poppy player to come back into the game, we can close out the first one pretty quickly here if we're Ziden, and that's exactly what we do. Another Watchful Sentry, actually, and we're going to trigger that Star Spring and go right back over to the Sigil. This is actually kind of notable for LeBlanc because you are a pretty power-hungry deck, so kind of conquering that Sigil is going to be a little bit more difficult.
But on the bright side, you're scoring points fast. That is the what you kind of really need to focus on against an Aurora list. Maybe with Baited Hook and things like Thousand Tail and your own Rift Heralds, you are able to deal with some of the bigger bodies, but you can also just win before they get to their big sweeps. So I like this play from Ziden overall. Let's see what Jesse's answer is, as it's just going to be establishing the Poppy.
Yeah, and what's interesting with Poppy is if you do have a sacrifice, it acts as ramp, right?
Oh,
so you can play your chosen champion, sacrifice her, and then you'll channel that 1 rune, draw 2 cards. So it helps you dig for Aurora. It also helps you get on Aurora runes, because now what we're going to do is there's going to be a window of priority probably at one point in this next turn from the LeBlanc player. So perhaps Jesse's just waiting to see what happens in case we need to sacrifice. Could maybe bait out a mirror image here and sacrifice in reaction to that mirror image.
Did you see the sacrifice in hand? Because I know there were 2 in the deck list, but I didn't spot if there was one in hand.
I think I might have seen one after Jesse played the Poppy, but I'm not 100% sure. So we're going to have to kind of sit in the tank here at Ziden to see pilots this 3rd turn here.
So we're in the start of the beginning step here, where the temporary token has died and drawn a card, and now we can choose to use the LeBlanc passive, the Deceiver. I like calling it I play a lot of League, so I always call it the passive, but I know it's the legend.
Yeah, we're going to make another Watchful Sentry. We actually pitch a Harness Dragon, which, again, in this matchup, you'll probably need it later anyway, so it's kind of, not a great card to have in your hand this early on. And now this allows us to, if we really need to, we can play our chosen champion to the Star Spring if we don't want to give them more information. But we want to make sure that we're insulated against this Poppy next turn, because if we lose that Star Spring and we're forced to kind of reconquer, and that's exactly what's going to happen here. We're going to put a big unit on this Star Spring to bring back that reflection, or actually it looks like we're going to bring back the real one. And this is really smart by Ziden, because we don't want that reflection to just die next turn, and there's the sacrifice to ramp us into Aurora runes for next turn. And this is a really heads-up play because Ziden pretty much is now tapped out, played their entire turn, assuming they weren't going to be on Aurora runes next turn, and now they are.
Yeah, it's a really cool deck there. I had not seen a Poppy actually pull that off. I played against a couple Poppies in my locals, but I haven't tested against the deck truly, so that's my first time seeing that pulled off. And that means that now if Jesse has the Aurora, that is going to come down on this turn. This is the entire goal of the deck, and off the top deck. Off the top, you can't script it like that. Oh, that
is cinema.
Remember, chat voted for this, so
Yes,
Aurora has
correct.
hit the field and will now, at the end of every turn, reveal from the top of the deck until you get a unit, and then play that unit. Let's see what the first one is.
And it's a dragon. It's
Elder
always a dragon.
Okay.
It's always a dragon.
It could be a herald, technically.
That is true. It could be a
but
dragon
you're right.
or a
It
herald.
always is a dragon, it seems, yeah.
Yeah, and we do get the information, though. I believe that Jesse's running, we know he's running one Repulse. So Designen saw that on the flip, so he knows it's at the bottom of the deck. So if there is a mirror image in hand and there's a way to kind of deal with that Elder Dragon, it could be a good time to use it. However, we're only going to be on 5 runes next turn here because we had to recycle one last turn for Conquering, and we recycled one for Vi. So this is where the Sigil tax, so to speak, comes into play a lot because, yes, we're at 5 points, but this is an ideal spot for an Aurora player, right? We just want to be below 6 for our opponent. Our Aurora's established. We're ready to go. We have a full grip of cards in our hands, and we can protect our units that we're playing. And then start, maybe we'll see Poppy triggered.
I would say that like the ideal outs right now for Deciding would be things like Hold a Week. If you have something like that, if you can deal with the Elder Dragon, or honestly Salvage, maybe both. Like if you can get both of those, Salvage is highest priority to just deal with the Aurora, and a lot of LeBlancs are maining it. I believe there's one in Deciden's main deck. I think we saw at least one. Some people are on 2. No Salvage in the main.
No Salvage.
Oh. And I'm looking at the sideboard. It looks like no Salvage in there either.
Yeah, this is...
I guess
No
I just
Cold
kind of
Elite.
assumed that there were salvages in there.
Yeah, it's a very tight 40 when it comes to LeBlanc, I believe, and this list is kind of made to play into the field, right? We're not really
Sure.
tech for some stuff. The sideboard has, some of the stuff that we're used to seeing in order sideboards that can deal with Aurora, can deal with, single unit or double unit kind of play styles. But we're actually going to throw away our Thousand Tail Watcher. Again, kind of useless here. We can go, up here to lethal range in terms of closing out this game 1. Game 2 and 3 becomes a lot better for the LeBlanc player because you do have access to that sideboard. The game 1's the awkward one. So we're actually going to jump up here and go to 6. And now this is kind of where the vice grip of Aurora decks come into play.
Yeah, because again, you're always having to recycle one of your runes whenever you conquer a Sigil, and that is now, what, 3 times that Decidin has had to deramp, plus the power cost of a lot of their cards. So really painful for Decidin. Has the Kha'Zix on board, so with the Saurian Scout dying, presumably that will channel then 2 runes plus the 2 at the start of your turn. So we can expect Decidin to have 7, barring maybe like a challenge from Jesse. Like if you have that, you probably hit the Kha'Zix.
And there's the
Sabotage is great.
Sabotage, yeah, this is really good here. You're going to obviously take that mirror image away from from Decidin. Glass can sacrifice here. I think this is going to be a really tough one to come back into. However, we do have a Kha'Zix in play, so we're able to draw a bunch of cards next turn. With the Watchful is going to die from the Reflection, and most likely we're going to probably move this Elder Dragon into the Star Spring to try to take it over. Blood Money is obviously good too, and we're going to be able to kind of establish ourselves on a battlefield. We're making a gold here as well from the side of Poppy.
Interesting that that was the sequence chosen, because looking at the hand of Jesse, from what I've seen, I don't think there's really much else that you're going to be doing. So like you could Blood Money first and then use the Sabotage to see the additional cards, but now there's 2 cards that Decidin has that Jesse's unaware of.
Yeah, it's technically now we're at 4 cards, right? Because we have 2 Watchfuls that died. So yeah, maybe a bit of a missequence. However, we're established now on the Star Spring. We're going to trigger this Aurora. I did see a Flurry of Blades in hand. I did see a Elder Dragon in hand. So if we do get a Rift Herald, we can kind of slap it on the battlefield with the Elder Dragon and feel pretty safe here.
Yeah. Catalyst to make sure that Jesse's just full ramp. There are still 2 more runes available, so at the start of Jesse's turn, that will be a full 12. That Elder could also just come down as a natural Elder Dragon, an ethical Elder Dragon.
Some might say. And there's the Harness Dragon to get rid of Kha'Zix. And this is kind of picture perfect for the Poppy player. This is the run out that you would like, but it also just goes to show how fast the LeBlanc deck can go. And this is not on their Windswept game, right? So their Windswept game, they usually go much faster than this, and it's a post-sideboard game for them.
I usually call the Windswept game the auto-win for LeBlanc. It's just like so hard to stop that. But here's the Glass Mixologist coming out, and we know that there's the Sacrifice in hand. A lot of other cards were drawn from Decidin, though.
Yeah, and the Sacrifice in hand would have been obviously much more impactful if the Kha'Zix was still in play. Right now, there's just a couple Watchful Sentries and a Soaring Scout and a Kha'Zix in the trash for Decidin. So the target here, if we do kill our Glass Mixologist, is obviously going to be the Kha'Zix. I would expect him to start to develop his Fragmented LeBlanc.
next turn. Obviously, he doesn't have enough runes to do it this turn, but he just has to kind of sit there and, hang out.
You know, when you said yesterday to my face that you don't say LeBlanc, you say LeBlanc, I didn't believe you. And then you just, in that moment, I noticed, did not say the C.
Well, that's how it's pronounced.
LeBlanc.
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 LeBlanc. Okay, I'll work on that. All right, well, Harness Dragon's going into the Sigil of the Storm. Gonna conquer a point there. And now is when the Aurora deck just keeps tightening that grip. There's that Elder Dragon coming down, ethically.
That's an ethically played Elder Dragon.
Yep, ethically played Elder Dragon. That is the official industry term.
Yeah, and we were going to have the sacrifice here. Obviously, our Glask is going to die regardless. We want to kind of get some card economy and get some runes back from the brutal early game that we had of just recycling over and over again. And I think Desiden's trying to think now what he's looking to bring back with that Glass Mixologist trigger. I mean, notably, because sacrifice you're killing as a cost, you don't get to draw your cards before you resolve your Glass Mixologist. You have to resolve that Glass Mixologist first.
Sure. Yeah, the Death Knell will add to the chain. So, cost paid, now Glass Mixologist. We assume would be Kha'Zix. The only other decision would be Watchful Sentry if Desiden's digging for something very specific that he doesn't have yet. But I still just, okay, and that is. So, it's a tough spot to be in for Desiden. And in moments like this, you just kind of assume the Aurora player has taken control of the game. Yeah, like I don't see an angle that a LeBlanc, a LeBlanc can take this one.
Yeah, there's a world where, I mean, now with Rift Herald, we did see the Elder Dragon played from hand, so I don't think there's any legal targets in the hand of Jesse. But there is a world where we can perhaps mirror image, if we can find it, an Elder Dragon, move it into Sigil of the Storm, and then move our Watchful Sentry into Star Spring to kill the other Elder Dragon with our Elder Dragon passive.
Yeah.
But then you still facing two things in the back, so a hook would be another thing we're trying to find, so we can hook one of our Elder Dragons and perhaps find, Ruined Rex or a Harness Dragon of our own to try to clear that backline as well.
I'm feeling like one of the only outs that Desiden's going to have truly, outside of like reestablishing like a Kha'Zix with multiple Ruined Rex, is to try and snipe a lot of stuff. Mirror Image, which we've already lost one of. So,
and we do see one in the hand.
Oh, there is one in hand for Desiden. He did draw 4 on that one turn, plus now a couple off of sacrifice. So Desiden does have a lot of cards in hand. Will require multiple Mirror Images, plus potential things like, I don't know, Vi Peacekeeper, maybe something like that can get you in. It's going to be easier to score 1 point than 2, though, for Desiden at this point.
Yeah, I actually don't hate the idea of we do have a Vi as well in hand, so that is probably the line that we're trying to figure out here, is how we want to try to clear, obviously, both battlefields, but we want to try to disrupt that backline as well if we can. If we can't, then we just set up Elder Dragons on our battlefield, and then they can't really push in either because we're just all going to die together.
Yeah. But we at least know Desiden has the ability to deal with that Harness Dragon with Watchful Sentry. Vi Peacekeeper will stun, and then 6 will trade with 6. So Desiden has at least one line that I've identified. Haven't seen the rest of the hand, though, outside of the Mirror Image, which, of course, Mirror Image could just, like, take the Elder, crash into the Harness Dragon as well, make a copy like you had been highlighting before. Won't help you hold necessarily, but it will make it difficult for Jesse to score additional points. But, I mean, Jesse, if you hold for 1 here and then you're at 4, you're probably fine. You're on the even number at that point because you're at the odd number. So if you're ever denied 1 point, it's not, like, that detrimental to your pace of play.
Yeah, you do have a couple more turns here, right? Jesse's on 3, so even if you just take this turn to develop, which is a very real option as well, you can kind of develop. They'll go to 5. You have 2 more turns after that, right? They'll go to 7, then they'll go to 8 if they hold again. There's no way that I believe that we saw on the Poppy deck list that you can kind of cheat points. So you're pretty safe here if you're designing. I think maybe the decision point we're seeing here before he takes his action is he's trying to decide if we're going to develop or if we're going to try to push.
If you're developing, it's about getting as many bodies as possible because that Mirror Image will eventually take the Elder Dragon and then you can just send all of your like little bodies in, but it's going to be a big development here with
one big dude.
One big one.
Yep.
And it's not the altar.
Nope. I mean, we're getting a nice showcase of different, card arts and Riftbound through this the game. We have the regular Rift Herald on the right. We have the alt art on the left. And we have the regular Elder Dragons, it looks like, as well on the side of Jesse. So Jesse now has, we finally triggered Poppy, the legend, which is, now we're going to get 2 XP. Yeah. We get 1 XP per hold, and then we can spend 3 XP to draw a card, which is super fun sometimes. So we're at 2 XP now on the side of Jesse. So 1 more hold, and we can, draw 1 card, which is obviously going to be pretty fun. But now I'm curious what we're tapping. Looks like a Rift Herald, if I had to guess.
That is 8 with 1 recycle. That feels like a Rift Herald, and it is.
Yep. And this is where it gets very, very difficult if you're D-Ziden, right? These battlefields are getting massive. We do have a mirror image in hand, so we don't care.
Sure.
We just need 1 damage per unit that's there when we have the mirror imaged Elder Dragon. So that's totally fine. Also, Rift Herald stipulates that you do have to play the unit to base, so you don't have to worry about like a surprise from the hand into that battlefield to start another showdown. But this is where our Jesse wants to be. Yeah, I whiffed a little bit, and we go next.
The Rift Herald movement not getting the value there, but in Aurora list, it's not always expected to. The bigger value is getting something out of your hand, and now the Aurora trigger in the end step, another Harness Dragon.
Yeah, so you're either giving them a card or you're
huge.
letting them play a unit. I'm probably going to see, I don't know, Glask maybe get played? We're going to sacrifice our own. Again, just getting value from stuff that's already going to die is very optimal.
The reason I feel like that's a very impactful hit, though, is because ideally, D-Ziden would, like, on their turn, be able to crash the Herald in and then play something like a Thousand Tail, accelerated, getting everything lower. That's no longer going to be a play, but the Rex is a nice alternative, I will say.
Yeah, and we're going to have quite enough runes here to do multiple things, right? We can do that mirror image, we can maybe find a Kha'Zix, maybe find a hook, and this is where it gets crazy, because if we have a Kha'Zix and or hook, our Ruined Rex is lethal to everything. We can send it into Star Spring, kill 2 units, or excuse me, send it into Sigil, kill all 3 units that are there, you know, shoot the Rift Herald and the Elder Dragon that are on the Star Spring with those triggers, kill those if we have that Kha'Zix because of our mirror image Elder Dragon, and then all they have in the back is 1 Elder Dragon. Most of their units are dead. They do have a Forge in hand, though, so they can recycle those units to see them again, which is always a very real thing you have to think about when you're playing against a Order Aurora.
Yeah. And I know that Jesse, we saw the 1 Repulse go to the recycle. It's at somewhere towards the bottom of the deck. But D-Ziden theoretically shouldn't know that there's only 1 in Jesse's list. I wonder if there's a world where you could have put the Elder out to bait that you have the Repulse in hand. But either way, we have some action here from D-Ziden.
We do find the Harness Dragon off the hook. We hook the Glask, so the only target here for us is Glask. Contrary to Sacrifice, baited hook kills the unit during its resolution, so you actually do the baited hook effect before you resolve the death knell. So a little bit of an inverse. LeBlanc's a tricky deck to play, for sure, when it comes to the rules interactions. And now we're going to bring back the Kha'Zix, perhaps. Looks like it. He's poked it out of the trash there. And this is where it's going to get the tempo of LeBlanc that we had, where he got up to 6 points very quickly, bought himself some time against Jesse, where Jesse still has 2 more turns needed to win.
Yeah.
We saw 2 development turns now from D-Ziden, and now it's anyone's game.
Yeah, and this is where you see the top players navigate against Aurora so expertly, because you have time. You rush early to see, can I win before they get the Aurora out? Sometimes they break. Nope, they got the Aurora. Okay, pivot.
Ooh.
Now you play the long game.
Yeah, this is going to be really tough, because I think the strategy here was for that mirror image.
Yeah.
And we're going to lose that most likely. The only targets that Sabotage can hit in this hand is mirror image and Sacrifice. Because we're letting Sabotage resolve, we can no longer respond with Sacrifice, so it is a target. And he actually takes a Sacrifice.
Whoa.
That's very interesting.
Whoa.
Not scared of the mirror image, perhaps?
Surprising.
Oh, what is notable, though, that if we mirror image one of our Elder Dragons, we could sacrifice it with mirror image on the chain. That is something
I suppose, yeah. So Jesse could have the counter. But then... Oh, okay.
We're recycling with Forge now. Looks like we're putting the Elder back into play. Or back into the deck, excuse me, and then it'll get hit from the Aurora most likely.
I also want to point out with the 2 Vi Peacekeepers, I haven't done the math yet, but maybe there's a world that D-Ziden just has enough might. I mean, with the double trigger of the Rex, 2 Vi Peacekeepers, a Harness Dragon, even a Kha'Zix swinging in for 3 with the one from Watchful Sentry. There's some math that D-Ziden's going to have to do on their turn.
Yeah, and I think that's... These pro players, they're always thinking, 2-3 turns ahead. I think that one turn where, D-Ziden tanked for a bit and then just played that Rift Herald to base, I think that was him mapping his next few turns. Yeah. So now that the fact that his mirror image is still in play, and this is not another Elder Dragon, right? It's a Rift Herald.
This is ideal for D-Ziden. This is not it's not a Harness Dragon that's going to remove something. It's not an Elder Dragon that's going to remove something and be a big body on field. It's just a body.
It's just a body. Even though it's 24 might on one battlefield, and that's 12, 19 might on the other battlefield. If D-Ziden manages to resolve a mirror image and get a dragon, it doesn't matter, right? Everything is one at that point.
maybe even like, I'm thinking of Dzaiden's best options here, what he could draw. Another Kha'Zix would be crazy. You could then crash the Rex into a Harness Dragon, triple snipe the Elder Dragon, and then
there's
still
a lot
have
of
enough for
different lines.
Peacekeeper. Yeah, there's quite a few. You do have to clear both, though, because Jesse just has to hold one of these two battlefields. So Dzaiden has a lot of work ahead of him.
Yeah, and I know there's a couple cards in hand. I'm not sure if we can perhaps take a peek and go into the tank. There is 2 flurries that we have to be careful of.
Yeah, I didn't even take into account how many runes Jesse has available right now.
He's, you know, pass the turn, you figure it out. Is
Yeah,
what he's saying to
have fun.
Dzaiden.
Have fun over there.
Yep.
Good luck.
And this is where Dzaiden is going to go into the tank here for a little bit. Game 1 is super important in an Aurora matchup because, like you mentioned, LeBlanc has their kind of quote-unquote auto-win windswept game, but Aurora also usually wins their Aspirants game.
Sure, yeah.
However, if Dzaiden wins this one, we're going to see Aspirants in Game 2. And this is the kind of pivotal point now where we have to... Oh, we did resolve the mirror image. Okay,
yes.
so...
No sacrifice.
Perfect.
Interesting still that Jesse chose to get rid of the mirror, or the sacrifice instead of the mirror image.
Maybe trying to just outplay it with the Flurry of Blades, maybe assuming that Dzaiden might push in that Elder Dragon like too soon.
There's not really a reason to, because at this point you can just send in like 1/6 might. Yeah, like you were highlighting before, the Rex can just go into the Sigil of Storm, clear all 3 of those, and then his Death Knell will trigger twice, clearing out the Elder Dragon and Herald on the other side. Or this works too. Arguably even better sequencing.
Yeah, we pass focus now, and I think Jesse's debating, is this my flurry, or do I... one of my 2 flurries, I should say. And this is the most important turn of the game, obviously, right? It's 24 might to 6, but it doesn't matter, right? Because everything is 1. There's the flurry. We're going to have 2 Ruined Rex Death Knell triggers, obviously because of the Kha'Zix triggering an additional time. And now we're going to kind of figure out what our targets are. It looks like we're going to get rid of... Oh, there's only 1 Elder Dragon in play, which is notable.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. So you can kill Elder plus probably a Harness Dragon. Well, I mean, you're going to have to get through the Rift Heralds anyway. So I'd say a Herald.
I think you want to get through that Rift Heralds after you commit to combat, because if they do have another Flurry of Blades in hand, which we know they do, then getting rid of the Elder Dragon just makes the Flurry of Blade do 1 damage, right? It doesn't no longer kill
yes, of course, you're always going to hit the Elder, but I was thinking the second target would be a Herald instead of the Harness Dragon, but did go for the Harness Dragon as the second choice. So I think maybe Dzaiden's read and Jesse could have a Elder Dragon in hand or a Harness Dragon in hand. You don't want that trigger to come down now. So Dzaiden now still has a 6 might Harness Dragon that can go in and clear 1 of these 2 battlefields.
Yeah, and notably also we do have Baited Hook that's still in play. So if we manage to kind of clear the battlefield where our Elder Dragon is still kind of still lives afterwards, we can kind of make a copy of it with our LeBlanc. She's still ready. We could either hook it, or we can use something like a Vi to play that Star Spring to bounce it back, and just send our Kha'Zix in to kill the other battlefield, and then use our copy of Elder Dragon to win the game.
Jesse said 2 Death Knells on the chain. I don't think there's a unit in hand, so potentially just reacting with something. We're floating some
there is an Odin.
Oh!
And that's spicy, yeah.
That is very big.
And this is why Dzaiden was very careful about when to kill the Rift Herald, because this is something you don't have to really play around if you're playing into a Chaos Aurora, but when you're playing into a Poppy, it's something very, very important you have to play around, and I don't know that we have 4 right there. Even if we have the Vi Peacekeeper in hand, that is not enough to kind of push both units off the battlefield, but I'm not sure what else is in the hand of Dzaiden to try to clear this. He hasn't conquered either battlefield this turn, so he does have to conquer both to win, and with that 1 recruit in the base from that Forge of the Future, even if he clears, there's a heat-seeking missile in the backline.
And you could even argue Dzaiden could have fully optimized by sending in the Watchful Sentry first to just like clear out the Harness Dragon before taking out any Heralds, because then at least you maximize your value from your Elder Dragon. But Jesse had the second Flurry of Blades anyway, and I imagine that you're probably just going to hit that if you see that go in. So very interesting game state that we found ourselves in there. But now Dzaiden, yeah, like you had said, 4 might plus the 5 from the Vi Peacekeeper is not going to be enough to clear the Sigil of the Storm. which you have to imagine means Jesse is in a very good spot with the Flurry Blades and now a second, or rather third Elder Dragon established.
Yeah, we're counting our deck to see how far mirror images, one of our guaranteed mirror images are. Because we can send the Watchful Sentry in as a sort of, just die, draw me 2 cards. Obviously, there's a lot more cards on top of those mirror images, unless it's one of the third one. But I actually don't believe Poseidon runs. Does he run 3 in the main deck? He runs 2 in the main deck. So,
so both, one was hit by the sabotage, and the other one was not. But we're going to be digging for that one that was hit.
Yes, exactly. We're going to just make a Watchful Sentry. I'm not sure what this line is going to pan out to, because there is... you have to keep both units off next turn as well.
Yeah, maybe play a unit to the Star Spring, move back the Watchful Sentry.
6 for a
Rex.
Star Spring trigger. Target
Oh, we're going to send the token in to draw cards, but at this point we're pretty tapped out. There's a Flurry of Blades with the Star Spring trigger on the chain, so it's going to prevent him. He will draw 4 cards. He'll have 8 damage to throw around, which can kill either the Rift Herald or the Harness Dragon or the Recruit, but I'm not sure how you kind of climb out of this.
No, I don't think it's enough. I think the Poseidon's
6 triggers. I'll do...
unfortunately not going to be able to get out of this one. Although I suppose, no, because the 8 damage. Yeah, so you're going to split the damage because then Kha'Zix can at least trade with the Harness Dragon, but then there's still 3 more damage. Or I guess the Herald, either one of them, but there's still going to be extra damage left.
Yeah, you got it.
Yeah.
All right, we're going to go to game 2. Yeah, I mean, there's not much you can do there. Even if you manage to clear it, that Recruit, they just go Recruit to Sigil, Harness to Star Spraying, we go next. Now we're going to see the Windswept game, which is probably going to be met by the Aspirants from Jesse, which is a pretty comfortable spot for LeBlanc to be in, as long as we don't see that kind of creative turn 3 Aurora. I mean, there's a very real chance Poseidon kind of is able to push through. And we saw how close it was anyway. We had an optimal Aurora open from Jesse, and Poseidon was right there.
And even if if it wasn't Sigil of the Storm, I think the Poseidon would have had that. The fact that he had to deramp so much was a big part of why Jesse was able to take that game 1. But here we are, game 2. Windswept Hillock, and ideal starts for both players again.
Yeah, we have the Soaring Scout. I did see 2 Aurora in the hand of Jesse, so insulated as well. The ideal here would be, we actually didn't swap to LeBlanc Everywhere at Once as our chosen champion against this. Obviously, we don't want to really commit to battlefields against an Aurora deck, so probably part of the reason that we still have Fragmented in our chosen spot. But 2 Aurora in the hand for Jesse. I'm not sure if we're going to see a Kha'Zix come down. If we do, that's the now ideal start for the LeBlanc. And there is Kha'Zix.
There it is.
I could see the future.
Yeah, and this is where LeBlanc gets really oppressive. Windswept Hillock, again, I joke it's the auto win. I think I have maybe a 5% win rate against LeBlanc. When they open a 2 energy unit going first with Windswept Hillock, it is so crazy how fast they can go, let alone when they get a Kha'Zix. But here's the Catalyst coming down from Jesse, so still just ramping up. This will be an Aurora on the next turn.
It's an Aurora on the next turn. Ideally, I would have loved to have maybe a Blood Money, so that he can't just make another Soaring Scout and he has to commit a Kha'Zix to that battlefield.
Yeah.
You do technically give the runes ready,
copy.
but no copy notably here as well. So, I mean, he could just gank over with the Soaring Scout, which also is a very, totally fine play to do. But there is a world where you perhaps use that to slow them down a little bit. And there's the Ash.
There's the Ash.
And he's going to have a very unfortunate surprise where he sees 2 units and 2 Auroras.
So even if it's a Rift Herald revealed off the Aurora, there's 2 big hits. As Jesse looks at the camera and says, what are you going to do?
He's like, sorry about it, guys. Sorry about it. Just we'll banish 1 Aurora.
Third reminder of the stream, chat voted on this. So second Aurora is taken, but the other one remains in hand for Jesse.
And we're going to see it here on turn 3. Obviously, if that was a 1 Aurora hand, Poseidon's looking very, very good.
Yep.
Now, I mean, you do still have that Ash. So what's cool is if you brought multiple Ashes in, if they hit a Elder Dragon off the Aurora, then they'll probably end up killing the Kha'Zix, which lets you maybe hook your Ash to, find something, a glass, or maybe even another Ash to just thin their hand down. Because the more you just take out of their hand, the better, right?
Yeah.
We do have a Turn to Dust that is in the sideboard from Poseidon.
Okay.
So that is going to be a really good answer to the Aurora if he has it in hand or if he can find it.
Nice. Well, Elder Dragon hits the Kha'Zix and the Saurian Scout, but because that's on Jesse's turn, that will actually mean that the runes will channel and then awaken for Desidon, so we can use those double runes from the Saurian Scout. And almost full ramped here. Let's see what LeBlanc can do.
Yeah, this is, again, a very important turn. We are playing to 9, right? So being even is less impactful than it would in a regular game of Riftbound. But you always want to try to score 2 points a turn when you're playing against an Aurora deck. If you can score more, great, right?
Yeah,
if you can do 8 in 1 turn, do that. But if not, you just want to score.
A fan of dual puzzles? I did one of those earlier.
Yeah.
That was great. All right, so Desidon, because of all the energy ramp, has not had the same draw Death Knell cards like the Watchful Sentry, the LeBlanc played out. So the hand size is relatively low and going to commit a couple of bodies to the field, presumably send this Ash in for a point. Doesn't have to trigger the LeBlanc Deceiver. Yeah, there we go. So actually going to pass, not going to take the copy and score a second point because, like you highlighted, you don't really need to
It doesn't speed up your win, yeah. Being at 5 or being at 6, you still need 2 more turns to win. Yep. So it doesn't really benefit you to go even further down on card economy, especially if those cards are something you're going to need in later turns, right? And now, obviously, Jesse has a couple decisions to make. We know there's a Rift Herald. We know there's a Harness Dragon in hand. I saw Forge, I believe, as well, and then a Mystery card. We're going to get rid of the Ash first. Ash did her job, right? Took away one of the Auroras. That notably will come back to hand if Jesse does hold one of these battlefields this turn. But with a Rift Herald in base, and who knows, maybe a Mirror Image in hand, this could be a very big blowout turn on the side of Desidon. The Harness Dragon will kill the Rift Herald, though.
Okay, he put it to the left, and I thought that was another Aurora coming down for a moment. And nope, just the Harness Dragon.
Into a Harness Dragon.
That's really big.
Very, very big for Desidon here. This was kind of like you've activated, my trap here. You kind of walked right into it.
As Jesse takes a big sigh.
Nice, yeah.
Sacrifices to, air quote, dodge the damage, but still it will die. And because Desidon has this Watchful Sentry, you can just send the Sentry in, copy it, send it over with the gank. Like, this is a really nice spot for Desidon to be in because it puts you on winning next turn without committing a lot of resources while getting more resources back as these Sentries are going to die.
Yeah, we're going to go to the end of this turn here. We're going to flip our to Aurora. Another Rift Herald. This is kind of best case scenario right now for you if you're Desidon.
Yep.
You don't want to see a Harness Dragon. You don't want to see an Elder Dragon, right? You want to just dodge the dragon, so to speak. And now we still have a 6-might unit out, and we can use a hook. Harness Dragon, once you've played it, is much less impactful.
No Flurry of Blades.
No Flurry.
I was waiting to see if Jesse had it, because that's like the best answer to Desidon's current field, but it seems like Desidon is getting the play I was talking about down.
Yeah, we're at the 7th point now. And there's the glass. We are super insulated here. And the LeBlanc Fragmented is going to come into play as well. So we have a very big board in the backside, right? We have technically 14 might, 15 when we enter a combat showdown because of LeBlanc's Assault. And we are kind of very well insulated on these battlefields. And all we got to do is score 2. But we saw this previously as well, where we were at 6 in the previous game. And then that Aurora Snowball just continued.
Yep.
The odds that we see another Elder Dragon off the Aurora flip are now pretty high because we've seen these Rift Heralds and these Harness Dragons.
Yes. But even if it is that, I mean, the 14 might will check it, and we're going to draw 2 off of the Watchful Sentry and then the Mirror Token, but then also 1 for turn. So 3 cards can get us a lot of things. Vibe Peacekeeper, Mirror Image, a lot of different options.
Now, we did see the 3rd Aurora get not revealed, but, Jesse saw it off the Rift Herald trigger, and then that's at the bottom of the deck now, which will probably be closer to the top after the Aurora triggers at the end of the turn, but still only having to deal with 1 Aurora, right? With decks like this that aren't Chaos decks, Chaos decks usually run like 4 units.
Yeah.
So they don't get a ton of value through double Aurora, but decks like this that are kind of running, 6, 8 units, getting double Aurora really ramps you into an almost unlosable situation.
I believe 9, was that it? There's 3 Elder Dragons, 3 Rift Heralds, and how many of Harness Dragons? Only 2, so 8. Yep, 8 units in the list.
8's usually your sweet spot if you're playing a heavy unit Aurora deck, and then 4 is your, I play Chaos, so I just have a bunch of funky stuff that I can do in tricks, so.
I'm going to kill it.
Last Rites gets them back, it's fine. The Chaos lists are good.
Forge gets it back
too. So that's going to get us the Recruit Token, as well as some cards back.
I think they're just confirming that everything was, recycled, shuffled properly and stuff like that. And then we'll be able to kind of continue here with the turn. I do see another Rift Herald. I believe that was in his hand.
Interesting. So it seems like the judges are ruling that Jesse, because he did not declare the recruit on playment of the Forge.
yes.
He played the Forge and then immediately killed the Forge to recycle. The on-play effect would make the recruit, and the judges are upholding that, no, you clearly stated what you were doing, and Jesse gave a quick sigh but is still focused on the game. So unfortunate that you missed that trigger, but you got to still find a way to play through.
Yeah, the thing with triggers is they're pretty lenient, right? You just got to acknowledge it when it has an impact on the game, right? Yep. Which creating something is, in fact, a pretty big impact on the game. And there's the Ruination.
Oh!
But both players insulated here, right? Rift Herald from Jesse, and Dzaiden has that Glass.
I mean, that's game. Like, Glass can bring something back and then attacks into the Windswept. The Aurora... Yeah, I don't know like what Jesse could get here off Aurora that will not just mean game for Dzaiden.
Harnessed or Elder will kill the one unit that it brings back.
Yeah.
But then if you have a mirror image, you just still win the game. Oh, looks like we're getting back to Watchful Sentry.
It makes sense. You're trying to dig. Dig, dig, dig.
I don't hate bringing back the Fragmented LeBlanc here instead, because...
Are you able to because they're sent at the same time?
Yeah, so Death Knell will kind of become pending when you're doing the cleanup that kills the units. And then they're in the trash when it's trying to finalize those triggers, so they're legal targets at that point.
So can you say without a doubt that Death Knell triggers in the grave? Or triggers on field? Where's the trigger gun?
Triggers from the field into the grave.
Into passing to the
Yeah, and there's the mirror image. Yeah, and we're going to go to game 3. So again, like you mentioned, that Windswept game, kind of the auto-win game for our LeBlanc player here. And now we're going to go into a aspirants for a LeBlanc player, and it looks like on the side of Jesse, we're going to be seeing a Forgotten Monument. So that's going to slow down the game quite a bit.
Yeah.
9 points, and you can only score 1 a turn for your first, 2 turns, essentially, from when you can start scoring.
I'm imagining that Dzaiden's pivot here is going to be, all right, we're going to have to play a late game. Like, you're going to have to answer the Aurora, maybe multiple, find a way to get through it, get your Kha'Zixes out there, get your Ruined Rexes out there. That is the name of the game. Let's see if Jesse gets the ideal start 3 games in a row. Do we see the mobilize? No, just confront.
Okay. But this is not terrible. I mean, there is a Catalyst in the hand as well for Jesse as well. And we'll see if we have the kind of... The ideal start here, this is second ideal start. The ideal start here would be the Black Rose Dignitary.
Yeah.
No recycle, 3 cost. It's a bigger Soaring Scout, so to speak.
Yep.
And we're going to have the ramp up here. And again, we're going to 6 runes now for Jesse.
Which means next turn is 8. So Dzaiden gets 2 more turns this turn and then 1 more after before the Aurora will theoretically hit the field. If Jesse even sees the Aurora. I didn't see one in hand yet.
I don't recall if there was one in hand. We're going to make another token here, and we're not going to do anything with this token. It's just going to draw its cards. We do have a Kha'Zix that we can play out as well, so we can draw technically 4 from that beginning trigger if it lives to our beginning step. But obviously we cannot do anything on that Forgotten Monument until our next turn.
Yep.
So we're just going to retreat it back. And this is very heads-up play where we're now protecting our token that's going to die.
Exactly.
Because we want to draw 4 and not draw 2 if it dies during our opponent's turn.
Exactly. Exactly. All right, so that's a Repulstron for turn for Jesse. Let's take a look at that hand. It's still hard to see. Jesse's one. Some players have cards upside down in their hand. I never understand it. But, I'm not going to judge. It's the Rift Herald coming down here for Jesse.
Yeah, and we're going to get now that draw 4. I know some players flip the cards when they reveal cards to their opponent, so they know what cards their opponent knows that they have.
Oh.
I think Diwali is a player who does that a lot. I don't know.
That makes sense. That's a mechanical purpose for it.
Yeah, which I can't do that. I get confused at my own hand at that point, but...
I can't even have mismatching runes.
I mean, that's why we're on the desk.
True.
And this is where we have a full grip of cards for our LeBlanc player. We're still in our beginning where we're trying to decide, hey, we're going to make another copy of this Fragmented. Fragmented is great because it's Watchful Sentry, hit the gym. You know what I mean? Like, if it dies when you want it to die, you're drawing a ton of cards, especially if you have a Kha'Zix out.
Draw a card. And now with probably approximately 20 cards in Dzaiden's hand, I would say, makes a second copy, going to keep developing. Now with all these cards in hand, we can also start to develop runes. And this is Dzaiden doing exactly what we had said probably would happen. You accept the game's going to go late. We're not rushing Kha'Zix into his death just to score a point. We're saying, nope, we're just going to get bodies out there. We already have a bunch of draw, and now we're going to get a bunch of energy for next turn.
Yeah, and I think I did see an Aurora in the hand for Jesse, but this is a really heads-up play here by Dzaiden, bringing everything home. Hey, if you hit an Elder Dragon, cool, pick
One
one.
thing.
Right? If
Yep.
you, for some reason find a way to kill your Rift Herald on my next turn, then okay, cool.
Yeah.
You still get to pick one. So I'm going to try to make it so you have the least amount of value possible if you do hit this Elder Dragon.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even if there's no Aurora, the Herald on field would have checked the 6 might anyway, but this is also just giving less options for that Elder. Aurora's out. The point's been scored from the Rift Herald as he reveals 3, and that is a hit, and that is a big one.
Yeah, that's an interesting one because now it's not going to get hit off Aurora. It's in your hand.
But the Herald, when it dies, you know that that's coming down, so...
Can we find the second one here if we're just...
That would be crazy.
And we can!
Sounds good.
Come on!
Never punished.
I feel like D's playing against the... is this the protagonist or the antagonist? I don't know, but D's going through an anime episode right now trying to get through these Auroras.
We're entering Act 3 currently of this fight.
This is the trilogy happening right now.
We're still going to draw 2, not 4, unfortunately, but at least we're drawing 2 cards in our beginning step. We're going to channel our runes. We're going to draw cards. So we've already drawn 3 cards this turn.
Yep.
Again, one of the reasons I love this deck is you get to play with your entire deck, which is always fun.
I think we're up to 47 cards in hand now. Don't know how we got the extra 7 in his deck list, but...
Don't tell the judges.
Yeah. You won't tell them, right?
No, I'm over here. And we have the Safety Inspector, which is one of my favorite cards in this matchup.
Big hit. Oh, and 2 Harness Dragons. Okay.
Oh,
we're gaming.
Sorry, this is ready. I haven't used it yet. Good.
Yeah, we're gonna ready that Deceiver.
Deceiver trigger.
Oh, and we're gonna make the copy of the Soaring Scout. Again, we're just trying to
a lot of energy, especially with that hand that we saw. Like that actually is a pretty good hand to deal with multiple Elder Dragons.
Yeah, and we're so early. It's ironic to say we're in like turn 4 or 5 at this point, but we're still so early in this game, right? It's 3-1 currently. So there's going to be at least 3 to 4 more turns that we're going to see from these players, and rune economy is going to be what wins or loses Deeside in the game here.
Yeah.
So kind of insulating and getting a lot of those Soaring Scouts out is very important. Hard casting a Safety Inspector here, I don't hate, because the option is you kill your Elder Dragon, or you kill your Rift Herald, and then you kill something that doesn't really matter if you kill it, if you play your Elder Dragon from hand, right? So this is, I don't know, something I would probably look at doing if I was in this spot. Obviously, I'm operating with more information because I know some of the contents of Jesse's hand, but we're going to see the Safety Inspector who'll come down. And now Deesiden's going to kill that Soaring Scout, make a channel a rune, and then there comes that Rift Herald.
There's a lot of moments in games, card games, Riftbound especially, where you just have to chew through the resources. This is one of those moments where you know the Heralds or the Elder Dragon's in hand, you know it's going to hit the field, you can't stop it, so get it out of the way now, so that's not a problem later, and then deal with it once you have more runes to work with. So I like this call from Deesiden as well. And the Dragons are facing opposite ways. They're saying hi to each other.
I don't like that.
They're kissing.
Okay, that's fine.
Use this for the moment
I like keeping everything nice and clean and organized on my board. But
yeah, no, I agreed, but it kind of makes a cool like little swirl.
It is. We're creating a picture now.
Yeah,
this dazzling Aurora.
They're just friends. They're just
and it looks like we're gonna kill the Safety Inspector and kill the Soaring Scout that's on the battlefield with the Dragon Trigger, which is totally fine. That Safety Inspector is a really good hook target to find another Safety Inspector. So getting rid of it is awesome. Obviously, getting rid of the Dusk Rose or getting rid of the LeBlanc Fragmented means you're giving your opponent stuff.
So going for LeBlanc Sacrifice, essentially whatever you send in to conquer the point, you're expecting to die. So Deesiden here, what I'm learning is he wants to draw more cards rather than channel more runes.
Yep.
Because it could go up to 11 runes as opposed to 10 at the start of the turn if you send in the Dignitary instead.
These are also ready.
Yeah, the mirror image here I think is kind of a no-brainer at this point because the hook, yes, while it can find you scary units, that mirror image just gives them an Elder Dragon.
Yeah.
We do see a Safety Inspector in...
Yeah, what a hand.
In the hand. And again, Deesiden was very public about the law list and all that stuff. So Jesse probably knows that he runs 2, maybe. And he's like, okay, well, this is in hand, so I'm not really worried about the hook finding another one and catching me off guard. So.
And with the Harness Dragon in hand, plus one that was already pitched, you're not expecting... I mean, you'd have to get like the glass plus the hook, but still... less likely that that's going to happen as well.
Here, pass focus. Yep,
yeah, so we're going to have the double conquer here with the 2 big dragons, and
We're down to 4 runes, though, if we're Jesse. We recycled a lot, right, to play those Elder Dragon. Yep. The Elder Dragon from the Rift Herald trigger. Now we're going to go to our Aurora, find the Harness Dragon, and whatever you kill, you're giving them a rune, right?
Yeah. Probably the Dignitary here, just because it's slightly more valuable.
Yes, yeah, 100%.
And then also deciding where the Harness Dragon is going to go, committing it to the battlefield. So Jesse wants to try and hold. This is something that, you know, Aurora obviously is going to be harder to do it against until you get the Aurora, but a lot of decks just want to hold against LeBlanc, because if you stop that LeBlanc Legend from ever triggering, you're really slowing down what LeBlanc can do. And Jesse saying, yep, I'm just going to try and load up one of these at least.
Yeah, and the thing with LeBlanc is, yes, that's the game plan you want to do, but it is very hard to hold against LeBlanc.
Yeah. I'm seeing a Repulse in hand for Jesse, but no body runes up, so not even able to activate it right now.
Yeah, that would be a very, very good, into a mirror image, would be a very good response to it. But again, we recycled all our 4 runes to play our Elder Dragon.
Yeah,
right? And we just used 1 more to play Sabo. So I think we got the mirror image with the Sabo. So that's kind of what we used instead of holding up that Repulse. So it's a way of putting the Sabo, putting the mirror image back into the deck. And now we're probably going to see I would assume a development turn here from Dzaiden. Is that a double glass going to hit the board?
I think it's a double glass.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, and decision's made. So that's going to be 10 energy, 2 power, and the entire turn, essentially. I imagine that's just a pass, yeah. Also noticing, if we're keeping track of the Elder Dragons that were saying hi to each other and then separated, now Harness Dragon, there's something going on there.
Yeah.
With Elder Dragon. We gotta look into, oh, it's upside down. Okay, correct.
Chaos. We think we just drew another Aurora as well, so.
Can't play it.
Dead card in the hand right now. We have the Vanguard Armory. We haven't seen it make an appearance yet, but still can't play that either. So we're just going to pass the turn. Yeah.
Okay. Hold, get another body off of the Aurora, and it is a Rift Herald.
Let me look at my hand real quick before I resolve that.
We do have a sacrifice. We don't really have much interaction in our
No,
hand.
1 repulse, that's really it. So if you put it at the battlefield, that means that mirror image can be repulsed. It targets one thing and one thing only, and that's all Repulse cares about, as long as it's at a battlefield.
That's exactly what Repulse cares about.
Very specifically
to
what it cares
letter
about.
is what it cares about, yeah. We do have a Karthus in hand and a Hook in hand, so I think it's going to be probably develop a Karthus, play the Hook, and again, you can take another turn off to develop at this point.
But I mean,
1-1 target the Mixologist.
With Mixologists and Hooks and multiple Karthuses, that's going to get a little crazy. Yeah, there's the Rex. I honestly think if Dzaiden doesn't do much this turn other than just pass, like, it's still a really good turn. You could even just crash the Glask and the Saurian Scout into the Harness Dragon. Just deal with 1 body there.
Yep. We're going to get the LeBlanc Fragmented and another Karthus back, which is insane, because now we're kind of... Our Glass gets us 3 things back now when it dies.
Yep.
And if we Ruined Rex, if we either sacrifice the Ruined Rex or something in, you know, in response to them trying to kill one of our Karthuses, we still have 12 damage to kind of throw around. With a Hidden Blade in hand as well, and we're going to have the Hidden Blade on our own. This is going to ramp us a ton of runes right now.
Whoa!
And there's the sacrifice. Very heads-up play here by Dzaiden, because now you're pretty much holding up 12 damage at reaction speed.
Yeah.
No. Okay.
That is a heads-up play, and it's one of those plays that I watch, and I'm so happy I'm not at that table, because I promise you I already would have lost playing this LeBlanc deck. You have to play with so much patience, and when you're playing with patience against an Aurora deck, it just feels like you're being suffocated. Yep. But Dzaiden keeping his head above water.
If I'm not mistaken, I might have seen a salvage get drawn from Jesse, so that's going to kind of thwart the Hook kind of scenario there. Yeah, it looks like the salvage is going to get played out. Get rid of that baited Hook. If there isn't another one in hand, which it doesn't seem to be on the side of Dzaiden, it kind of makes him have to get a bit more creative with how he kind of throws his units around next turn. But I think he's in a decent spot. Obviously, you let Jesse double hold, you lose the series here, but there's a crazy backline on the side of Dzaiden.
And you know what's crazy is that we still have a third, you know, I was about to say a third game to play because it's gone on so long. No, this is the third game, in fact.
Yep.
Yeah. Funny how memory works like that. All right, Elder Dragon's coming down.
And this is where you can kind of hold up the Oh, we're just going to let it go. Okay. So we're not going to sacrifice the the Ruined Rex, or the Glass to get the additional trigger from the Karthus. We're just kind of want to hold that sacrifice for something else, maybe it looks like.
Yeah, bold move. Because it would have dealt with one of 3 Elder Dragons.
Yeah.
Which now seems to be a trifecta at the Aspirant's Climb.
We do have a ton of runes available for Jesse as well. We know that Repulse is in. Notably, if you do kind of use that Repulse for the Ruined Rex, you'll counter one of its triggers, not all of them, but that'll throw the math off as well.
Yeah, because it is multiple instances triggering.
Yeah.
Let's see what Dzaiden has. First card looks like it's about to come down. Heck of a board to get through. Ash will at least let you check what Jesse's options are. You can get rid of that Repulse specifically. That's probably the biggest target here.
Yeah, now Jesse's kind of deciding if he wants to do something, but to sacrifice a Ruination, Repulse, a Vanguard Armory, and Aurora, another salvage, and a Catalyst.
Trying to cover up the Repulse with the Catalyst. Like, yeah.
Like, don't look at this one, please.
So really the only one that's going to be notable here is the Repulse. Salvage, I guess, like if you play Baited Hook and then attack in before using the Baited Hook, could be an issue. But if you're trying to clear out the entire field, I feel like Repulse
it has to be
makes the most sense.
Yeah, for sure. Sacrifice, obviously, you don't know what those cards are going to create. You now know there's no units in hand, so you're not scared of a sacrifice on the Rift Herald.
Yep.
And if they sacrifice it, it's almost always positive for you for that to happen. So
1, 2, 3, 4, 5,
I think now
6, 7,
Dzaiden
1, 2, 3,
has,
4, 5, 6, 7.
you know, it looks like, what, 7 runes, I think, ready to go. So has some leeway, can get a bit creative, has 11 might that he can swing around with just those 2 units. And now if he puts LeBlanc on it as well, it's going to draw him a bunch of cards. And what's, again, notable is if you swing Glask with LeBlanc, they die together, you bring LeBlanc back.
Yeah.
Well,
let's see what they decide to go for. Yeah, so how much might is just straight up? That's 9, that's 14. That can go in and deal with the Elder Dragon.
Plus the Assault from LeBlanc.
Yeah, I'm counting that in there, I believe. So it's 4 plus 6. Oh, so 15.
15, yeah.
There we go. Yes.
Exactly, yeah. So a pretty big swing. We can get rid of an Elder Dragon. You could kind of send them into Forgotten Monument, clear that battlefield out by killing the Elder Dragon and then using the 2 Ruined Rex triggers to kill the Rift Herald. But then you still have 2 more Elder Dragons and a Harness Dragon to deal with on the other side. So,
but if that doesn't win the game for Jesse, that would hold him to 8 points. So Dzaiden, if you can at least clear the Forgotten Monument, could get another turn potentially if you just send the Ruined Rex LeBlanc. And then you have the Glass Mixologist that can go in. You can copy the Glass Mixologist. That can turn into a lot more later. Because we know Dzaiden sells that Sacrifice in hand, I believe.
Yeah.
I wonder if even you would just like sacrifice the Glask first, get multiple Karthuses back, then you can send in the Rex, get an additional trigger.
So let's say we're going 10 to kill. Yeah, so we're going sending in the minimal amount that we need to kill the Elder Dragon through combat damage, and then kill the Rift Herald through the Ruined Rex triggers.
Yeah.
Is what it looks like we're doing.
You would imagine. Now, Jesse has some options here. You could sacrifice like your Harness Dragon on the Forgotten Monument just to draw 2 cards, because then and that's what we're doing. Because if you draw into a unit,
see the future?
If you draw into a unit, then potentially that Rift Herald will. Then potentially the Rift Herald will get you more value there.
Yeah.
Let's see what he draws.
It looks like a sacrifice, and I don't see what the top card of the hand
Oh, come on, Jesse. Just holding a little forward. Literally holding it close to his chest.
Yeah, that's what I was about to say. He's kind of reading if he can play it to a battlefield, I'm assuming, but unfortunately you do have to play it to base when it comes to Rift Herald. It's a fair card.
Yeah.
Oh, we have another Rift Herald, is what he drew.
Nice. Well, that's something.
That's another 7 might on your next turn that allows you to kind of, if you play it to base, I mean, it allows you to win the game. Potentially, if he doesn't clear your Aspirant's Climb.
Jesse's going to salvage to just draw a card.
Yep.
So looking for maybe another option if you... Okay, that's
flurry.
pretty good.
Okay, so I have 4 triggers. I'll draw
Yeah,
2,
Dzaiden gives a sigh.
and double ping.
Another reason I was thinking maybe it makes more sense to sacrifice your Glask early, get your Karthus, because then at least you could Death Knell trigger, clear out this Elder Dragon, and then look to do something else afterwards, like a Vi, Peacekeeper, maybe draw into a Mirror Image. But at this point, Dzaiden, if you don't draw like a Mirror Image here, I don't really know what else you could realistically do.
Yeah, I think the goal here was maybe to clear that battlefield, play a Safety Inspector maybe, have them sack a unit, and then
5, 6, 7.
send as much as you can at that other battlefield, because you do have a Hidden Blade that you can use kind of offensively to clear it.
I think there's
safety inspector.
Yeah, so safety inspector is going to come out, and what is chosen to get sacked here is very important, because if you get rid of one of the Elder Dragons, you can just get hidden bladed.
Yeah.
Right? It's all we have left. If you get rid of the Rift Herald in the back, you can't really push up next turn. So this is probably the safest thing to sacrifice is the second Elder Dragon, because now you're still asking Decided to solve 2 problems.
Yeah. And you have the Rift Herald to have a proactive play on your next turn for Jesse.
Walk into here, my focus, play Hidden Blade, targeting the Elder.
Yeah. Okay. Now sacrifice, there's 2 more sacrifices in Jesse's hand, so you could just do that if you, I mean, you're going to draw 2 regardless, but then you at least get the rune channeled. I feel like that's worth it.
Yeah, and this is a good play because at this point now, if this combat does resolve and we get to make another glass, we have 10 might on that battlefield defending against a 7 might Rift Herald.
There is still Poppy, though. Poppy,
and
Keeper of the Hammer.
Notably, she won't enter ready, though. She only enters ready if your
opponent's within 3. That's a good point. Deziden's within 4. Because Aspirin's Climb is changing the math there.
And I will pass
so Poppy is not going to be a might swing here, and I think that's the line he was looking for at the end. Kind of made lemonade out of lemons. It was what that turn looked like for Decided.
Still holding on for now. Jesse has a lot of outs. If you draw a Flurry of Blades, if you draw an Elder Dragon, I guess you can't play the Elder Harness, I suppose.
Even Flurry is going to be rough because you're going to give 4 units back to that battlefield. With
Oh, true, yeah. I guess at that point, you just go in
Confront is good. Yeah, Confront Poppy wins.
Okay.
Perhaps wins here.
Okay.
So draw off the Confront. Poppy enters ready.
We're doing it one at a time here. I'm assuming we're going to see the LeBlanc come out because it's one of our highest might units. Oh no, Elder Dragon just kills both. That's correct. Yeah. So we're going to see 4 units come back. Our 4 biggest units, which it's just going to be LeBlanc and a bunch of Watchfuls and stuff like that.
Yeah.
Or Kha'Zix is here good. So we're at 7 now. 9.
Thinking about where I'm putting
enough to prevent the win, unless there's a Flurry in hand. If there's a Flurry in hand, it's just over.
So you only need 7 out there.
All in the battlefield.
All in the battlefield. I thought maybe you hold 1 back to base just in case you need the extra body, but nope, that's going to be all out there.
Don't know if there's a Flurry in hand. If there is, it's just GG.
Based on Jesse's thought pattern here, I mean, you're smacking that down if you have that in hand, right?
Yeah, it would be a slow roll of all time.
Oh,
a Sabo.
No,
this looks like a Sabo. Okay. Or, yeah, a Sabo. Sure. But I don't hate putting all 4 units here on the battlefield because Kha'Zix is still going to trigger if they push the Rex in. So we're channeling 4 runes and drawing 2 cards. And we're just also killing the Rift Herald in case there's some funkiness going on.
Sure. That does make sense, actually, when you put it that way.
No units off the Rift Herald is notable as well.
Sure. So yeah, trade, I have 3, 6, 9 Death Knell triggers. I'll have the ramps resolve last.
3, 6, 9 triggers. Yep.
This is dead.
Yes. Dang, that's a lot of runes.
So draw 3 cards and then ramp 6.
Nothing on their Death Knell.
Okay. 3 and then ramp.
Yeah, draw 3. Oh, sorry, channel 6 runes. Excuse me. Yeah, because there's 2 Kha'Zixes in play.
Oh yeah.
Trigger.
I don't think he had that many, so
he channeled the rest.
He would have gotten all of them regardless.
Yeah. We got a Harness Dragon to kill the Kha'Zix.
Okay, Kha'Zix is dead.
This is not a terrible spot now for Decided, right? There's a Mirror Image. He's tapped out. A Mirror Image is insane if you can find it. Does he have it?
He has not been drawing them. Harness Dragon can clear the Elder.
Yep.
And then do we have... Was there also another Inspector? I think there was an Inspector in it too. Oh, but you don't have enough. That's 5 and 8.
Yeah, Harness is a expensive unit. There's a Hidden Blade, though.
Oh, that's enough to at least get Decided in another turn.
Yeah, this is...
Looks like there's more Riftbound to be played. We are at turns, though. Turns left at the bottom left. I've been so focused on the gameplay, I didn't even see when we hit that.
This has been a very interesting series. I much prefer, Order Aurora decks. I feel like there's more fun and agency that you can have. Maybe they're worse, obviously, but it's a lot of fun to watch. Design and kind of navigate a more unorthodox version of the big bad. So
yeah, exactly. But it seems like Jesse, all you need to do is win by 2 points. So if you're able to just hold on, you got it. Zaiden's going to be looking for a miracle, essentially, because you'd have to score 2. Does Zaiden even get 2 more turns?
Zaiden gets, if this is turn 1,
I think
this is Zaiden gets, oh, there's going to score a point here.
Yeah.
So he's going to be at 6. And then on his next turn, he can force a draw, essentially.
Yeah.
Unless he can find a, yeah.
Seems like that's the best Zaiden has. That's not ideal for either player then. The double losses are tough.
Yes.
Some players will just choose to give it up. Say, no, I'll take the better tiebreaker. Some players aren't paying attention to the timer. There's a lot of decisions being made.
Yeah, this is a Ruination. Yep.
Okay.
Sacrifice?
Yeah, sacrifice. Okay. Ramp, draw 2.
Okay.
Now there. No, it would be, yeah, so we need to score 1 point to force a draw.
Yeah.
If you are winning by 2 or more, you win the match. He has no more units in his deck as he cheers a little bit. Which is good because you kind of
don't want to
draw
get a mirror image. Yeah,
we don't have a mirror image. I don't know that we have a way to draw cards.
No Thousand Tail. I mean, this is sacrifice.
Rift Herald is interesting.
I have no way to accelerate, so...
So GG?
Pass, it's a draw.
Yeah.
No, I don't believe.
8-6. 8-6.
So win by 2, correct?
Yeah, 2 or more should be...
Okay, so it is a draw? Or
I win by 2. Yeah, I think it's by 2.
The players are trying to figure it out now with the judge staff to see how we're ending this game.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right, looks like Zaiden was thinking maybe he could get the win. Maybe was not sure as to the points, but either way.
There's the fist bump.
Sure.
And I think Jesse summarizing a lot of the Aurora experience. He's like, yeah, I felt like I misplayed, still got it. Victor, Jesse, congratulations. Zaiden, a very tough opponent to take down.
Yeah, this match was kind of a little bit of a, I would say almost a masterclass in how to play into these Aurora decks.
Yeah.
Zaiden was finding some very intricate lines and obviously playing 2 as outs, which, again, LeBlanc is kind of favored into this, obviously the windswept game, but it's still a tough matchup, especially when you're playing into an Order Aurora that has access to Rift Heralds and Sacrifice. We saw that kind of just swing the tempo back towards the favor of Jesse.
And also, I don't think I mentioned it earlier, but I do believe that Zaiden was the best of LeBlanc in Sydney, I want to say. I got to talk with him earlier today. I believe it was Sydney. So again, a very, very good duelist to take down. He was so close to getting out of very, very tough Aurora situations. Wasn't able to do it. That game 2 was a masterclass, though, of like patience and winning against Aurora. So cool to see there.
Yeah, and we saw that also in game 3 a little bit where we're on turn 5, turn 6, and no one's broken 4 points yet. You know, like we're just all trying to set up. We're not trying to, overextend, and we really want to make sure that we don't put ourselves in a position that's unwinnable at that point.
So after all of that, Gren, still a fan of Aurora?
I've always been a fan of Aurora.
Yeah?
I think I have like set 1. I had 1,500 games on Aurora MF.
What?
Yeah. But
how do you even play that many games?
Well, I started playing when the game came out in China as well.
Oh,
I had first
okay.
proxied a deck, and then I had a friend who visited China, and he built me an Aurora deck and brought it back home. So I had a full Chinese MF Aurora deck, and then as the game came out in the West, I got the English version of the deck and played a bunch of it. I was a Mountain Drake believer back then.
So to be clear, Grenton is a fan of Aurora and of the Limitless Lux.
Yeah.
Those are the two decks you're quite fond of. I feel like
and
you're
Hook LeBlanc.
Wow. Yeah, you're making a lot of fans in chat right now. I'm pretty sure.
Yeah.
I'm sure you don't care. Again, the players out there are the ones that care. They clearly are big fans of you. Happy to have you on the cast with me, especially as a judge. It's so helpful to just be like, what's going on there? And you're like, oh, no,
how does that work?
This is what's going on. Level 3 judge here. Let me just explain things for you.
Level 3 caster as well, apparently.
Oh, is that what that says?
This is a little gift from someone.
Oh, that's adorable.
Little level 3 caster.
Well, that's an E.
It's a backwards E.
It's a backwards E.
So
okay, can we show that to the... I don't know if the camera saw that. It's an L and then a backwards E. There we go. Okay, you know what? It counts. That's good.
We'll give it to us.
That's creative, is what that is.
But did this Poppy game make you like Aurora anymore?
No.
Okay.
No, not quite.
I thought maybe. I was like, oh, it's creative. It's a little bit intricate.
I did like when Jesse looked at the camera and went, when there were the 2 Auroras.
Here's my 2 Auroras.
Off of the Ash. You know what? I liked that moment. That was a good moment right there. But it just shows how hard the deck is to truly shut down, because the moment that Aurora gets out there, it just keeps going, and especially with the list that Desidon had, no sabotages, or not sabotages, salvage. There we go.
Yeah.
No salvages to clear out the Aurora. It's like you just have to play. You just got to play through it and just deal with these giant bodies hitting the floor every single turn.
Also, notably, no Call of the Week, right? We're playing Call of the Week on a unit, right, with Safety Inspector, but it's obviously much more expensive if you're playing it from your hand.
Yep.
Where if you had a Call of the Week, maybe those games look different, but I think Call of the Week overall is probably worse into the larger field, right? So that's probably why Desidon opted for the Safety Inspector, because obviously Defy is, a very popular card. Call of the Week falls over to Defy, but you can't defy a Safety Inspector.
Yeah, exactly. And I'm hearing that we're going to have a standby here for a breakdown of some of that last gameplay in a moment. So while we're waiting for that, then, with the other match that was going on, I believe, what was that one that was voted on? I know that we voted for the Poppy and LeBlanc.
Master Yi and Vi.
Master Yi and Vi. All right, I'm going to imagine that you won that one. Do you think so?
I'm going to imagine the Vi one.
You imagine the Vi one? All right, well, we may never know. But we do have an analysis segment ready, so let's start over there.
Thanks, gang, for sending this over to me. I am excited to talk to you quite a bit about what we just saw because it showcased two things that I think are important. First, how you beat Aurora, and then second, why you might consider playing the Poppy version of Dazzling Aurora. First, let's talk about how you beat Aurora. Very early on in Game 2, very early indeed, because we see just 1 point, we're going to see that double conquer that happens early because of the LeBlanc being able to make this reflection, as well as send it over because this is Windswept Hillock. And that's really important because, again, you get these early points. The way that you beat Aurora is very often scoring points while they are setting up and then capitalizing on it as well by either slowing down the Aurora with cards like Salvage, or here in a little bit as this plays through, you're going to see the development from Desidon with an Ashe, and Ashe is meant to snipe Dazzling Aurora away. Now, the one downside is when we see this Ashe get deployed, you're going to notice that there's not one, but two Dazzling Auroras in the hand of Jesse, which did ultimately give Desidon a little bit of trouble in this game too. While they were able to pull it off, there was more struggle because of the second presence of that Dazzling Aurora, and it is again, one of those things where you have to just capitalize on your moments if you want to beat a deck like this. So here we see the Ashe come down, and as I said before, one Dazzling Aurora, great. Two is a bit of an uh-oh, and then of course you see the Rift Herald as well as the Dragon, that Harness Dragon, potentially problematic. And that leads me to point number 2. So while Desidon does ultimately win this game, when you're playing Poppy as an Aurora deck, the reason you would choose Poppy is because of these big order units like Harness Dragon, as well as cards like Ruination. So this was still in Game 2, and while Desidon ultimately does go on to win here because of Mirror Image after the fact, what this Ruination does, if you let it play, is it sets up a situation where Jesse had the opportunity to clear the board and then on passing the turn get first units on the board from the Dazzling Aurora. So the Ruination serves as a reset button. It's a bit of a panic button. You don't have to lean as heavily on your Elder Dragons like some of the Chaos versions of Dazzling Aurora do. Now, as I said before, the one downside here is that ultimately Desidon has the Mirror Image. They're able to still get the double conquer here. They'll end up taking Game 2, but again, Ruination, an incredibly important card because after all, it is what gets Jesse the win. Let's go ahead and jump ahead to the end of Game 3. So we're in overtime when this Ruination comes down, and this is incredibly critical for securing this game because you'll notice it's 8 points to 6. Overtime rules in Riftbound. If you end and you are at least 2 points ahead, then you are considered to win that game. They were 1-1 split, so this ultimately gives Jesse the series because of this Ruination. It clears the board. There's no accelerate options on the side of Desidon to try and force a draw, get that last point. So again, if you're wondering why you would ever consider running Poppy or some of these non-Chaos Dazzling Aurora lists, this is why. Ruination and cards like Harness Dragon, So ultimately, great series. You got to see how to beat Aurora as well as why you might consider other versions of Aurora. Hopefully it inspires you at home to either play LeBlanc or Poppy, but with that in mind, I'm just going to send it back.
What's up, everybody? Kangas here with the Best of LeBlanc from Sydney. D. Zayton, thanks for joining us here.
Hey, happy to be here.
LeBlanc has not been performing at the top that we were promised. D. Zayton, what's going on with your shows in Legend?
I think the demise of LeBlanc is very much overblown. I mean, I know it didn't make top 8 in a couple of events, but if you look at the placement of LeBlanc in the last event, Utrecht, it actually just placed 11th. So it had the same record as the guy who made 8th place. The breakers were just worse. So I think that the idea that the deck has like completely fallen off is crazy. I think the only reason people are talking about that is because they just expect me to, top every event, and sometimes I don't quite get there. So, this time around, I think we're going for the trophy. So.
It feels like part of the difficulty of the deck is that there's so many different tech options that you can choose in it, depending on what the meta in the field is going to look like. So what were your choices for this event? Were there any, interesting cards that you decided to put in or tweak?
Yeah, so in Utrecht, I went down to 1 Rift Herald, and I was actually very disappointed with that change because I started losing games. I was doing well into the purple decks that I've been having problems with, but then I started losing games to decks like Yi and Azir, and I'm like, well, those are supposed to be my best matchups. If I'm losing those, and Rift Herald's one of the best cards in those, clearly 1 is not good enough. So I put the 2nd Rift Herald back in. I still have 2 Watchers in the main. I found space for a 3rd Hidden Blade, and then in the sideboard, we now have a 1-of Death Grip. A very spicy combat trick that nobody's really playing around because LeBlanc, for the most part, has to play just mostly units and creatures, units and the gear.
Yeah.
So we don't really have a lot of space for extra interaction. So I think it's going to catch people off guard.
I feel like that's one that I saw in a lot of earlier LeBlanc builds, and a lot of people are trying her out, like all the Death Knell stuff with the spells slinging out there. But you still think that like unit list is the way to play LeBlanc, right?
Yeah, I mean, Hook is one of the most insane things you can do in the game. I mean, if I can take a single card from my hand, turn it into a copy of, let's say, a Mixologist, and then hook it into like a Rex or a Harness Dragon, I mean, there's nothing in the game that can really compete with that in terms of the value engine. So I think Hook is still the way to go. The results clearly show that, where all the events or all the lists that have topped gotten best of this season have all been Hook. So I think it's always the way to go.
Okay, cool. Well, thank you for sharing your insight. Last question for you is, where's the old shirt? When are you going to bring back the white with the Sharpie?
Maybe if I get a trophy, I'll bring it back for an event. You know, I have it somewhere. It's, somewhere in the pile of stuff. I'll bring it back someday.
We should get Challenger TCG to make custom just white shirts for you.
Somebody has the scan of it. We'll see.
All right. We'll get on that. Thank you so much. Best of luck.
All right, one last question for you. You see Dazzling Aurora hit the board. What do you do, Maddie?
I'm going to stay calm. I'm going to wait for their Elder Dragon trigger, and then I'm going to Starcross it, and then I'm just going to keep on scoring, baby.
I'll cry.
That was not the plan. If my Ashes have not removed it from the game already and it's hit the board, then that's probably just my hand out.
Ooh. I mean, sideboard your salvages immediately. Thermo beam anything you got, so take that out immediately.
Salvage. I mean, salvage, yeah, I'm playing yellow, so.
Salvage.
That's it.
Salvage.
Salvage it.
Good. I don't think that's so much of a hot take. That's the way to go.
Yeah, I forgot what show I was on.
Dazzling Aurora hits the board. What does Sean do?
Okay, Sean cringes a little bit inside, says, is this really what you're playing right now? And then I action, boom, take that, and now it's mine, and you cry.
Yep. There you go. All right, well, that is going to do it for our hot takes. I don't think I could take any more. That was great, Sean. Thank you so much. We're going to send it back.
Hello, everybody, and welcome from the regional qualifier here in Hartford, Connecticut. I am Charmer, and I am joined by the wonderful Glitched Goober here at the event. This is somebody that has been part of our greater community going all the way back to Legends of Runeterra, but has transitioned to Riftbound and is a fan favorite. Can you explain to people who you are?
Yeah, so I am an artist that draws really derpy art cards, and I have been traveling to all the North American Riftbound regional events to hand out my cards for free, mostly walking up to people awkwardly and just asking if they want to take a souvenir home with them.
Yeah, and what has happened at these events is a lot of times you don't have to walk up to anybody.
Oh.
You have been getting a line, and it really kicked off in Vancouver where you debuted this cosplay. Do you mind sharing what you're cosplaying as?
Yes, I am cosplaying as a warded brush. I play Ivern, and I wanted to be one of his many children, so I cosplayed as a brush. I realize wards are not yet in Riftbound. Don't know if they will be, but I needed a way for people to find me. Someone called me short once, and I said not anymore.
No, definitely not. And speaking of short, you're not short on artwork, and you have some amazing tokens that you've been giving out at the event. Do you want to maybe give us a preview here of what the tokens look like?
So here are some of my funny artworks, just as little alternative tokens for people to use. Again, they're just really silly, and I just really like seeing people smile, so everyone's welcome to take one home with them for the weekend.
That's right. So if you are here at the event and you see Glitch Goober, feel free to get your amazing token. Now, you said you like to see people smile. What made you want to start doing both the artwork, but also the giveaways and the cosplay? Like, you're kind of doing a little bit of everything for the community.
The way this started was I have the worst luck with pulling from the booster packs. So I just started drawing furiously as my villain origin story. Everything looks really ugly, like you really want that last 5 RP from Riot. But I started going to Vegas, and I just literally walked around just asking people if they wanted one. I got really lucky that people seemed to like them and said yes, so I just kept doing it. And they're the ones that are really spreading the word for me. So I'm just really grateful to the community, and it's so worth it just to see them smile and laugh about it.
Well, I am definitely one of the people that smiles and laughs about it, because I did run into you at Vegas, and it has been my mission at every regional qualifier that I have attended to see if you were there and if you were giving out tokens. I'm actually collecting them now, and I'm sure that I'm not the only one. So with that in mind, how do you feel about this particular event?
This event, it's only been a few hours in for me, and I'm already almost out of cards. It's crazy. I really can't believe how much of, I want to say, this positive impact the cards have had, because I think, people just like free things, but the fact that they're using them just for casual play is so awesome, and I think if it can brighten up anyone's day, then my weekend's been made.
Well, speaking of brightening days, I also want to call out the fact that over in the content creator area, where you have been stationed from time to time, there are also tokens that you can color. Can you tell us about that?
Yeah, so I drew these exclusive tokens that were also used at Utrecht, and they're being used for Hartford for gold buff tokens in collaboration with Riot. Shout out to Diana for inviting me. So people can color in their own tokens and take them home. I've heard there's plenty to go, so you can even take more than one.
All right, well, I really appreciate you taking some time to come and chat with us, kind of share your story, and I'm sure that you'll be running out of cards even faster now, but it's a wonderful thing that you do for the community, and I just personally want to thank you, because like I said, this is not just for the interview, this is truly me. I really do hunt Glitch at every event to get one of these tokens, so thank you for all that you do.
Thank you.
Those tokens are super sick.
They're awesome. Did you get one?
I did. I got a reflection one,
nice.
Obviously.
I got the bird and the brush on the other side.
Oh, that's...
Yeah. And the bird is the bird is Galio in the chicken suit. That's the best part. It's
That's
so good.
funny.
Which, I think we should start a petition. Galio should be a bird. That's an Ivern card.
I'll allow
there.
it.
Yeah? Okay.
I'll allow
well,
it.
he's got wings. It's close enough.
That's not my official judge response.
That's not,
I will allow it right now.
Okay. For you'll sign the petition, is what you're saying.
Correct.
Okay,
Yeah. Correct.
Cool.
I'll put
All
my
right,
name
we'll
on
work
it.
on that.
We were, however, talking about who we thought was going to win kind of that Vi Master Yi matchup.
Yep.
And we actually don't have to guess anymore.
Yeah, we're going to be able to. Yeah, we're going to be able to jump into Game 3 of,
That's awesome.
Of that matchup. So I'm super excited because I mean, you thought Master Yi won.
I
thought
assumed
Vi
Master
won.
Yi, and I would have assumed a 2-0. But you see, it's Game 3 that we're hopping into. All right, cool. Well, let's take a look at it because while we're waiting for the next round feature match, we can catch up on our secondary feature match from round number 2. Now, Vi is, in my opinion, like a very straightforward deck. I haven't seen many different brews of it. It's just a punch deck, right? You're just trying to hit hard and then get off the battlefield afterwards or gank over and do some more damage. Yi is a deck that's great at holding and absorbing punches, which is why I feel like it would naturally be Yi side. So why do you think Vi could take this?
So Vi has a lot of ways to kind of make might big. Right?
Big number go up.
Number go up, brain happy.
No, yes.
And that's what Vi is kind of able to do, right? We're running cards like Death Grip. We're running cards like Longsword to kind of surprise our opponents. Obviously, Falling Star is a very good card. And in the sideboard, so we're in Game 3 now, right? We have cards like Cleave that we can bring in as well. Salvage to kind of get rid of anything that E is kind of using. But we're in Game 3 now here on a Arena's Greatest match.
All right, let's see what happens as we're already a couple turns in, it would seem. Currently, the Master Yi has a Rengar Trophy Hunter with a Zonia's. Has not played their Chosen Champion yet. And then the Vi Pilot is got a Rek'Sai with, I think that's the Vi signature
That's Hextech Gauntlets,
gear. Yep, the Hextech Gauntlets. Really, really nice gear.
And as we heard Ghost of Fire saying, they're pondering their triggers now, right? So you have to pay costs for Vi to put her on the chain and kind of figure out what you want to do.
Tap Vi Legend to ready Rek'Sai.
And there we go, yeah. So we've decided we're going to ready the Rek'Sai by exhausting our Vi Legend, and then we're going to drive from the Hextech. And this is the problem that a lot of these Fury Order decks had is consistent card draw.
Yeah.
Right, so stuff like Hextech into decks like E that need to be on battlefields is a very good way to kind of allow yourself to draw cards, make might big, like we said, right? Rek'Sai with the Assault, with the Hextech Gauntlets on top of it. If you can slap a Cleave on there as well, it's a pretty big swing for might.
A lot of assaults, a lot of ambush, finding great, efficiency in this type of list. But in general, it's so straightforward in what it is trying to accomplish most of the time that's one of the weaknesses of the deck, because you kind of see it coming from the Master Yi side. And again, Master Yi, very good at holding, so already 8 might defending with this Rek'Sai, or sorry, with this Rengar. And now 5 energy up. Let's see what Space King decides to play.
Yeah, I mean, there's obviously a few options here. We haven't even played our Chosen Champion just yet, right? So we can just take, again, a development turn. The issue is Vi is a pretty quick deck, right?
Yeah.
She likes to go fast. It's an Arena's Greatest match, right? So we are on even points. Our opponent is on odd points. So even if they double conquer next turn, they're not going to win on their following turn. So we can take a little bit of a pause to develop if we want to. That being said, Space King seems like they're making a lot of decisions based on cards in hand and not so much that Yi. But I did see him kind of split that rune. He kind of took that 5th rune, he put it off to the side, and he's kind of looking at those 4.
Am I allowed to hold 1 for a Defy? Or, on guard, a lot of different 1-cost spells here. Seems like it's going to be developing. So you're mentioning all the different options you have. You're not in a rush right now, so develop the Yi. And now with the Master Yi Temperate on the field, Space King can probably just keep the Rengar out there and try and hold the Emperor's Days, because 8 defending, really hard to get through the Rek'Sai on its own with the Gauntlets will not be enough. So you kind of force Ghost of Fire to play something else if they want to conquer, and even then the Zonias will keep the Rengar alive. So make your opponent shoot through resources.
This looks like a charm.
So she's a 6, becomes a 7 on attack, right?
Oh, that's really big.
I'll charm her here.
Okay.
Let's do.
Charm will easily clear out the first Rek'Sai. There is a second Rek'Sai, but that will make it so that Ghost of Fire will have to play something from hand, like a Cleave, Longsword, something else to actually get over this Rengar now.
Yeah, I think that's what Space King's kind of debating. And I like this play to retreat here from Space King because it's already going to be a 7 on attack, right? So you just need to find something to swing the might over. It doesn't even have to be a specific thing. We do see the top deck Longsword, so hindsight 2020, but also foresight 2020 for Space King here as he kind of insulates himself against the Rek'Sai, who can just kind of slap that gauntlet on almost for free, right? You just recycle a power because it does get reduced.
Cut back a yellow. Sure. I'll salvage the Zonias.
Ooh.
Very nice.
Pretty efficient salvage there.
Draw for salvage.
Also important to note that because Space King, this is Game 3, would have probably seen the Longsword at some point, so you can expect, okay, that's going to be like a 7 defending Rek'Sai at that point. Or I guess an 8 defending Rek'Sai. 9 attacking, right?
Yeah, we're debating what we want to do here. Looks like a lot of cards in hand, actually, for Ghost of Fire as well. It's got full grip.
It's always fun getting airdropped into game states where you're like, yeah, we're just going to kind of figure it out as we go.
And then we get to be in the tank with ourselves.
True.
Yep.
So who would you say in this current game state, without perfect information, is leading?
I mean, he goes to 6 next turn, which allows him to get a little bit creative. It is still just a 4-might Master Yi and a 6-might Rengar. You don't really get a huge bonus, but if we don't take over that Emperor Dais, you can do some funky stuff with, bouncing your units back to hand as well. Yeah. So I like Ghost of Fire kind of taking over there.
Did you know you don't have to spend an energy to actually have the cost of returning a unit to hand? You just don't get the recruit or the Sand Soldier out there, don't you?
Thank you. Yeah, yeah. I think
I saw a tweet. Somebody put it on socials, talked about it.
Yeah, somebody did. Nah, I don't know.
Yeah.
Some guy.
You need to pay more attention to the social media.
Sure. You're right.
For the record, anybody confused, it was Grant that
I was the one who made the post,
Here.
Just want to make sure everyone's caught up on the bit we're doing here. All right, carry on. Dredger's going to come down. 1 might when it dies, you make the Reflect to Bird token. And a hitting card as well, so it looks like Ghost of Fire Rat's going to try and hold the Emperor's Dais.
Yeah, some options here for the hidden card as well. Could be Grim Apothecary, could be a Hidden Blade. There's definitely multiple
Grim
options.
Apothecary's
a Pike as well. Oh, is he not? Oh, no, excuse me. I think
he's an ambush.
Correct, yeah. So,
yes,
correct.
I get him confused with Purple Pike occasionally as well. I know Purple Pike is hidden, or Red Pike as well. Both of them are hidden, but yeah. All right, well, let's see what Space King wants to do here for energy up, or rather for energy that are in his hand currently. I imagine that they're going to be spent. 2 power costs, and there's the Akshan. Nice.
My gauntlets now.
Our gauntlets. Well, you're right. Mine currently.
Well, Space Kings, if we want to be.
You gotta share.
About it.
You gotta share.
We'll get our turn.
Space King is ready for those Aurora matchups. Going to go in. Space King's ahead in points. So there's this concept that I like to talk about when I cast. I'm not sure how often you think about this when you play Riftbound, but it's just the timer. It's a natural timer. It's like, okay, if nothing happens, who wins? Yep. I'm 1 point ahead, so if we just both hold, then Space King would win. So I think that Space King kind of opting into that type of mindset here, just saying I'm going to get the guaranteed point. You can still send Rengar in, see what that hidden card is, but prioritizing just getting the point above all else.
Go here. 6 to your 4 pass focus.
Yep, and focus getting a pass now. We do have a hidden card again.
I will reveal Pike. I will pay the extra cost for +2 on Pike. And I'll pass focus.
Okay. Turns it into a 4 might. So this is now 8 defending on 6.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Yeah, sure.
I will punch first.
Oh, yep.
To 11.
Oh, he's ready. We have that longsword. But do we have anything else that we can use?
Yeah. 10. Longsword would put Ghost of Fire to 10.
Yeah.
That can resolve, and then I'll.
Grim Apothecary?
Oh, Grim?
There it is. This would crash everything.
Just as a unit. Okay. And we'll trade.
Oh, very nice, actually. Unless there's another pump in the hand for Space King.
4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 11.
Sure.
So that means Carrion Dredger will also create that bird token. So Ghost of Fire will have a token, can score another point. Space King is still winning the clock, is still ahead on point tempo. And Ghost of Fire Rat's going to be at 5 runes to start the turn. Space King will go back to 4. So both of them have deramped significantly.
Notably here, though, we do have our Vi still in the champion zone, so we can slingshot her in with the bird if we want to. However, that Akshan is 7 might, which is a bit awkward, because if we bring the bird up and kill with the Vi, we're still just losing on board. So a lot of decisions that need to be made here for the side of Ghost of Fire Rat. Obviously, you can go get that Emperor's Dais, and you can turn your bird into a Sand Soldier to get an extra might, but then you can't play Vi anymore.
Tokens into tokens.
Tokens into tokens, correct.
Or you could not pay the energy and just return the bird token to hand.
No, correct. Yeah, correct.
Don't know why you would do that, but just, I mean, listen to options.
In this instance,
that's the job of a caster. Is just say what they could do, you know?
Correct, yeah.
I've told my friend this before. I was like, a card game is really just a really, really intricate decision tree where, like, only maybe 1% of choices are good.
Yeah.
You can do a lot of things. Most of them are bad, but mechanically you are allowed to. We could just attack this Master Yi with the birds. You're allowed to do that.
That is a legal game
You
action.
could recycle all of your energy and pass.
Also a legal game action, yeah.
Yeah.
We do have Space Kings that go to 4.
Going down those trees, but you know.
Yes, I doubt it.
Yeah.
They're at a 2-0 table in this instance, and we're on the desk.
True.
So
I like to remind people why I am at the desk often. Oh, he is. No, ambushing the Vi. Okay, we're doing the better decision here, opting to trade or take away the Master Yi. But to your point earlier, the Akshan already checks this current board.
Oh,
no hidden.
Okay, I was expecting a hidden card because right now Akshan just walks into there and wins, right? Unless I
Are we on turns?
don't know how to do math.
5 minutes and 30 seconds.
Ooh, Ghost of Fire had asked, are we on turns? Judges confirmed, nope, 5 minutes. We're watching the past right now. For anybody tuning in, we're waiting for round 3, but while we're waiting for that, we're watching this backup feature match from round 2. So catching just the end of it, but I'm liking what I'm seeing so far from Space King in a really good position here. 4 runes up, can establish another body if it's in hand. Not going to, just going to pass.
If there's a way for Vi to accelerate, like maybe another Rek'Sai with something, there's no punch first runes available because there's no body for us to recycle if we're Space King. However, it is 9 that we have to get over, right? Because that Akshan, excuse me, is going to get that passive Master Yi buff for defending alone. Falling Star doesn't kill it because it's at 7, so it's a very awkward number for this Vi to deal with.
You're on order with Vi, so you can't do like Cold a Week, but with 4 energy up, I expect Space King will have a Defy or something along those lines.
Cold a Week is kind of walk into Defy here. Looks like we're thinking on the side of Ghost of Fire, excuse me. I don't see any...
For Fiora. Sure. 2 for
Also, apologies, I misspoke a moment ago. This is round 3. We're waiting for round 4. There we go.
Yes.
Waiting for round 4 feature match, and this is the end of round 3's secondary feature match.
And this is kind of a big gamble. If there's a way, if there's a first mate for Yi, they just win here, but you got to make them have it, right?
Yeah.
Challenge if you're.
Yep.
Okay.
That'll do that as well, yep.
That will do that.
That'll do that. So, safe to say there's no first mate?
Yeah, because otherwise you would expect that to go down. You don't really need to deal with the back line, but with another pass, another 4 energy up. Waiting to hear. Looked like Space King heard something from one of the judges.
Yeah, they just wanted to make sure that he recycled for the challenge, I believe.
Sure.
Make sure he didn't accidentally recycle a calm rune instead of a body rune, but seems everything's good there. Again, only 1 body rune, so can't punch first.
Attempt to salvage.
Oh, that's good though.
That's big.
Salvage your own.
Space King in disbelief.
I don't think this is getting any better here, I guess. I'll defy it.
So that means that the Cold a Week, if it's in hand of Ghostfire, it would be live.
And it would be an Inferno to the dais, Conquer, Bounce, Cold a Week.
Yep.
And then you replay the Inferno. If we have it, but...
I mean, the fact that goes to Firerat's...
Yeah, you got it.
Okay.
Oh, there it is. Didn't have it. So you were right in the end. Space King taking it 2-1 against Ghost of Firerat and advancing to 3-0 in our Riftbound regional qualifier here in Hartford.
Not useful cards.
Well fought. Well
I
fought.
almost got there.
Yeah. Close. I like hearing the players talk with each other as well. Seems like they're still in good spirits. Space King undefeated, going 3-0 into round 4, playing the Master Yi. Are you a Yi believer? A lot of people are kind of hyping it up, but then going into this event, we're like, after Utrecht, like, no, it's not going to be as played. So, like, where are you on the Master Yi hype train?
I think it's a very, and I need to choose my words carefully here.
Okay.
I think it's a very simple deck.
Ah.
Right? And because it's a very simple deck, it's a very popular deck. That doesn't mean it's not a deck that you can show player agency or do some intricate lines, especially with cards like, Rengar pouncing.
but it is a deck that I can give to someone who's played very few games of Riftbound and even 0 games of Riftbound and say, hey, have fun.
Exactly. I feel like the way I describe decks like that is that there's a floor, a skill floor for a deck of like how good you have to be to know what's going on. And then there's a skill ceiling of like, if you spend a lot of time on the deck, how good can you get with it compared to people that don't know how to play the deck? And the skill floor and the skill ceiling of Master Yi, the floor is pretty high. I think the ceiling's also pretty high, as opposed to a deck like Aurora, where I feel like the floor is like really high and the ceiling is like a little above the floor. Like there is skill expression, of course, but that's probably the closest in the floor to ceiling. Yi's going to be maybe second closest in like the floor to the ceiling, how close that is. Of just like, here, try the deck out versus how good can you get at it. Because the skill expression really comes in sequencing and countering your opponents and knowing your matchups and what you need to counter on your opponent's field.
That's a lot of Riftbound in general, right? It's just knowing what your deck wants to do and then making sure you can do that, right? I think every deck in Riftbound is very easy to play when you could just do what you need to do. Right? When your deck does the thing, it's not very difficult.
If you're playing against an empty chair, it turns out you can pull off all your combos and do a lot of cool stuff.
Exactly. But if you're playing against players who are interrupting you and kind of making unfavorable board states, that's where you have to get creative. And like you mentioned with Aurora, if you don't see your Aurora, we've seen, Swag YOLO 420 get very creative with how he's going to use his Sivir Chosen Champion, kind of get around and create an advantageous board state. So if and when he does find the Aurora, it's not too late.
Yeah. Exactly. But yeah, I do like Yi as one of those decks to be like, yeah, it's on a lot of people's radars for how good it is, but also if you're looking to get into Riftbound, check out Master Yi. It's a very fun deck to play. I'd say really anything that's in the Proving Grounds box. I mean, maybe not Lux, because Lux is a little complicated in terms of how a lot of the current builds are winning with it, but funny to think that now 3 out of 4 of the Legends in Proving Grounds are doing well at regional qualifiers.
I think I saw that all of our Proving Grounds Legends, except for Garen, I haven't seen Garen, but I think all of them are 3-0 at this point. Yeah.
Pour one out. When's Garen going to show up? We got to get some Garen love.
I'm going to do a little shout out because I have a local from Montreal who's here whose name is Garen, and he's playing Garen.
Like government name is Garen?
Government name is Garen, and he's playing Garen. So
we got to give him the best of just by default, right?
Just by default, yeah. just hand it to him. Yeah.
Well, Garen's one of those tough ones to get the best of, though, because a lot of people go assuming it's usually towards the bottom of the deck population. So then a lot of people are like, ooh, if I would have best of, I'm going to go for Garen. So is he on the Aurora build, or is he playing
No, he's playing a real Garen.
An ethical Garen? Let's go.
Yeah, ethical Garen,
That's awesome. All right. Well, that's enough from us. I'm hearing that we are ready with an interview from... Oh, wait, sorry. No interview from that last one. Okay, we're going to take a look at the standings instead. All right. Let's update everybody on what's going on right now. A lot of 3-0s in the field. We see Alan ZQ there cracking into the top 10. Left leg
Cell at Lilia.
Oh, yes?
If it's the same HXL as I think, that is another Montreal local who is up there at the top of the standing.
Man, you Canadians. Pretty good at Riftbound.
Shout out my people.
Yeah, let's go. Do you think that HXL also says LeBlanc?
He does, yeah.
Yeah, okay, cool. I'm going to test that later just to make sure.
Perfect.
Yeah, obviously a lot of 3-0s still, but we're seeing a lot of Diana on that list. So that's like the big one. There's one, Master Yi at least, not the one that we just saw, but what are the surprises here? Draven, okay, a Draven 3-0.
Kha'Zix 3-0 as well. Shout out Josh.
Shout out Josh. Shout out Colin K, still committed to the set. We've seen him in many Riftbound regionals, performing well on that champion. Bit of a pet deck for him. And okay, there's a Kai'Sa and a Azir.
Kai'Sa from our set 1 deck to beat.
Yep.
And now we have a Vex also who's 3-1 there at the bottom at 30th. And going into here, we have... This is where we start seeing, the Dravens, the Fiora. We have a Lee Sin who's 3-0 as well. Troy's doing really well there at 36 currently. And again, we're still seeing the Dianas and, Master Yi's kind of sprinkled in there.
Yep.
So not too surprising in that aspect, but another Kha'Zix there at the bottom at 3-0 as well. And then here we have a bit more, a Jax.
Okay, Jax is interesting. Yes, some more Rengar. Still, pretty much every single one of these we've seen at least a Diana, if not multiple. Linsanity as well, piloting that one. So a lot of Diana. I think that is going to be just gut. Obviously, this isn't every 3-0 that we're going to be able to get through, I imagine, but this is at least a lot of Diana in the undefeated category still.
Yeah, and as the day continues, right, that might shrink a little bit, right, as they start dropping games. Just how math works, right? You have so many people playing Yi and Diana. Not all of them are going to be undefeated because that's not how tournaments work.
And as you continue undefeated, you're going to be against better and better and better and better opponents because you're going up against other undefeated opponents. So then your matchups get a little skewed. The Diana start getting the mirror matches then, and those, oh, I pity anybody who has to go through a Diana mirror match. That's a very complex match.
You need a break after that one.
Yeah. Get some coffee in you before and after.
Yeah, it's a double. It's a double. You needed some water, a little break afterwards.
Yep.
So yeah, I mean, round 3 was very. I like the two games that we had on stream. It kind of showed two very different play styles, right? We had a kind of Yi mid-range hold deck versus the Vi. I want to kind of come at you aggro deck, and then we had the LeBlanc quote-unquote unfair hook deck that had to go up against the Aurora also unfair deck. Right?
Yeah,
so like we had two unfair decks and then two very ethical fair Riftbound decks that were playing against each other. So it was a fun little round.
I love how you're trying to equate baited hook with Aurora in terms of like shenanigans. They're both gears. They both play units. You're right. You're right on those accounts. All right. I'm hearing that we're ready for our round 4 feature match though preview. So let's take a look at what we have for round 4. We have up first. Ooh, a Pike list.
Ooh, I like this, and this looks like it's kind of Pike control, right? We have the Bewitching Spirit in there, which is a staple in most Pike decks where you can just play that, force your opponent to discard a card, get that on a battlefield, and then with your Blood Harbor Ripper legend ability, you bring that back to hand.
Yep.
You have, Emperor Dais in your legend zone, which is obviously fun. And then Beast Below being the other kind of control pack in this where it operates as a big gust, right? Where you're kind of bouncing a unit back to your opponent's hand, and you're also using it to bounce one of yours.
Exactly.
Which is interesting.
And you have a lot. You already mentioned the Bewitching Spirit, but also things like Classic Fizz. This is one that you love to be able to bounce back either through your legend ability or through the Beast Below, as well as Ezreal. So really, really nice tools. Even things like a Bryn here Thundersong in the main deck is something that if you're able to loop that multiple times, that can be really annoying for an opponent to deal with.
Yeah, and this is very much a punish you to do anything kind of Pike list, right? Because we do have cards like one of Downwell also in the main deck.
I love Downwell. That's one of my favorite spells I've ever read. It's so cool. Return all units and gears to their owner's hand. So if you liked Ruination, but you're like, it doesn't deal with Aurora, well, at least Downwell will slow them down a little bit longer.
Yeah, and the backpack, a lot of people are playing, Pack of Wonders in Pike of Wonders in Ezreal even, and kind of doing this control. I'm just going to continue playing stuff that's very annoying with when you play me.
Did you mean to say Pike of Wonders? Because that's a great
Did I say Pike of Wonders?
No, I mean, own it. That's awesome.
Yeah, sure.
We're going to call it that now. Pike of Wonders. That's his deck.
That's his backpack.
That's his backpack. Yeah, return another friendly gear unit or hidden card to its owner's hand. This is what Pike wants to do anyway. You want to be looping these like on-play effects. So this is kind of another way to do that.
Yeah, this is a very interesting list. It allows you to get very creative with how you want to fight, and he's going to be playing against Mr. Pandawan, who is on Lee Sin Aurora.
Lee Sin Aurora. So any body deck has access to Aurora plus Elder Dragon plus Mobilize plus Catalyst. And that's pretty much the only orange that you're going to see here outside of the Sabotages, and I guess Flurry of Blades as well. But when you pair it with the Calm domain, typically this would be like a Master Yi that you see this with, but Lee Sin still has access to the same tricks. You get the counter spells, things like Defy, Not So Fast, Discipline as well to buff up your units, help you draw. And then, speaking of draw power, even things like Back Off helping you out in that regard. And this is a very low unit list. It's just the Elder Dragons and 2 Vilemoths, only 5 units total.
Yeah, so I'm going to push my proverbial glasses up to my forehead here.
He's physically doing it for anybody wondering at home. He put his finger on between his eyebrows.
As I look at Aurora lists, I always like to see what's different.
Okay.
So here we're running, like you mentioned, 5 units. Why are we running Lee Sin, right? Lee Sin allows us to buff a friendly unit. So you can make really weird breakpoints where Vilemoth specifically putting him at 9 might, which means that anything that attacks into you that's less than 9 might just does nothing.
Okay.
Right? The Lee Sin centered champion also allows you to accelerate if you need to, but also you can just put him on a battlefield with your other buffed units, and then they're getting +2. So now that Vilemoth's 11 might, which is crazy. And notably, we have 3 Desert's Call in the deck as well.
Yeah.
So this allows us to, on turn 2, play a Sand Soldier, or on turn 1 play Sand Soldier, or on turn 2 play 2 Sand Soldiers, and still use that Lee Sin to buff them.
Yeah.
And we have 3 might units that we can swing around as well.
If you're going second, you can just play 1 and then buff it immediately that turn.
Exactly.
Yeah, so you get some flexibility there. All right, I'm hearing that we're ready to hop in to the game here shortly. So Lee Sin, Aurora. Let's see if it's enough to take on Pike. Pike as a deck has a lot of ways to, you know, return units on the field back to the opponent's hand. So it's not like a terrible matchup, I would have to imagine, for the Pike, because you can just use things like your Beast Below to clear out that Elder Dragon as soon as it hits the field.
Yeah, the Elder Dragon can get bounced pretty quickly. You have the Star-Crossed in the main deck as well for Pike. Also notably, Vile Maw, if it's creating an awkward board state for you, you could get rid of that as well.
Yeah, but Not So Fast is in the main deck here for Lee Sin. For Mr. Pandawan, you know, props for the name. I'll give you some credit there.
I like it.
Mr. Pandawan. Game 1 for round 4 of Swiss underway here. Not So Fast in the main deck. Not a lot of people are kind of anticipating that. So that's going to be able to check a lot of what Aggressia is going to have to answer.
Yeah, we've seen Not So Fast kind of fall off in terms of its play rate a little bit.
Yeah.
But I do think that is, obviously it is a very good card here in the matchup. Also, Aggressia has the ability to force discards, right, depending on what we have in our hand. So the best way to deal with Aurora is to make sure they can't play an Aurora or have no cards in hand or put their units in the trash, right?
True.
So all of that can be done with Bewitching Spirit. So Aggressia is most likely looking to find that in their opening hand here.
As, let's see, I didn't catch who was going first here.
Good luck. Looks like it's our Lee Sin who's going first.
Okay. Fist bump comes in. Runes are channeled. Mr. Pandawan will start the game.
His cards are also upside down. Oh, there we go. We fixed it. And there's the turn 1 mobilize. So
Yep.
You only need... Okay, perfect.
It looks like there's another one in hand too, and is that a Catalyst I see as well? I think
yes,
yeah, we got mobilized into Catalyst.
Oh, and there's the Bewitching Spirit off the stack deck.
Can't play it this turn because now we've already played the stack deck, but could play a 2 energy unit.
Yep.
Let's see if he has one. Yep, there's the Traveling Merchant.
Old Reliable is what I like to call him.
Well, I think it's... So I talk about this a lot with 2 energy units. I think Traveling Merchant, arguably one of the best turn 1s that you can get. Maybe that and like Irresistible Feyfolk would be like the best ones. But drawing it later in the game doesn't feel as good. You know, it's like if you draw this on turn 5, you're like, ooh. Whereas like a Tide Turner, you're still pretty happy to see it on turn 5, even if it's not the best in turn 1. But if you can get that Merchant out, immediately feels really good.
I will attempt to go to the Monastery of Hondarana. Move trigger. I'll discard a Pack of Wonders to draw a card. I'd like to score. Yep, that's good.
You got
1 to 0.
Point scored there from Aggressia, and now 5 energy still up.
I'll play a...
Trying to decide where to play the Spirit here, it looks like, for Aggressia.
Imagine you go into the...
Bewitching Spirit over here.
Oh, not into the base, okay.
Discard a card.
At this point, if you need to, you can bring it back to your hand. If you're scared of an Aurora hitting an Elder Dragon, right? You can, now that it's out of battlefield, you can use your Pike to bounce that back to your hand. Unfortunately, you only have 1 left afterwards, so you can't replay it, but at least it's safe in your hand away from that Elder Dragon.
I suppose, yeah.
Different plans.
Play a Pack of Wonders and I'll bust you.
That also works.
Yeah, similar.
But not using it to bounce the Spirit, so kind of giving... We're insulating now a little bit against that Elder Dragon, because if it does come in, we kill one of our units, we still get our 2nd point.
That's a good point. The fact that Elder can only target 1 thing at a location. As Mr. Pandawan does not have the Aurora on curve, which means it will just be the Lee Sin centered going in. With the buff from the Lee Sin Blind Monk Legend.
Yep.
Spend the buff to draw.
Yep. There it is, yep. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. And looks like we're on... Yeah, 8 runes now, so still on Aurora for next turn. I don't hate this at all. I don't know that he has Aurora in his hand, right? So this is a play that doesn't deramp you past getting Aurora if you do manage to draw it, but now gives you board presence where otherwise, you know, you're just letting your opponent go to 2, and there's a way for them to just kind of have fun with that Bewitching Spirit, right? Because they can use Pike, play it, use Pack of Wonders, play it again, and now you just lost 2 more cards in your hand.
And I'm just confirming, that Elder Dragon in the trash, I believe was discarded off of the Spirit. I imagine from the last turn, because otherwise it would just be mobilizing the Catalyst. So that means 1 Elder used. I don't know if this version has many ways to get your units back once they're all kind of spent here. So it might actually be significant that that Elder Dragon was discarded from hand and no longer available. A lot of counter spells in Mr. Pandawan's hand, though. There's Not So Fast. There's, I think, a Discipline and a Defy.
I'll pack and I'll replay the Spirit.
Yeah,
nice.
This is very good. This is where you're going to kind of win. If you can just rip all the cards out of their hand and only have to deal with the Lee Sin, that's totally fine. I don't know if we mulligan the Death from Below, but I know that the opening hand from Aggressia had a Death from Below in it, which is just kill multiple things if they're 3 might or less, or just kill something.
Kill one thing at a battlefield, yeah.
Yep. We do have the Desert's Call for Mr. Pandawan, so we're going to find your center here first, see what we can draw. And then we can still develop these Sand Soldiers if our hand bricks a little bit, which seems to be the case, as we have just double Defy.
Yeah. And this is the downside of Aurora decks, is sometimes you just don't see it. When you do see it, it feels so good, so oppressive to play against, but if it never shows up, it's going to be tough. That's 2 Sand Soldiers at least.
And this is what non-Chaos Aurora decks I feel like need to really focus on, is because you don't have the amount of dig that Chaos has, you have to figure out ways to not just auto-lose if you don't see it, right? So cards like Desert's Call and even this, Lee Sin, bringing it back, protecting it,
3 cards in hand?
It's very important for them to kind of keep some board presence to at least continue to challenge as they dig for the Aurora.
Yeah. And it's part of reasons why in some of these other non-chaos lists, even Poppy can pull it off to an extent, or like the order list, but seeing Flurry of Blades still in there, sometimes you opt instead for more things that can dig you into your deck, or just useful spells, because even like Flurry of Blades now kind of a dead draw for Mr. Pandawan, but there's Aggressia going in.
And here comes the Spirit.
We can trigger this multiple times because the Spirit's going to come in from the Pike ability, replay it. Pack of Wonders is still available as well.
Yeah. We're going to pack it, replay it, looks like. Maybe
pack the Spirit.
Yep.
Yep, here we go. Many people have experienced this already, the difficulty of not having a single card in your hand. It looks like, I think that's only a not so fast that was kept from Mr. Pandawan.
Which is good, because you can't defy the Death from Below, but you can not so fast it.
Yes, true.
But we're going to develop another All Reliable. And all of a sudden, your opponent has 2 cards in hand when they draw for their turn. You have 4 might, and they have, 7 plus the 4. They have, 11 might, but you have so much of a... I think there's a Falling Star in the hand for Aggressia as well, so a lot of options here for the next turn.
Have you had 3 points?
Another one that you cannot so fast, but cannot defy. I'm looking at Death from Below. You actually, it is a 4 energy 1 power cost, so it is defiable. But
it is defiable.
But Not So Fast also checks it. So that's, I think, the bigger thing is that it doesn't really quite matter. Not So Fast can cover more options, like the units that bounce things, specifically that Beast from Below.
Yes, that is a unit, all pun intended. It is a big...
What would you rather run into, Death from Below or the Beast from Below? I feel like one's guaranteed. The other one's at least like you got a shot, right?
Yeah. I think I'd rather run into the Beast from Below.
Maybe he's a chill guy.
Yeah, maybe he's a nice guy.
All right. There it is. What do we think, Chad? Is that a chill guy right there?
Is he a chill guy?
I think he's actively in the action of eating a full ship.
But maybe they're bad people on the ship.
Maybe they were like, maybe they were being rude, and he's just telling them off, like, hey, guys, no. Maybe he's defending his friend. Maybe his kid's back there, and they were, like, throwing straws at him or something.
Yep, and I mean, Master Pandawan now is going to try to find some more cards so he can defend his Lee Sin, because this is not a great position to be in, being only at 4 points.
True.
So not actually electing to spend the buff, it looks like, to draw with Monastery of Renata, and just going to kind of hang out with 3 cards in hand here and try to just fight through.
Sand Soldier?
I mean, even if you get into that Aurora, if you don't have enough cards in your hand to kind of insulate, I mean, there are 3, so maybe getting the 4th could have worked. Oh, not so fasting the Gust.
Yeah, wants to keep 4 might on that battlefield, because if you let that get gusted, now Forbidding Ways is going to make it a free battlefield to conquer. It's like there's no unit there to begin with. So good not so fast here, and it looks like an Elder Dragon in hand for Mr. Pandawan, unfortunately, and something else that is tucked away behind it. So again, not the ideal 2 cards to have in your hand.
Yeah, I will say, if you're not going to see the Aurora, an ethical Elder Dragon is still an Elder Dragon. It's on the field, it's representing a big threat, but the problem being, if you draw that Aurora the next turn, you're going to be like, ugh.
Feels a little bad.
Yeah, it feels a little bad, especially we've already gone through one of them, so that means that we know in the deck list now 1 Elder in deck with 2 Vile Maws in deck.
Yeah, there's a Falling Star. Keep in mind, though, we have enough to play 2 Bewitching Spirits.
Okay.
So I think what we're going to do is conquer to 3, pack it back, bounce it back with the Pike, then pack it back when you play it again.
Wow. Another gold
No more
gear.
cards in hand for Mr. Pandawan, it looks like.
Yeah. Welcome to Pike Shenanigans, everybody. Tough deck to play against. That means Pandawan will not even have that Elder play. Deciding between the... Oh, actually discarding the Elder and saving
Discard.
the back off. I mean, it probably doesn't really matter, yeah.
So no more Ethical Elder Dragon.
No Ethical Elder
in the
Dragon.
trash now.
Yep.
But this Lee Sin putting in work, right? The Lee Sin champion unit has gotten him, I think, all his points except for the one that we got on Forbidding Waste with the Sand Soldiers last turn. So we're able to kind of at least try to grind through it. We draw the Sabotage. Cards in hand are useless against Pike, right?
Yeah,
true.
true.
They're going to get hit pretty quick, so get rid of it. You got rid of the Star-Crossed. You know there's a Forerunner, so you can kind of play around that. And now you're going to pull back a little bit. You have a ton of runes, so you're in top deck mode. But now Bewitching Spirit doesn't really... It's not a good bounce target anymore, right?
No. At this point, you're just going to use it as a body to get points. You've fulfilled the function of the Spirit. That Forerunner is going to look really nice. And what was that card drawn? It looks like a... It's a Tide Turner, okay. Yeah. And now I like this from Aggressia, just denying the potential draw from the Monastery. Because that's one of the big outs for Mr. Pandawan is if you're able to get that Lee Sin in and then spend the buff to draw a card. Aggressia saying, nope, I'm not going to give you an easy path there. Tide Turner is nice because you're at no cards in hand, so when this Merchant moves, you can discard nothing and draw the one card.
I'll draw.
Efficiency.
Very efficient.
Score 5?
Yep. In a world where you had a second card in hand, I wouldn't have hated seeing Traveling Merchant get moved to that Forbidding Waste, hiding the Tide Turner there.
I'll draw 2.
So that if he does attack, you bring the Forerunner over,
Yeah.
get rid of the passive for Forbidding Waste, and it's 8 to the 7.
Unfortunately, it just didn't quite work out math-wise, but this is nice too. The Ezreal also discards nothing and then...
And draws a bunch of cards.
Gets you 2 cards in hand, so a very efficient turn here from Aggressia.
I'll hide a card.
I wonder what it is.
Go ahead. Currently I have it 5 to 5.
One card and one card only for Mr. Pandawan now. Has to make,
I mean, if
something happen here.
If he drops the Aurora and then that plays into the Elder, that would be crazy. But based on how long it's taking, I imagine it is not Aurora.
Yeah. Would be a Windmill Slam, I think, if it was.
That would be an anime moment there.
6 points.
But again, still at 6 points. Hasn't seen Aurora, but managed to kind of scrape together 6 points. And notably, we can't win on our next turn if we're Aggressia, right? We're on odd points.
Ooh.
Hide a card, sure.
Gonna hide a card.
Whoa.
Looks like maybe a back off.
Yeah, I would imagine, because it might feel weird to do that, because that can draw you a card if you play it from hand. But if you're expecting that you're just going to lose your hand anyway, the Spirit is gone. I don't think that... Was that one bounce
Spirit's
back?
in hand.
Oh, it
Spirit's
is.
in hand,
Okay,
yeah.
okay, yeah. Mm.
Falling Star?
Ooh, this is good.
The Ezreal would theoretically check it. I'm expecting a back off as the hidden card here.
I'll come in here. The Forbidding Waste will kill your Yi.
Oh, that actually is the function here.
You don't have a window to react.
Oh, okay.
Yep. I don't want to say anything. I wanted to give that moment to Aggressia, but I saw the line, and I'm very happy that we're using our battlefields to their fullest potential there. So for those of you at home who don't understand why that happens, is we've marked 6 damage on a 7 might unit, and Forbidding Waste is a passive effect. That says, while a unit's defending here alone, it'll get -2 might.
It doesn't trigger.
Correct. So the game will apply the -2 effect to the Lee Sin, and now that it has damage marked equal or greater to, in this case, than it might, it just dies in that cleanup before the showdown begins.
You'd have to chain the Zonias to the Falling Star in order to protect the Lee Sin in that instance. But even from that position, I feel like Aggressia was dominating the board state. Mr. Pandawan had the ideal kind of rune ramp, but was not able to actually find
For me, yeah. Thank
the
you so
Aurora.
much. I'm so used to everything just being on that side.
And like we saw, right, there was threats in hand, but when you're playing against Pike, you got to get those threats out as fast as you can, or else they're going to end up in your trash.
And that's like what the positive of the order side with body Aurora builds is that you have the counter spells. You have things like Defy, not so fast. Even like Discipline can be nice to help you with your numbers, but you don't have the ability to dig into your deck that Chaos provides you. Uniquely terrible into Pike because he's not going to spend a lot of spells to get rid of your entire hand
it's all
of
units.
Defies. Yeah. So really tough matchup here for Mr. Pandawan.
Like, I'm good on your runes as long as you shuffle them.
Same. A little sportsmanship here from both players as they're setting up here for game number 2, excuse me. And again, this is the Aspirants game, so we can go a bit longer.
Yep. Okay, cool.
But again, Aggressia is a deck that runs a down well. So if you get to a point where you've played all your units and your Auroras are in play and they down well you,
I'm gonna go clear.
it's kind of a hard reset button, excuse me, a little bit
Yep.
for both players.
Again, I feel like the Pike deck is naturally decent into Mr. Pandawan, and that does look like a Spirit in hand.
That's such a good hand.
Yeah, that's a really
And we
good
drew
Oh,
hand
our
going
down
second.
well?
Oh, wow.
Going second, this is a phenomenal hand for...
and no mobilize. No mobilize for Mr. Pandawan, so not the ideal start. There are catalysts in hand, but that is not going to be the ramp for the Dazzling Aurora. And the first Spirit lands.
Yeah, one Catalyst is going to get thrown away. Kind of a no-brainer here when you have 2 of them in your hand. It's a Dragon, it looks like, perhaps, that we just drew off the top if we're Mr. Pandawan. So again, we're just trying to find this Aurora. And at the very worst case, we'll bring that Lee Sin in like we did in Game 1 and try to get ourselves some points.
Yep. And now the Spirit's going in to get that first. Imagine that it'll just be
on
looped.
6 runes? Yes.
I guess it's just making sure you're on 6.
I'll put a Vex here.
Knowing that the Aurora wouldn't come down next turn anyway, placing the Vex to the battlefield, so that way the accelerated Lee Sin can't come in and start scoring points.
Yeah, and this lets you also kind of play and bounce your Bewitching Spirit next turn instantly, right? Because you're going to most likely, unless they, you know, they can't accelerate the Lee Sin because Vex will stun it, right? So your Vex is pretty safe here.
Yeah.
And then next turn you can just, if you want to, you could double Bewitching Spirit and then bring the Vex back.
Yeah. I'm not seeing an Aurora in hand that looks like an Elder Dragon. Sure. Find Your Center comes down.
I'll hold it 2.
And now we get to see Pike do Pike things, as the cards in hand for Mr. Pandawan are not safe.
Mr. Pandawan opted to not use the Lee Sin Blind Monk Legend to buff one of these Sand Soldiers, so I imagine trying to, I guess, bluff a Defy or something. I mean, looking at the hand, it doesn't look like there's a 1 energy card. I think I saw Mobilize.
I think I saw an Unyielding
Discipline.
Spirit, yeah.
Oh, okay. Okay, sure. That actually could be very valuable then.
Yeah, just keeping one of those Sand Soldiers alive might be very worth it in this, especially since we're not seeing our Aurora. And it looks like, yeah, we're going to bounce it back, replay it. Business as usual, so to speak, for Pike.
Back
and
to
we're probably
base.
going to bring that Vex home, yeah.
Yeah, you have to imagine. Otherwise, the Sand Soldiers could just crash, then Lee Sin could come down. Mr. Pandawan's in a tough spot here, discarding the Elder Dragon.
Go ahead.
We'll get on the board here for
Only have
Mr.
2 to
Pandawan.
nothing, correct? Sounds good to me.
And let's see what that card drawn was. Maybe another Discipline? No, Defy.
Yeah.
So we got a Defy, Discipline, and the
Unyielding Spirit.
Unyielding Spirit. There we go. Yeah, thank you.
Notably now, since Vex is back home, okay, we're looks like we're fishing naturally, which
you kind of have
I'm okay
to.
with. That would have been great if it was a Catalyst. Would have drawn us a card, but we do have 1 rune that we haven't channeled yet. So if we mobilize,
yeah, nothing really happens. It's just something to insulate against all the discards in hand. Lee Sin will establish onto the board, and we'll get a buff.
Yeah, get a little buff on him.
I go.
And now Mr. Pandawan's in that position where because the Elder Dragon was discarded earlier, you don't even have that play on the next turn. That's where sometimes I feel like if you haven't seen the Aurora, just hold the Elder Dragon because eventually you can just slam it.
Yeah. But again, this is an Aspirants game. We're at 2 points.
Sure.
We're still in the early game.
A lot
of Riftbound to be played for this one.
3.
Now it's dangerous, obviously, putting your Vex on the battlefield.
Bounce, and then thinking on the channel.
Okay, so we're going to ponder on this Ripper's
channel.
Bay. And we're going to use the Ripper's Bay ability.
Yeah, when a unit returns back to your hand, you can
3 cards in hand.
pay an energy cost to channel a rune exhausted.
Witching Spirit.
And then with
You
the Pike,
double
also
dip
the
a little
gold.
bit.
Yeah,
Yeah,
a little bit.
exactly.
You're ramping more on Aggressia's side. And because of the Aspirant's Climb, you don't need to be on the even point number right now, so you're not pressured to send that Vex in regardless. I wouldn't be surprised if Aggressia just decides to pass here. Maybe play another unit.
How about another Spirit?
How about another Spirit? How about it?
How about it? Now we have one card in hand, which was
the Mobilize.
Mobilize.
So because this next turn, Mr. Panda can use it to, or Panda 1 can use it to at least draw an additional card.
Correct. Unless we top deck the Aurora? Question mark? No, it looks like a Flurry, so we're going to draw the Aurora
One
now.
more shot. Does he have them in the deck? Is now the question on my mind. You
We
looked
haven't
at the
seen a
sheet.
lot of cards.
I
We've
saw
seen a
you pick
norm-
up the deck list. Is
Yeah.
it there?
That's good.
It is in the deck, yes. But that's the thing, again, with non-Chaos Aurora decks, is you see a normal amount of cards.
Exactly.
Right? You don't have stuff like Stack Deck or Scryer's Bloom or Lunar Bloom.
Yep.
And all these cards that just say, hey, you don't like what you have in your hand? Great, let's put more cards in there.
Let's get different options.
Yeah.
Instead, you're operating with a couple of Sand Soldiers and a Lee Sin right now, which will get Mr. Pandawan on the board and at least scoring some points. But Aggressia just has so much card advantage right now.
And the issue with playing against Fury decks when you have these Sand Soldiers is they get obliterated by Falling Star.
Yeah.
And we know that there
no
is
more
a
Unyielding Spirit in hand.
Fizz in the deck, if I'm not mistaken. Yes, there's a Fizz in the deck, so you can technically Falling Star, and just get rid of all those Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, you speak my language.
I mean, we have 3 gold. It's not going to cost us that much.
True.
It's like a stack deck, probably.
Stack deck?
Yep.
Yep. Gonna dig a little more. Both players full ramp on their runes. Let's see what Pike's able to do here. It's such a unique deck in how it wants to approach the game. Really, no other deck is doing what Pike is doing, and that's something that I love to see decks pull off is like, hey, check out what makes my deck unique, what makes my legend unique. This looping of your units to make your opponent just have no cards in hand.
Score. Yep.
You're not putting out big bodies as the Pike. You're just kind of hoping that your card advantage will cripple your opponent over time.
Bounce.
And make it so that they can't really do much in the game.
Flurry? Sure.
Yeah, we're going to do the Pike special, right? Bounce the Spirit, play the Spirit. So many cards in hand right now for Aggressia. There's a lot of different options. Yeah, we're going to continuously try to go up by 2, keep on that odd point so we can close out the game when we're at 7. And we're going to Star Cross here. It looks like make him kind of commit for that. Oh, that's very nice because now we can just replay the Spirit. Lee Sin, that's a...
Get rid of the Lee Sin, yeah.
Essentially
Man,
removal, right?
What a card. That combination with the Spirit and the Star-Crossed. You usually think of Star-Crossed with like, oh, Fizz, crazy combo with Fizz. Well, how about you get rid of the card? You just bounce back to your opponent's hand because you've already cleared out their entire hand of anything else.
Yeah, it's a really rough spot for Lee Sin. And we drew Discipline, so we get to look at another card.
I'm gonna Discipline. Discipline, sure.
I'm not sure what we took off the stack deck, but I did see a Fading Memories on the first 3.
Okay.
So if we did take that, the Aurora's only going to trigger once if we do end up finding it. It looks like it's a Zhonya's. Yeah, so we're going to go to 7 next turn, and then it's kind of, we're in the danger zone if we're our Aurora player.
It would appear Mr. Pandawan has one more turn to try and find that Aurora. Tough situation to be in feature match. You're undefeated so far in the tournament at 3-0, but you just don't see Aurora 2 games in a row. That would be brutal for the Lee Sin pilot.
Oh, it was the Fading. I see the Fading in the hand right now, yeah. Also, very interesting that we're seeing Mr. Pandawan not move those Sand Soldiers.
Yeah, I would have expected at least the 2 that don't have the buffs to move up.
Yeah, just make it inconvenient. Oh, this is a great downwall turn, I think. Oh, this is a phenomenal downwall turn. Yes, yeah.
Doesn't really matter. I'll float 4 gold.
Yep.
Yeah, because we're going to lose those anyway with the downwell. Because then you just get the Zhonya's out with the Bewitching Spirit anyways.
Here it is.
Yeah, this is how you just lock out the game now if you're Pike.
You're going to play another Spirit. Get rid of that. Zhonya's. The only thing you don't have right now on Aggressia's side is a second body to get the Conqueror, but it looks like a little spoilers there. Just takes it.
Did I go? Yeah. Oh.
There it is.
Fist bump. There we go.
A little fist bump.
That makes a little more sense. Mr. Pandawan extends a fist bump, says, yeah, this game's over. Did not see Aurora in 2 games in a row.
Did I go? Yeah. Oh, jeez.
But I mean, like we saw in game 1, right? We're able to get up to 6 points.
Yeah.
Just with our chosen champion, right? We're, yes, discarding everything because of those Bewitching Spirits, but we were able to kind of claw back into the game,
Yeah.
but unfortunately not finding what you need to find in this situation. Aurora in a deck that doesn't utilize it that well in Lee Sin, right? It's a different take on it. We saw it get punished a little bit there.
I'd say a big part of that is the matchup. Pike's not great at holding, especially against like a 7 might like the Lee Sin once he gets that buff on him. But the converse is that Aurora Lee Sin's a very slow deck that's not going to be doing very much. So Pike also benefits from the matchup because your little 2 might units going in, I mean, they're able to score and then they're able to rip out your opponent's hand. And like that Lee Sin was really the only threat at any given time. And once you have the Vex Apathetic, it's like even that Lee Sin's not that scary anymore. So I would imagine that the Pike pilot was like, oh, I'm against Aurora Lee Sin. Yeah, let's get some work done because this is going to be one of the better matchups for Pike. I've played against Pike at my locals, and I play a lot of aggro decks. I played against Pike as Jinx, and I'm like, sweet, you're just going to give me 2 draws every turn.
Yeah,
and the Pike was like, oh, this is a bad matchup. But then they go up against like an Aurora deck next, and they're like, thank you. Now I can like rush down and actually win a matchup. So
yeah, I like you mentioned earlier, I'm kind of the villain. I like these control decks. I like these decks that kind of make my opponent unable to execute their strategy. So, I don't know, watching more and more Pike, I'm going to be sleeving up a Pike deck when I get home.
Okay.
Not sure.
Pike is one of those ones where I think it can be frustrating sometimes when that loop comes out and you lose your entire hand, but it doesn't happen every game.
Right.
And even if it is happening, again, it's like a 2 might unit your opponent's putting out there. So if you're able to just get out your stuff from your hand fast enough and just have a better board presence, you can actually kind of overpower the Pike. So it's one of those ones where it can be frustrating, but I also think it's a very fair deck in terms of where it lands in power scaling. It's doing really unique things that can sometimes be annoying, but it's not like doing it while putting an Elder Dragon on the field or anything even remotely close. It's like maybe a Forerunner will hit the field at some point, right?
Yeah, it's definitely not one of those, I'm going to say bait and hook again because with LeBlanc, you're just making copies and you're hooking air, so to speak, right? Because you're hooking something you just discarded a card to make, and then you're getting, a couple Death Bell triggers with your Ruined Rex into a Harness Dragon, and you're just sitting there with a machine gun looking at their board of, oh, they're in your base, they're not safe.
Yeah,
right?
yeah.
And Pike has to at least get those before they come into play, get them out of your hand first, which is sometimes more difficult.
Or bounce stuff back to your hand, which we saw the cool like Starcross bounce back and then play to discard. But oftentimes you don't have the energy for that as Pike. It's like, okay, I'm going to bounce back, but then I won't be able to play it again immediately. Or if I do, you have multiple cards in your hand. That was a very unique scenario where, again, it's an Aurora matchup, so the Lee Sin didn't really have anything to do. It's just Defies in hand that don't really stop any of that. Yeah.
But who better to tell us how to play Pike and their experience in this last match than Grecia themselves, so we'll pass it over for an interview.
Excellent cast there, and you're right. I want to pick the brains of Agressia. Congratulations on that win here. Now 4-0 at RQ Hartford. How does it feel? Not only piloting a deck and in that matchup, pretty dominating there, but also getting paired into an undefeated Lee Sin. But with Pike, how are you feeling in the tournament so far?
Feeling really good so far. Pike, I think, as a lot of players have said, like this deck has really broken interactions and have not been able to solve it. And you always have like people going in the tempo way, the control way, and there's just a lot of different decisions to be made in the deck building process. And I think that I'm very comfortable with the version that I came up with. It's a bit of like a hybrid. So I've been very happy with the list so far.
Good. I mean, it worked perfectly well for you, at least in this matchup. You've got 4 more rounds to go today. So I kind of want to pick your brain because I think a lot of people have been talking about Pike, but I haven't necessarily seen the results that I think a lot of people are thinking it will bring. So why do you think that is? Is there something in the field that you really struggle against to like get over that last big hump, or do you just think sometimes the deck doesn't cooperate, or is this maybe hybrid version the answer to that?
It definitely has a lot to do with the deck building because one of the biggest issues is that you end up leading into this like control shell of like I'm gonna pack and Bewitching Spirit your hand apart, and when you play into a matchup like Diana where you're trying to do that and they're just like running away around on the board and drawing a bunch of cards, that strategy doesn't work. A lot of your units have really bad might numbers. Like you're not very big. You have Treasure Hunters at 1. You have the Spirits at 2. Noxus Hopeful is like one of your best things at 4, and like the top end really is like a struggle. And like Baron is also a really tough card to get off sometimes. A lot of the times you'll play Baron into like a Diana or a Yi, and then they'll just beat right over it, and then now they're scoring 3 points and you're so far behind.
No, I think that's actually exactly what I saw last week. I think we had a Pike on stream and the Baron came out and it was against a Yi, and the Yi deck is just like, well, you've created this third battlefield, which means winning on conquering is so much harder. Now it's about holding, and what does Yi love to do? Holding onto a battlefield. So I do understand how it can sometimes be that detriment, but sometimes you're like, I want this sort of like, untargetable, untouchable unit like Baron, and also brings up the might, like you said, is the detriment, but that is kind of the downside that we've seen a lot of these in like, talk about Annie, right? Same domains, but it's all about just using all the tricks that you have, and the deck is very good at doing those things. So that makes a lot of sense, to be honest. But I have to highlight, of course, a big play that you had that I think chat was really happy about. The Falling Stars onto the buffed Lee Sin centered, which had the 6 damage on it, which means there was 1 left. When you moved into the Forbidding Waste, as an interaction that I think a lot of people don't realize, and why Forbidding Waste can be so good when you know how to use it, as you were the one that brought it out. So can you kind of speak to how good of an ability your battlefields can be in those kind of situations? Because that was just game 1, and is that always the game plan for Forbidding Base being that sort of game 1 battlefield, or do you think it just kind of mixes up depending on what the decks you can take advantage of?
So for me, one of the biggest matchups that I struggle with tends to be the Master Yi deck, because even their little Scuttle Crab is going to beat over my units on defense. So having the Forbidding Waste initially was the play for that, but there's a lot of really techie plays you get to do where I Falling Star your unit, and when I swing in, that ability is a passive, so it will immediately happen, and your unit dies. There is no priority window. You can't buff it. You can't flip the Zonias like he had there.
Yep.
And that is that catches a lot of people off guard. It also gives me a lot of information. So if they know about that line and they Falling Star and then I Falling Star and they flip the Zonias, well, now I know there's a Zonias there, and I can decide, well, do I want to go in and force this trigger and kick his Lee Sin back? Maybe I change my line and I want to Star-Crossed it, and therefore that Zonias is now completely useless. And that just the fact that I have that information before I even decide if I want to fight this, fight that battle on that battlefield. And for me, it's not even a detriment, because Pike, I'm picking up my units all the time.
Yeah.
They're never sitting there unless I'm using these big might units. I'll stick a Vex and a Forerunner on a point, and that's 10 might you have to deal with, and that's 2 units. So I'm not getting the Forbidding Waste. And when they swing in, something like Master Yi is going to try and punch first. Ahoy is going to come in by itself. So usually, it tends to be a problem. So therefore, now they have to stick a second unit there. If I'm up on point tempo, which tends to happen sometimes when I get the early 2 drops, then we can kind of play this game where I'm on one side and you're on the other. And I actually am I'm happy with that, because then I will eventually win unless you find a way to get over. Which, at that point, then I can figure out what to do from there.
No, that makes a lot of sense. Great insight. Thank you so much for talking about that. But I know you have another half of the tournament to get through. Congrats once again being 4-0 on Pike, but we're going to go ahead and send it back.
And there it is. Thank you, Barrett, for that interview. I love players who really know the intricacies of their deck.
Yeah.
Obviously, it's my little judge brain that gets happy, right? No, who would have thought, right? So I love that explanation from Agressia there. But a very dominant duo, right? But then we have another match that we had on deck for the feature matches.
Yeah, that'll be coming up in a little bit here, so stick around, everybody. We will have some more. But more about that interview first. I just want to highlight the fact that he kind of mentioned it's a bit of a skill check, the Forbidden Ways, right? It's does your opponent know about the interaction? Does your opponent understand what's about to happen? And then pivoting your decision-making on if they activate anything at that point. Because, again, I kind of gave the analogy before of card games are just a really long, intricate decision tree, and sometimes simplifying the board state gives you an easier line to go through. I talked about this last regional qualifier, and I'm curious actually your thoughts on it, because there's some players that I find when they approach a card game, they try and complicate the board state. They want to make as many options as possible, sometimes to make it so the opponent makes a mistake, or sometimes just so that they have as many choices as possible. I'm more of a fan of, I want to simplify the board state. I want to make it so that I have the cleanest lines I can possibly find, and then I'm not making the mistake myself. So do you find yourself, first off, agreeing with that sentiment? And if so, which side of the aisle do you find yourself on?
I'm going to give you an interesting answer.
Okay.
So I'm of the opinion that if you're ahead, you should simplify the board state.
Okay.
If you're behind, you should complicate the board state.
So you pivot the decision based on where you are.
Like you said, right? Complicating the board state allows my opponents to make errors, misplays, which will get me back into the game. If I'm already ahead, I don't need to give myself the opportunity to make a mistake, or my opponent, more decision points where they could actually find a more creative line that maybe I didn't even think about.
Yeah.
I just want to simplify them and know, okay, they can probably do this on their next turn. I'm already ahead, so I'm going to set up what I need to set up. I'm going to clean up their little units that I'm not really wanting to account for, and I've simplified the board state. It's
other card games, or even games like chess, this is very important, right? To kind of like, if you're ahead, you'll simplify it. If you're behind, you want to keep it complicated. You want to force your opponent to make mistakes. And I feel like Riftbound leans into that a lot. We've seen it where, especially with Aggressia, right? We're ahead.
Yep.
Just keep pounding. Make sure they have no cards in hand. Keep it very simple. They're playing top deck mode, and I can play my game, right? And we saw it work really well for him.
You don't need to build wide at that point. You just want to keep doing the surgical strikes and finding the right line to victory. Yeah, I think it's a fun conversation to have. Because when I watch some of the pros play, like players like Prismaticism, I've noticed a tendency where he just kind of goes wide, and he's happy to just play a bunch of units out there, and then he'll go in when he's ready to go in. Whereas a player like Alan ZQ, he'll only have like 1 or 2 units on the board at a time because he's always going for these little trades of like, okay, you have a 2-might, I have a 2-might, I'm going to trade with a 2-might, as opposed to Prismat will be like, I'm just going to hold my unit and like use it as a resource later, So I think it's fun when you compare the different mentalities of pro players as well, because obviously they know the game so much more than I do, so much more than like pretty much anybody watching right now. So it's fun to learn from them and like when they choose to pivot.
And it's interesting too, because you just talked about Alan ZQ and Prismat, who have very different play styles, right? Alan ZQ likes to play tempo, right? He likes to be ahead. Which lends to the
he likes to have more cards than his opponent.
More cards, more points, 1 or 2 units, you figure it out. It's kind of his play style. Prismat likes to kind of, I don't know if he enjoys it, but he often finds himself playing from behind.
He really does. It's crazy,
So it kind of lends to that, what I was saying, where when you're ahead, you keep it simple. When you're behind, you keep it complicated. And that's what we're kind of seeing with these pro players as well.
And there is something to be said about letting your opponent show their hand, because, I mean, even the example of that last one where it's like the hidden Zonias at the, I'm blanking on the battlefield
Forbidden
name. Forbidden Waste, thank you. Is the fact that, like, if you make the certain line, you get more information before you commit your next 3 energy spent or something along those lines, right? It's like, get as much information as you can before making your decisions, because you're going to have a more informed decision. So if you just kind of wait and let your opponent play their hand, they might get ahead on tempo, but you're like, okay, but now I know what you're working with. So
then you can kind of climb back in. But let's deep dive into some stuff, shall we?
Let's do it, I hear that we have an analyst standing by to break down some of that last match.
Thank you so much, guys. That was quite the match. Love to see Lee Sin up there. Unfortunately, it was a Lee Sin Aurora deck and did not find the Aurora. There's been a lot of talk about Pike, and Pike can do some really cool things with that legend ability. Now, in Game 1, you guys heard it. In that interview, we talked about that crazy interaction with the Falling Star going on the Lee Sin, and that hidden Zonia's Hourglass was unable to be played because moving in, it gets the -2. There was no window, and that really locked up Game 1, and then, of course, the fact that there was no Aurora. But now we jump into Game 2, and here at this point, once again, no Aurora, and we can see that in the back line, Mr. Pandawan, he is trying to develop, and he is going to have to hold at some point, right? And you're just continuing to chip in, and this is what Pike can do. So let's go ahead and play it here. Pike is so good with the Bewitching Spirit. You're dismantling your opponent's hand, moving in here, you're getting onto the battlefield, you're scoring that point, and then this Pike Legend ability is just so good, being able to bounce that unit back. So you're just going in, getting that point, and then coming back and continuing to rip your opponent's hand with this Bewitching Spirit. And it's a problem here for Mr. Pandawan because, again, those points are just pouring in. At some point, you have to get on the battlefield and hold. You're not finding Aurora, which is your win condition. So we have successfully made some tokens. We've got to get up there, and we have to hold. So we see the Lee Sin being bounced. But now I want to fast forward to our second piece here in Game 2, where we're at a position we still have the tokens in play. The Lee Sin has been dealt with, and the Bewitching Spirits are continuing to put the pressure on. Again, no Aurora in play, but now we have this moment where it's coming up. We're at 7 points here, so we're closing in on being exactly where we need to finish this game for Aggressia. And now we'll go ahead and play it, and this is just an amazing play here to really lock things up and make sure that Mr. Pandawan cannot get on these battlefields and try to hold, try to stall out until he can find his win condition, which is Aurora. The downwell comes down and just wipes out the board. The tokens are gone. They can't go back to your hand, and then that is going to lead to victory. So I love the interaction with Pike. Very versatile, being able to take advantage advantage of those play abilities over and over again, and also that offensive capability of going in, getting on the battlefield, getting your point, bouncing it back, and then reusing that unit once again. So unfortunately, Lee Sin not getting to do what he really wanted to do, but great to see these two at the feature table. So that's going to do it here, and we're going to send it back over.
So essentially, I think to summarize, Pike kind of bounced down to crazy. A little bit. Bouncing him up. That was nuts.
Yeah, let's go with that for
Yeah.
sure. For sure.
Yeah. You got anything to say after that one?
No, you caught me off guard with that one, that's for sure. But we have a little bit of a deja vu situation going on.
Oh, yes.
We got Rek'Sai versus Victor was our second feature match that we're going to be able to jump into. So two very low to the ground. I want to go fast. I want to also kind of control the board.
Yeah,
kind
two
of decks.
order decks. Yeah, I'd say Rek'Sai is a little more like pure rushdown aggro than the Victor because you're incentivized to conquer to get your advantage. Victor is a little happier to play a slower controlled style, but still can play fast. Let's take a look at the deck list, though, to get some insight into how they're going to approach this, because Rek'Sai is up first. And I think the staple of every Rek'Sai list is a lot of 2 energy units. You always see a lot of these ones in there. Although I haven't seen, I'm blank, I can't quite take out the name there. I believe it's the hidden one that when you reveal it, you deal damage.
Oh, Mischievous Mirai.
Mischievous Mirai. I haven't seen that one. Thank you. Yeah, the screen, it was a little too far away for me to read it when it was that small. But yeah, when you play me to a battlefield, deal 2 to an enemy unit here, and it is hidden. I have not seen this tech yet.
Yeah, this is obviously a fun one because it, again, throws off the math. It's essentially a 4 might, I say in air quote swing, because it doesn't reduce the might. But
kind of like Teemo.
Kind of like Teemo, yeah, where the hidden Teemo that, will reveal cards, and depending on the amount of hidden ones, you can, that Teemo.
Sure, that Teemo, but even the purple one just goes to 4 might, which would essentially be the same math there, so yeah.
What I like, too, is the one of Facebreaker in here, right? The one of Mirai in here. You're showing your opponent that you have multiple different hidden cards, and they have to, again, play around for both. But the way you play into a Facebreaker might be different than the way you play into a Mirai, which might be different than the way you play into a Hidden Blade, right?
Yep.
So keeping your opponent guessing is very important in these matchups. And then like we saw, we have the Rengar pouncing, we have the Pike. We have ways to go very fast if we need to, because Rek'Sai specifically, that Rek'Sai Breacher champion unit allows us to accelerate if we're seeing stuff off our Rek'Sai Legend trigger, right? And we're allowed to kind of just go as fast as we can. And stuff like Under Titan gives us that rune economy to do so.
I believe the main deck is 1 card different from the best of Rek'Sai that we saw in Utrecht last weekend. They have the Facebreaker instead of, or rather the Mischievous Mirai in instead of like a secondary and Poro. And that Facebreaker was something else in that list, but we'll catch up on that later. Now let's take a look at the other list today, because that's going to be a Victor. A lot of similar order cards you'll see in here, like the Facebreaker, the Hidden Blade, the Carry-On Dredger, but then also a lot of Victor stuff as well.
Yeah, one of my favorite cards that came out this set was actually Chakram Dancer. So this is a card
really
that doesn't deramp you, right? It's just 3 runes, but you can play it at ambush speed, and you give all your units shield that turn when you play it. So it could potentially be a huge might swing, especially if you have 3 or 4 recruits at that battlefield.
Yeah, and that was one of the things I highlighted. I don't know if we've shown it yet on stream, but I did a deck breakdown of the best of Victor that made finals at Utrecht. And I was like, Victor essentially, if you kind of count down the line, got better in every way from Unleashed. Chakram Dancer helps you hold better. Victor used to be bad at holding. He used to be good at like swinging with Imperial Decree and maybe like your Thousand Tail and hitting. Vise helped you with that as well. But now you can hold a little better with this. And also, you can go faster with things like Sprite Fountain. So I want to highlight that one next because this is a 3 of in the list. Victor also sometimes struggled outside of Thousand Tail Watcher and maybe Xin Zhao to get in fast. Sprite Fountain is a fantastic card to just let Victor get points early, get points quickly, and has turned it into somewhat of a more rush-down style of deck.
Yeah, and as we jump into the game here, something to note while we're kind of waiting for these players to get all set up is that Victor, specifically the leader, specifies when a non-recruit token dies. So when those sprites are dying, you're replacing them with recruits, which is very important.
It looks like we're hopping into game number 2. So a reminder, this is our backup feature match of round 4. So round 1, I would imagine went over to the Rek'Sai player, who I think is on the right. Yeah, or the Victor. Victor's on the right.
Victor must have won game 1 since we're seeing arenas from the Rek'Sai.
Exactly, yeah.
In game 2.
I would assume at least. Typically when you go arena's greatest, you're choosing to go first, which means that you lost the first round, and here we go.
And you are correct. And
Classic turn 1 play from Victor.
No turn 1 play from
No one play from
Ruger.
Rek'Sai. Yeah, which is important. Yeah. But we do get a pretty good turn 1 play from the Rek'Sai, right, where we get to make 2 bodies. So we do have a bit of tempo here, but again, we have a Xin Zhao in hand, so we could just make a recruit. Or Bellows works too.
That's pretty
that
nice.
just cleans it up, right?
Yeah, cast that one repeated, and that will clear out the 2 might and the 1 might, and then go score. If you can prevent Rek'Sai from ever scoring, that means that you essentially don't have a legend, and the entire build of the deck revolves around getting cheap cards spent on the top of your deck.
Yeah, I wonder the thought process behind playing that Faithful Manufacturer instead of the Rek'Sai champion unit last turn.
Sure, yeah.
Maybe trying to play around Call the Weak instead of that Bellows Breath, which we saw both are in hand, right? So you were kind of, it didn't matter what you did in the grand scheme of things, but I think playing around that Call the Weak is probably more important. That Rek'Sai is a very impactful unit for your deck, so losing it this early, especially when you're down a game in this series, is less than ideal.
We might even see it right now. It's one of those ways that you can just guarantee you get in and use your legend ability, and there it is.
Yeah.
So Rek'Sai's hit the field, going to clear out that recruit.
Pass round.
Yeah, and this is going to let us look for units now as well. That being said, we only have 2 available, so we can't really accelerate them with the Rek'Sai Breacher.
Rek'Sai trigger.
But we can at least, get some card economy, maybe find an Noxus Hopeful. But it looks like it's going to be a Blood Rush and an Inferno. Do we want to play the Inferno?
I feel like you play Inferno to base. That's one of the benefits of Rek'Sai is you essentially have 2 hands. One is the cards in your hand. The other is the cards at the top of your deck. This is kind of like just drawing a card, if you think of it that way. Essentially, you got a draw 1. You just didn't get to choose what that draw 1 really was. Like you just have to play it off the top.
And this is good to do because, again, it insulates against Call the Weak,
yes,
right?
very nice.
Top Victor.
I'd say Xin Zhao is probably the next biggest threat here because the Victor can get out a recruit, and if a Xin Zhao hits the full field...
Here comes.
Okay, there it is, yep. I didn't get a look at the hand of the Victor player, but you always have to be ready for the Xin Zhaos when you're playing against Victor.
Yeah, it's such a low investment accelerated unit for this deck.
Such a good card.
Something that really propelled the deck forward in Spirit Forge, and now with all the additional. Oh, and there's Bellows Breath again.
Feels bad.
Doesn't even have to repeat it. It's just a 1 might Inferno. Yep. It does feel bad as a Rek'Sai player when you don't have a unit. You've triggered your legend once.
Once this game so far. Yeah.
Once this game so far. Well, yeah, true. Game 1, I imagine maybe more.
Hopefully more.
I'm noticing Rugamerk is one of those types of players that likes to have one of every different rune. I would have scooped by now if I was against that. I don't want to look at it. I can't.
Well, it's okay. We got the Victor player here who has the OG basics.
The OG basics. You can tell that's from Origin, not from Unleashed.
Yeah.
That's what you meant by OG, right?
It's from the Victor starter deck.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, you think he hasn't changed them out at all?
Yeah.
I do. I never even thought about that, but Origins being OG, that actually is pretty good.
Yep.
Hopeful's good.
And now we're taking another time to develop, right? Unfortunately, this is where tempo is really in the favor of our Victor player here.
Pass.
We do have, 3 bodies, but again, we still have that Call the Weak that's available for us for Victor. Obviously, we deramped a little bit last turn with the Bellows and the Xin, but we're back up to 5 runes. You don't really need a ton of runes, especially when you're on 6 runes.
No.
Or 6 points, excuse me. And if you do have some sort of, it doesn't look like we have a decree in hand, but I mean, if you did have a decree, just kind of pull everything back, and figure it out next turn. But
you can just go in for the push turn, And it looks like that's what he's doing. So you called it. If TSM Ma, I'm gonna assume that's it. Probably an esport fan. Has a lot of units. You can just establish all of them. You can play 1 here, then use your Victor Legend. Yep, get the recruit, and then go for a big swing to win on the next turn.
And I think we have 2 extra Zins in the hand, by the way. I think unless I saw it wrong, which means we have 8 might swing. Do we have enough to play both next turn? Yeah, we're on 5. We have exactly enough to play 2.
Now, the downside of this move from TSM Ma, though, is that you're allowing Rek'Sai to get the Legend ability off. You could have opted to try and use your Chakram Dancer to hold, and not allow your opponent to get that Rek'Sai. I'm also hearing from production it's Suma, so thank you for our go to production for letting me know there. Yep. I also don't have to say TSM anymore, so as a CLG fan, that feels very good. But the point I'm making is that you're allowing the Rek'Sai to play the game. You could have opted to try and hold and just not let the Rek'Sai get that ability off, but I think you're so far ahead as a Victor. this is still the correct line of play. I'm just trying to like list the downside of this option is that now Rek'Sai does get a little more card economy here.
Yeah, we can finally, again, get up to about 4 points if we conquer the other battlefield, and now we're trying to look for something to thin the back line of...
that's the 2.
And then a Void Rush is a really good hit.
Very big hit.
Yeah, very big hit. Obviously, the Facebreaker would have been great to have in our hand, but it looks like it's going to probably be a Void Rush into 2 more flips.
I would imagine.
Void Rush?
Yeah.
Can we get another Void Rush? Can we chain them together? That's
runner, Void Rush.
That is the most fun thing at playing Rek'Sai. Have you ever pulled it off? Void Rush and Void Rush is a rush, let me tell you.
I've done it once, but I've seen someone do Void Rush into Void Rush into Void Rush once, and that was crazy.
How about Void Rush into double Hidden Blade?
It does only cost a power, and it does draw you 2 cards. So if you're looking for more cards, you can Hidden Blade your own recruit for 1 power, draw a couple cards, but you're really thinning the options you have.
I think
because it's Void Rush, you just draw them.
Yeah, you just don't play either. You just add them both to hand. You hide them both.
Both to hand.
There it is.
I'll be drawing some.
Just maybe.
Just maybe.
Just maybe. Again, this throws the math. Throws the math off now for Suma on his side, where he's going to have to figure out, okay, well, now I have to play around 2 Hidden Blades and potentially some other mystery cards in the hand of Rugmerk.
But, man, Suma has so many units on the field, and with those Zinjas in hand, like, I don't think it's... I guess there's a lot of energy up for Rugmerk, so let's see what they do. It's seeming tough. It's seeming like the Victor Pilot will have the game here. But you never know.
Suspicious looking card.
Suspicious card.
Suspicious card.
I love when the players have fun up there.
Yes. Now we're deciding what to do with the rest of our runes, because this is most likely going to be the last turn unless we can really thwart Suma's attack next turn.
I mean, the crazy thing is Suma could just play more units and then pass.
He's another Hidden Blade in hand. If he hit both, he has a third Hidden Blade in hand.
Pass.
Okay, a pass there from Rugmerk. Noticing he also had a Cold a Week in hand, so keeping Cold a Week and not siding it out against Victor. Interesting, because it usually Victor will get more value out of that, but we'll see what value Suma can get right now with what's on the field. There's 5 might down at the Rockfall Path. Wages of Pain will go to the Arena's Greatest. Good start for Suma.
Wages. What do we're gonna ambush something in, it looks like.
Cycle 1 for Longsword.
Oh, Longsword works too.
Nice. Clean answer. 1 might remains, or 1 health rather remains on the unit, and that means that now there's something we'll have to go in. A recruit can still trade with it, but you're just making Suma use more resources.
Yeah. The recruit might be the difference of not being able to conquer Rockfall, for example. So
yeah.
Yep.
However, notably here, there is a Hidden Blade. If we push the recruit in and it gets Hidden Bladed, then if that combat ends, we're healing the
that's a good
unit.
point.
So you have to push in enough to kill it through the Hidden Blade, but are you going to expect the Hidden Blade from hand as well?
Yeah. So you can send in 2 recruits. That would be the kind of obvious line if you're not reading another interaction from the hand.
Yes. Yeah. If you think they have maybe another Hidden Blade or an ambush unit that they could play from hand, then you have to send in more. And this is where it gets very tricky for Suma, is you probably have the answer, but with the fact that we know there's 2 Hidden Blades and now there's 2 hidden cards, you might be psyching yourself into being like, these have to be the 2 Hidden Blades.
Yeah.
They can't be anything else. And you're probably not going to expect that 3rd Hidden Blade from hand.
Especially because you already saw a Facebreaker earlier go away, so you're like pretty confident that, yep, it's not a Facebreaker. And you saw the 2. There's a Zinjao in hand that he could use. Let's see what Suma decides to opt for here. Doing some math right now. For my money, though, I think that Rugmerk could survive, or rather will survive another turn here.
Yeah,
he's going to have to play this very well to close out the game here.
We do have 2 more Zinjiaos in hand, but we don't have enough to play them anymore because we wages. So we can add 4 might to this board that's ready.
The urge to just shove it. 4, 5.
I feel you. Yeah, so this is actually good. This plays around both. This plays around 2 Hidden Blades. That being said, if we have an Inferna, it also allows us to still win this this showdown. Because we can Hidden Blade 1, Hidden Blade the other, and then Inferna in as well, which will only let one of the recruits kill either the Inferna or the Faithful.
I am surprised to see the Xin Zhao go
It's
in. Oh!
Cycle 1, you give him +2.
So now Suma will know there's a hidden blade in hand. That is now known information because he saw 2 were drawn.
Thank you.
And this one's not a hidden blade.
Nope.
Pass focus to you.
But this one does make it 8
So,
to 6.
Okay, then I'll pass back. We'll do damage.
Yep.
So
Everything will crash.
4 and 1, and you'll clear me.
Yep.
Yep. So a full trade here because of the the damage from the Wages of Pain earlier. But this again makes it so that we're probably not winning here unless we think that we can just. Actually, no, I don't think there's a way for us to win here because the Xin will need to move in with a Chakram Dancer to clear out that Rockfall path and the Recruit, and you can't actually do that. Yeah, so we're going to see another turn here, at least from Rugemerk. Well played by him to kind of claw back into this match.
And not holding not using the hidden blade on the Xin Zhao, because Rugemerk could have kept a unit alive, but then you're also giving Suma more draws. And I think Rugemerk should be pretty confident that you're going to survive. Don't give them the resources. Save that hidden blade for the next turn, because Rugemerk is actually potentially back into the game.
Top for 1. Group.
And in what world do you just maybe
Cycle 1.
stack that
Xin
other
Zhao.
battlefield and just play for the hold?
Thinking.
I feel like Suma could just. Oh, okay. I was going to say, sometimes you can just send in the Xin Zhao and just be like, I'm just going to draw 2. I'm just going to force the hidden blade.
Hold. It's good. Yeah, pass.
Okay, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
All right, so I believe I saw 2 Cold Weeks
Hold to 5.
in the hand for Rugemerk, but with 4 units, this gets really awkward because 2 Cold Weeks will just still give them lethal next turn.
Yeah. I mean, if you can clear the Recruit that's at a battlefield and then double Cold a week, that could be nice. But we also know that there's the Xin Zhao in hand. So then
We do have a Hidden Blade, so we could Hidden Blade, Cold a week, but then we lose to anything that gets accelerated. But I think that might be the only line here.
Yeah, I haven't quite seen what else is in Rugemerk's hand. Have you caught any units that Rugemerk has access to?
I saw Blood Rush, I saw 2 Cold a week, I saw Hidden Blade.
Ooh, that's not an ideal.
Yeah.
Not an ideal hand. I mean,
I
honestly,
did see
maybe.
Daring Poro as well, which again isn't ideal here. But
Thank you for the observers for highlighting that. I'm wondering if, I mean, there's also a off chance you just Hidden Blade your own Recruit, draw 2, try and dig into something else. It seems daring, might I say.
It's definitely a hard
As much as the Poro is.
Rugemerk agrees.
Yeah.
So you got 4.
He's in the tank right now. Oh, it looks like, is that an Honest Broker at the end? No, that was a red card.
Let's see what Rugemerk does. The one thing we know he guaranteed can do is just Hidden Blade the Recruit to deny Suma from winning. Because if that Recruit lives, Suma's Recruit lives at the battlefield, then Suma just wins at the start of their turn. So Rugemerk has to do something.
Yeah, he's going to do exactly that, looks like. He's going to Hidden Blade his
Yeah,
Recruit,
sure.
look for some sort of answer.
It's not ideal, but sometimes you got to dig.
Draw 2.
Yep.
I'm not sure if we brought in the Falling Stars from the sideboard, but if we did, that would go crazy here.
Ooh.
Falling Star into double Cold a week would completely wipe the board.
Tapped out.
Yes.
I think that might be it.
3.
never mind.
Okay.
1.
And recycling a Fury Rune, so probably a Pike.
4. Pike.
Yep.
Yep.
Ready.
Yep.
We can only
Go
Cold a
here.
week once now.
Pass focus. You
Yep.
kill me.
And that
6
Recruit is just...
conquer.
Yep.
I think on Rek'Sai
Just
trigger.
there.
Going to decide if we want to use our Rek'Sai Legend ability here.
I feel like you might as well, because you don't have to play whatever's revealed. You might get an Under Titan, which then gives you more energy.
That will be a double Cold a week if you do hit an Under Titan.
Yeah, so I feel like you always should do this.
Inferna and
Oh, no
Hopeful.
Under Titan. Okay.
Hopeful's not bad here, right? You can play
True.
it, make it an 8-might battlefield, which means they would have to swing their entire board to kill that battlefield unless they have something in hand. We know there's another Xin in hand, which doesn't necessarily change the something in the grand scheme of things, but
Could theoretically also hide the Hidden Blade, so have 8 might plus a additional Hidden Blade out there.
Here for 2.
Or there, because the Xin Zhao would have to crash into the Noxus Hopeful, so I think that this also causes a headache as well. You're not giving a clean conquer to Suma.
I think, yeah, you definitely have to hide the Hidden Blade here.
Well, this is going to be a lot.
I'll do one for the longsword equip.
Ooh.
Oh yes, the longsword is still in play as well. Yeah.
Yep.
I guess I should probably do it one at a time.
Yeah, yeah.
We're hiding 2 cards, it looks like.
Yep.
Okay, so Rugamark is essentially spending everything to try and prevent Suma from not only winning, but then also potentially winning on Rugamark's turn. If Rugamark can hold both of these, that's game.
We have Order Fury Teemo.
Yeah, it's a weird matchup in Victor. I don't ever verse it.
That's sometimes the difficulty in tournaments, in regional qualifiers like this. There's so many good players out there on so many decks that people at your locals, people at your testing groups just don't play. You just don't get the reps in certain matchups. And we heard Rugamark say, yeah, I just don't play against Victor a lot. This is a weird matchup.
Yeah, I mentioned it a little bit when we were doing the opening for the show, is that your day one Swiss is very much a zoo.
Yeah.
Right? You don't know what you're gonna play into. You can play into your worst matchup 8 rounds in a row, just like you can play into your best matchup 8 rounds in a row. And this is, again, Rugamark, like you mentioned, right? He doesn't have a lot of practice into Victor, but holding his own, doing a lot here to kind of keep up with the onslaught that is this Victor deck.
So Suma just attacked in with the Chakram Dancer and then passed Focus.
Yeah,
so Rugamark, so you're going to trade with the Pike.
On top.
Interesting.
Make a recruit.
Yep.
So we're going to call the week here, is looks like we're doing. Yep.
Yeah.
Call.
It'll guarantee one of these battlefields as long as there's not a hidden unit, and there's not.
This will fizzle.
Yeah. I guess, I mean, if it's okay to react to the call.
I'll let the judges decide.
Is that fine?
Yep. Would have had a window to react with Hidden Blade. See if the judges allow it.
Yeah.
Seems like the judges are determining if they will. That's one of those things you just got to remember your triggers, remember your own hiddens. I know it's a stressful moment, so I always like to remind people at home that are watching of like, oh, why did that happen? It's like, this is a stressful moment for people. Most players have never been on camera before. Most players have never been on this stage before. And you're undefeated down a game in a tough matchup. So I always like to give grace to players, and we'll see if the judges have the same opinion or if they believe that, nope, the game stat was accepted.
Yeah, I was like,
and this allows you to still have a second unit in your base so you can play yours in.
It's like up to the judges how they want to rule it.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, and then the double Zen means that they could go into the Noxus Hopeful battlefield, and then the Recruit can go over to the Arena's Greatest.
I know.
I kind of like your trash.
Yeah.
We'll just wait.
Yeah, I mean, it's free. It's free vision, so.
Yep. Rugamark being a
So you're telling me
good
you have your
support,
third one there.
Free vision. Look at my trash. You're very welcome.
So Suma never actually triggered the Arena's Greatest Conquer, so he could just move the Recruit there and draw a card as well. Just try and dig into more potential answers.
Yeah, it's fine. Yeah, it's fine.
Okay, it looks like judges ruled.
7. I'll take a draw.
We missed it. We're not allowing them to draw. It's hard. It's obviously hard to do when the player takes the unit, puts it in the trash, and then we're now resolving the rest of the turn. So -2 cards, but I don't know that there's anything that's 1 energy that can really help Rugamark here, right? It'll give him options for next turn if there is one.
Yep.
Do you have it or not?
But yeah. Oh, there it is. So we're going to actually say we're stacking, which is, I like this play a lot.
This is much safer, because if you assume it's the Hidden Blade under the Noxus Hopeful, the double Zinjet will not be enough.
Hidden Blade that I forgot to grab.
I mean, with 4 energy, I don't know if 2 extra draws would have... I don't think there's any combination that can kill this board. Like, even double Falling Star wouldn't be enough, and we don't have the Fury Runes for it. Okay.
I did get this Hidden Blade.
Okay, yeah,
Draw
rush.
2.
They're having fun up there.
Nope.
I like it.
That's it.
That's it. Yeah, it's really hard.
GG.
GG's.
GG's. They give the fist bump, and Suma will take it, continuing undefeated 4-0 as Victor.
But I'm Victor. is tough.
I messed up my sideboard. I'm not gonna lie.
Oh, I would love to hear his thoughts on it.
Yeah.
My immediate thought was Cold a Week. I was like, maybe he was like, yeah, I should have taken Cold a Weeks out against Victor. Like, it's just going to get a recruit, and I have to maybe get a recruit of my own, if not something bigger.
Yeah, I'm wondering. I'm looking at his sideboard here, right? There's a Shen that he could have brought in. The Ferris Forerunner would have been very good into that matchup. Salvage, you're not really using much.
Falling Stars.
An Ashe, maybe, but I feel like you take out those 3 Cola Weeks and you can bring in, the Falling Stars, Ferris Forerunner, maybe a Shen.
Ashe Focus is pretty good into Victor, I'd say, because Victor can struggle to hold, and you can get rid of like an Imperial Decree, just like, or a Thousand Tail Watcher. Just be like, no, we're gonna get rid of those like big swing cards, and then you have a recruit, maybe a Zinja out of Battlefield. Well, I'm Rexa, I'm gonna be able to keep you off anyway. So I don't know what he actually ended up citing, but I'm sure that there were some things that he could optimize there. I love it when players immediately are like, okay, I lost GG. Man, I got to learn from that,
This is what I always tell people. One of my favorite cards is Gutter Palace.
Okay. Where are we going with this?
So I like winning with style.
Okay.
And I think you either win a game or you learn from a game. You don't actually lose. Obviously, there's winners and losers in here. But if you finish a game and you don't know why you lost, it's a good opportunity for you to kind of review and figure out, where did I lose? So everyone here is a winner, technically. Obviously, some more than others.
Oh, really?
But you're either winning or you're learning. And we've seen players get better at every regional by doing that. Like reviewing their games, figuring out, oh, I don't have a lot of experience against this Victor. I'm playing a Rek'Sai. You best believe Rootmerch is going home and he's going to watch this VOD over and over and over again and examine it.
So what I'm getting is that I can claim currently that I'm undefeated and very knowledgeable about the game. Learned a lot.
You got it.
Learned a lot. All right, I believe that we are actually going to be sending to a break here up next before our round 5 feature match. So stick around, everybody. We'll be right back after this.